judge.
I was gonna say, never mind. I'm not gonna say it's kind of vulgar. All right, so here's the SDR that I have.
It's one of the
Works.
RTL ones.
It
RTL.
is one of the it is one of the RTL ones, and it
Yeah.
works really great on Linux, but Windows. But the software doesn't really exist on Windows.
Hey,
There's
Farhan,
GNU
you're
Radio.
really pretty.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
they're
You're
pretty
really,
cool.
you're really
That was the
pretty, Farhan.
DVB-T tuner,
Hey,
right?
Farhan,
It
can I
is
stroke your
exactly.
beard?
Absolutely. The
All right.
software doesn't. There's GNU Radio, but it doesn't work very well. At least I don't know how to use it because I'm not like an electrical engineer like that. I'm trying to be one, but so I can't really use it on Linux. So I can't listen to the radio from my desk.
Well, that's where one of the open source SDR projects would really be great with FPGA, right? All the code base is there and programming
Yeah, yeah,
FPGA and everything.
absolutely. I'm actually I'm learning digital design, and then after that I want to learn VHDL, and then I want to make my own VHDL or SPGA device. That's my goal. That's my like I don't know if it's ever gonna happen, but I'll learn on the way and I'll be great.
Awesome. A good friend of mine programs those all the time. He's really familiar with VHDL or VHSIC or whatever.
Hmm.
He does it in pro audio world for DSP engines.
Where can you commercially buy Rohypnol?
I don't know what that is.
It's a date rape drug. Where can you buy that?
How much do you want? I can get it for you.
Do you know people?
No.
Most people just use alcohol anyway. Anyway, at least that's what they mostly use on me.
Well, okay. Well, what about Molly? Does anyone here know a good Molly dealer?
What? Anyway, the main
Molly.
point is I think that Verilog is actually more popular amongst the FPGA vendors and such than VHDL.
Is it really? You know, I looked into that. I kind of got mixed opinions on that.
I'm looking to score some ecstasy right now.
I mean, I would be okay
What's
with
that other
Verilog.
language, Nadia?
Verilog.
What?
He asked what's the other language, and it's Verilog.
Hey, X-Man, if you're in need of some weed, methamphetamine, or cocaine, I might be able to hook you up, brother. Just looking out.
You can. I'm looking to get
I
some.
might be able to make a few phone calls, you know.
I'm looking to get some pure pink stuff. I don't want any. I don't want any like heroin in it. You know what I mean?
Pink.
Yeah, Molly, dude.
No, yeah. That's not on the menu, brother. Sorry.
I can't get Molly. You won't give me pure MDMA.
No, I used to know a Persian cat that was into that. Good times with him. But yeah, we got separated. Yeah, so I don't know.
Whatever, dude. You're a cunt. Shut up.
Hey, just trying to help you out, brother. You know what I mean?
You're trying to help me out. What are you talking about? Trying to help me out? What is
Yeah,
this?
you know.
Yo, relax, man. Relax, dude. I know you're trolling, but relax.
Mostly people have just used
wait.
alcohol.
Farhan, I'm not trolling. I'm being
Mostly people have just used regular alcohol on me.
like if I could, if the opportunity presented itself and somebody offered me some Molly, I'd probably try it. I'm not trolling. But I'm not trying to, I'm not trying to buy illicit
What are you
substances.
trying to
on
kid
audience.
anyway?
We'll hang out.
This boy's obviously a bottom twink, you know. It's like,
Yep. Twink's gotta have Molly.
You're not the one who's gonna be like, using this to like great effect. Anyway.
What are you talking about? I'm not going to be using it to great effect.
It's generally the tops that do it.
You're an idiot. Your intellectual capacity is wanting.
Okay.
Dude, you're begging a kick.
You're like subtle, really subtle.
What do you mean I'm begging a kick? Maybe she just doesn't like bottoms. Maybe you have a thing. Maybe you have a thing against bottoms.
Well, she's not into, I think, what you're referring to.
One would think that you have a thing against tops. considering your situation, but your thing against bottoms, like, all right, whatever.
Hey, is this the guy that called Veckel a nigger?
Yes.
You said it.
Why am I not surprised?
Hey, X-Man, or however you pronounce your name, I'm gonna have to broadcast you in like 30 seconds if you don't stop.
What did I do? Literally, what did I do? Slim said it. What am I? Naughty is the one that called me a bottom twink. Like, what the hell did I do?
I don't even know what that means.
Name what I did. Look, Naughty is smiling right now. She knows she's been trolling me. Like,
not trolling. It's like,
what do you mean you're gonna unbroadcast me? Don't threaten me.
the deal is basically that there's a, I don't know, something of a different role involved here. And
What a man can't be a man can't be versatile? I mean, come on.
Oh, well, you didn't say you were versatile. Okay.
No. Well, do I have to specify?
It generally helps.
All right. I do. Well, I just as I do in here, I do what I want when I want. You know what I mean?
And he also called Farhan like a sand whatever. What the heck? What did you call him?
Oh no. Would you mind stop flinging around the N-word, Jason? Other Jason.
I didn't say it. I never said the N-word today. No.
Yeah, actually, it was Slim who said it.
Yeah, no, I said it, and I won't say it again. But I'm not gonna like edit myself. I mean, I put it out there.
Slim, you're getting me in trouble, dude. I didn't say the N-word. I never said the N-word today.
So you did say something that was kind of fucked up. You said something regarding Farhan that could be like misconstrued by.
No, that wasn't misconstrued.
Yeah, I did say so. I did.
That couldn't be.
Yeah, I did say Sar. I did say. Yeah, I did say Farhan was one of the sand people. That is what I said.
I might even.
No, actually, that's not quite what he said. What did you really say?
That is what I said. That is what exactly what I said.
You said like
a Java.
It was more. It was more like it was more sinister than that.
He said dirty.
Okay, fine. Yeah,
dirty.
Okay, yeah. Seamus is right. I did say dirty sand people.
Yeah, I knew that wasn't what you said. See, I got you, X-Man.
I said dirty sand people. I mean, obviously, if you live in the desert, you're gonna get dirty.
No, not if you live in a palace.
Whatever. Whatever. Farhan, do you live in a palace?
I don't live in a desert, I'll tell you that much.
Have you ever been dirty? Have you ever been dirty, like covered in dirt? Like, Jesus, come on. Fuck you, Slim. Get me in trouble and shit.
No, I mean, listen.
I am offensive. I am offensive on my own terms, not on anyone else's terms. Ask Rev.
I'm gonna edit myself. I heard you called him an N-word.
I guess I haven't been
I don't
enough.
believe him when he says he's versatile. That boy is a bottom. I'm telling you.
No, okay, no, Nadia, I'm versatile. I'll let you know I got laid on Sunday.
Oh.
Wait,
awesome
sure,
for you.
We believe you.
I won't describe it.
I still haven't been laid yet. Still working on that.
Okay, Christopher. Somebody will eventually concede to the possibility of maybe one day mating with you, maybe.
I'm sure, yeah.
You know,
Sorry,
what we know is that Farhan did nothing to be called a dirty sand person. So can we assume that Veckel did nothing to be called an N-word?
I thought that was a little mean, so I had to mute him. I don't like muting people. I feel guilty right now.
Well, that gave me a chance for my soundbite, but.
All right, but unbroadcast. You unbroadcasted him. That's
You're right. I unbroadcasted.
Yeah, put him back up, Farhan. You know, it's.
All right, fine.
He's
he's
like the Lenny Bruce of.
Nadia, I love that song so much. I love that song. That song is amazing.
That song is about you.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Come on, we could tell.
Okay. Let me explain something to you, Nadia. I've been in three sessions of intercourse, right? 2 out of those 3, that's 66%. I was a top. Now, what are you gonna tell? What are you gonna say?
Well, aren't you the same person
We
that
know.
didn't believe that too? Never mind. I'm not gonna.
What are you gonna say? What are you gonna say?
We can tell. I'm sorry.
2 out of the 3. 2 out of the 3. What is 2 for 3? Is that? I mean, does that make me a bottom if I was 1 out of 3? I mean, like what?
We can tell.
Your
I'm sorry.
standard of what is and isn't a bottom is lacking. Is lacking in credulity. Is lacking in anything.
Hey, who was the person that I spoke to last? Was anyone one of those folks I talked to a couple days ago where we were talking about does the internet help technology or help society? I wish I had forgotten.
That was me.
Yeah, I was in here.
That was me. That was me and Slim. I was on my other account, so I had a picture.
Your personality was totally different there.
I know because it was like 3 in the morning.
I was
Isn't
actually
the internet just like a bunch of pornography and trolls?
I was like legit enjoying that conversation. I'm kind of surprised at that.
Well, what do you mean you're surprised? I'm a different person at different times during the day.
Are you the gay guy, X-Man?
Am I gay?
We just had a how-long discussion about whether he was versatile or a bottom.
I come in and out. I'm doing other things. I apologize.
Slim, yes. That is what I am.
Okay, very good. Okay, very good. Okay, everything's so much clearer now. The fog has been blown away.
Farhan, I had that conversation with you at like 2 in the morning, and I was on some happy pills.
Yes, that's what we mean by versatile and bottom. So.
Hey, X-Man, do you like change your whole demeanor when you change accounts? Like, do you take on the persona? And why do you have a dirty brown person as the avatar?
Dirty brown person.
Hentai.
He's got a tan, a very slight tan.
Right. Yeah. That's an Anglo with a tan. Got it. 100%. Now everything's so much clearer now.
Yep, everything's perfectly clear. The boy at the bottom.
No, I actually enjoyed that conversation too, Farhan. Do you wish to continue it? Do you have anything you wish to add to that discussion?
Do you guys seriously think the internet is about anything more than a bunch of pornography and trolls?
No, absolutely. No, come on. We know porn and trolls dominate it, but I mean there are people learning from the internet. Believe it or not.
That's not fair. It's not just about that. It's also cat videos.
All right, I'm
leaving.
Yeah, okay. I'll be back in a little bit.
Art has a point. There are cat videos too.
I will be back in a little bit.
Art, boobies.
Try not to talk too much. Try not to talk so much smack about me, yeah.
And pirated anime, I suppose.
Well, you can buy it too if you're dumb, I guess.
Everyone pirates it. What does it matter?
Oh yeah.
If you were gonna pirate it, you wouldn't get it from the internet anyway.
So I was watching the movie. I got my home computer to connect at work, and I got my. I was watching the movie Interstellar, or just like parts of it. That is one of the most fascinating movies ever. It's amazing.
Oh yeah, I mean the black hole, how they visualize the black hole.
Everything.
Yeah, it was totally amazing.
Yeah, the black hole. That's right. Yeah, because black holes.
Water on Mars thing. You know, not NASA's saying they found water on Mars, but they kind of didn't. They just found the ideal conditions for water, and everyone's kind of abuzz about this. And I'm like, I don't know.
I think it has something to do with the fact that NASA cooperated with the new movie that is coming out, Mars or something.
That's not true. That's not true. That's not true. They have photographic evidence of running water on the surface.
But we've had that forever with telescopes. Like we knew that there was some kind of liquid water at one time. That's not a big deal.
No, right now.
But that's not the claim. The claim is that they've seen running water on the surface.
No,
Yeah,
no, that's
in
not the claim.
recent
That's
years.
not the claim either. They found evidence that can only lead to a recent occurrence of actual liquid water.
Yeah, and by recent they mean days. Yeah. He specifically said days.
Okay, so that means at some point we're going to have some. Hold on, we're going to have some photographic evidence, right? Because we can get that from orbit very easily.
That's the main evidence that in the announcement.
Well, that's what I'm waiting for. NASA should.
Well, they have it. You can go look at it. You can see it. Basically, I don't know if you've ever been in the mountains or anywhere. You know when the spring runoff happens and you see kind of artesian wells, like water coming out of rock, and then roll, a little small stream running down a rock face. And everyone's seen this, right? Like that's what's happening.
Yeah, but there's no one can. If we were there right now looking at it, we would not see running water on the surface of Mars anywhere right now.
Yeah, we could.
They have photograph of it. They have photographic evidence of it. You've been watching the news.
Running water. No, actually, this would be a revelation. Can you post a link to the running water that there's photographic evidence of? Actual running water?
Sure. It doesn't run all the time, though, right? It's seasonal and only during certain atmospheric conditions.
I accept that. So let's see it.
Right. So what they found is through some kind of imaging that can detect like elements, right? And they found that there's this bits, the salt that makes water be liquid even in low temperatures, at which it was there. And the pattern of the salt that they found was in a recent kind of indicating recent water flow, right? It is salt was in water and it's flowing recently.
Right.
That's how they conclude that it's running water.
Thank you.
Right, but this means that
you want photographic evidence? Tell me what you think of that photo.
Is it going to be a photograph of what Art just described?
Yeah, it's water running down cliffs, man. You can see it. And then when the reconnaissance orbiter passed over, again, it took another photograph, and it had either evaporated, right, or disappeared. But there's water that comes out. You see the image? See the streaks? See those streaks?
Yeah, I had to just switch a window. Yeah, I see the streaks. I see the streaks. I see various contrast of a photograph, and yeah, you know what? We always knew that Mars had water on it. That doesn't look like running water to me, but if you want to call it that, that's fine. NASA didn't say there was water like just flowing. They said they found evidence that the conditions can only be caused by flowing water at some time. And okay, doesn't seem like a big deal.
No. That's direct photographic evidence. Okay.
No, forget that. The notion that there's water on Mars really shouldn't be a surprise. If you want to say this is
it's not. That's not the big deal. The big deal is that it's running on the surface. Okay, that's the big deal.
So what are we to? I mean, how is this? I mean, I don't know. What is so special about this?
I don't think that it goes into liquid form and it flows down. You can see there are cliffs there. You see it's like cliffs and a crater. And at certain times of year, water starts like in the spring runoff on Earth, on rocks and mountains. Have you ever seen that?
Yeah, I've seen it on Earth.
That's what it basically is. But obviously it evaporates. Yeah, obviously it evaporates as it runs down the mountain.
What are the implications of this discovery?
We can use it if we're gonna go there.
And we're gonna use it for what? Fuel and things like that, right?
No, humans need water to survive.
So this is a big survival mission. We're gonna take this to Mars like a game of if we can survive it.
No. The big deal here is that there could be bacteria living in those little streams as it comes down the mountain. There could be algae growing on it for all we know.
Yeah, actually, right.
There could be a god.
Well, that's the thing. This is a bit more plausible than a god. Though.
Actually,
Fuck that. Listen. We're Martians.
Yeah, water is essential to life, but water does not equate life. There's a bunch of other things that need to be happening.
Right, and these conditions that were favorable to life is believed to have been at some point on Mars. And if they were in the water, it's conceivable that they've survived in some reservoirs of water, right? And that might be...
Okay, I'll play along. Okay, so how does that help us?
Not very much. We just might find some extremophile bacteria.
I love Nadia.
Why would it need to help us?
Yeah.
Because it's not it's not like driving down to the grocery store to go to Mars, dude. In fact, someone's gonna have to risk their life. Why are you trivializing this?
But what are all you theists gonna say when all of a sudden we find a microbe or whatever on Mars?
Holler at me when it happens.
Like how's
the microbes on Mars have the Imago Dei?
I would like to ask Commando, what do you make of this discovery?
Is Mars too a
fucking
fallen world?
bullshit. It's called let's get a picture of a rock in the studio, just put a bit of water on it, and they'll fucking buy it.
I love it.
You're right.
You know, really, and I'm big into science and discovery, but I think NASA. This is weird, and there's a movie. I didn't even know about the movie. Whatever, but on its face, this discovery is very lukewarm.
Commando, I fucking love you, man.
Do microbes on Mars have the Imago Dei?
Do microbes on Earth have the Imago Dei? Oh, you just refuted yourself.
Is that a reputation?
Does the firing squad has the Imago Dei?
You don't refute a question. You just
The mic has been dropped.
Oh yeah. I just like to see the Commando. It's like I want to start my own NASA here. I'm just gonna pick a few rocks, sprinkle some water. And
You probably fucking could. You could probably do better than them. I mean, it just it boggles. I mean, you'll all see in time. Give it fucking, I don't know, like 20 to 40. No, that's too much. Probably about 5, 10, max 20 years, and you'll see exactly what I was saying.
Oh, are you willing to bet?
Department of Anthropological
There you go. There you go. You know, the only guy that is really giving the truth in here, it's fucking Commando.
What?
Oh, don't fucking say that.
So where did the rocket go that shot reconnaissance orbiter to Mars?
It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. It's photos. It's called let's take a picture. It's like I said. It's called oh look. We'll take a
Dude,
picture
you
of
can
rocket
point
desert.
an antenna towards Mars and pick up the signal.
No, I can't.
Well, you might not be able to,
Okay, number one, I'm not going to be fucked to do that. Number two, no one else is. And number three, even if I did, it don't prove shit.
Yeah, they could just put up a geosynchronous satellite and get the same effect. So
Exactly.
I'll just the Department of Ecological Studies with
That wouldn't be the same.
Richard Carrier and Robert M. Price as joint professors of Christ mysticism. There we go.
That doesn't matter.
Hey.
I just want to know what I'd be getting a signal from. Like you said, I'd pick up a signal. What from?
From Mars.
There's not up there, mate. How am I going to get a signal from Mars if we've not even apparently been to it? Like, what are you talking about?
I'm talking about all over the world.
Does anybody remember that?
The signal, right? There's a radio network of receivers all over the world, so we can receive the signal all the
Anybody
time.
remember that?
A more orderly conversation may be more productive.
Yeah, let's do this all together.
I'm telling you, the Verilog. Okay. Never mind.
Maybe I'm crazy.
Well, by and large, wouldn't you be able to do, some bit of parallax or triangulation to find out how far the signal came away from? I think so.
Wait, what signal are we talking about now?
That one from Mars, apparently.
Signal from a foreign celestial body.
I mean, he's put in the side chat, it's impossible to fake a signal from Mars. Really? It's impossible to fake a signal from Mars.
Just triangulate it.
Yeah, but what signal am I looking at? What frequency am I tapping into? How does it work? Am I looking for it?
Signal. Triangulate it. I mean, the light itself is already a signal. You can triangulate that.
Okay. I mean, it still don't prove it's a planet, though, does it? Really?
What reason do we have to believe it wouldn't be a planet? We know that matter forms into balls when it collects, right? It's just gravity. Like, we can observe this in a lab, so I don't understand. What are you proposing? What is it? What do you believe?
Again, like, you have to appeal to authority to sort of, grasp this whole mythology that they've presented to you of planets. You can't empirically verify.
Don't.
Yeah, you do. Okay.
I empirically verify satellites all the time when I set up very small aperture terminal satellite uplinks in my work.
Have you been to Mars?
What does that have to do? Well, what's your claim? I don't even know what I'm. No, I haven't been to Mars.
Can you go to Mars?
Me? No.
There you go. So why the fuck would
I
you
can look at it. I
anything
can look
that you
at it
can't
through.
verify?
I can look at it through a telescope.
That don't prove anything. All that proves, all looking through a telescope at Mars is going to prove is that it's a light/ball in the sky. It don't prove that it's a, a mass.
You can take measurements.
You can triangulate it with telescopes.
Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff we can do.
Yeah, light's already enough of a signal to carry out triangulation.
But again, like, it's one thing doing that, and then apparently going in a spaceship, and then landing on it, and then finding out there's water on it, and then realizing that it's got a massive I mean, no. You can't verify that for yourself empirically. You have to appeal to an authority to understand that.
What about space? What about satellites in space around the Earth? I mean,
I don't
easy to verify. You can point a satellite television dish up and align it and get television. There you go.
I mean, I don't dispute at a certain altitude there's probably, satellite devices. That's not something that's, not feasible, but again...
Well, they can only be there if the world's like a sphere, right?
Not really. You could still have that on a flat Earth sort of model. At a certain altitude, certain levels.
How would the physics work of that? How would that?
I don't fucking know. I ain't got what I'm saying. I don't. I don't invest time studying.
You know what angular momentum is, right? Like,
I mean,
you
do
realize, like, a bunch of people who were talking flat Earth stuff. They were looking at rocket launches, and they were saying they weren't real because they don't go straight up. Do you realize how fucking stupid that comment is?
Well,
even an inkling. Like, if you've got grade 9 or 10, science and physics and math, you should understand why that's absurd.
Yeah, but I'm not making no claims. Like, I don't associate myself with like a flat Earth society. Like, I don't know.
How do you count for longitudes? How do you? The flat Earth was understood. The Earth was round a very long time ago, like a sphere. Sorry, very long time ago.
Aristotle.
Like this whole sort of,
like using parallax and triangulation, like Nadia's talking about, dude.
Yeah, but it was mass consensus for thousands and thousands of years prior to like modern understanding that the Earth was in fact a flat sort of plane.
Sure, and people believed all kinds of crazy things about stuff because they lacked any understanding of science.
You're looking at it from an evolutionary paradigm where knowledge can only progress to a certain point. Like that's
yeah, what the fuck do you know is crazy?
It is effectively prehistoric.
Well, I know, Rev, that it's crazy to think that people who are mentally ill in hospitals are possessed, because that was the consensus for a long period of time, and because of that, people were treated poorly. They were thrown in there and they never came out again. All because of a religious base. All because of a religious belief, right? That
but there is a lot of truth to possession, like, just because, you're bringing up isolated incidents.
There's a lot of truth to possession, huh? Can you cite some for me?
Are you calling Commando crazy, Ludic?
Of course he is. It's fine, though. It's all good. I mean, have I got sources to back up that possession is a valid thing? Yeah, I got sources. How many did you want?
I guess Ludic is a psychologist. He should be able to commit you, Commando. So there you go, right?
What?
It was the other way around.
Well, no, you just said have I got something to demonstrate that possession is a factual thing? Like I can get you videos, I can get you,
Yeah, it was actually the superstitious beliefs regarding mental health were harmful.
They weren't superstitious, though. They were grounded in certain esoteric understanding.
The Bronx
If that's
in the
the case,
room.
then how
The
come they didn't
Bronx
get
in the
anywhere?
room. The
Are you
Bronx
really-
in the room.
Are you serious, Commando? Are you serious right now?
There's like 1,000 people talking. Like,
No, it's not right now. Like, it's just one.
well,
Well,
it's just
two.
you now, but before. But
Okay, I guess.
How do you account for the fact that at Nautia's the sun's going down and it's dark, and where I'm at it's still light? How do you account for that? Is the sun a flashlight? Does it like shoot like headlights on a car onto the surface?
I mean, it's like I said. Like, I'm not going to sit here and present you like an alternative theory and scientific papers, backing up the claims that I'm throwing out there. I'm just telling you that through a certain understanding, I've come to understand.
Okay.
And through
Okay. So
observation
in
that
other
we're
words,
not
you
on this
have
sphere.
no. So in other words, you have no good reason to hold your belief.
I mean, I don't, but people exist that probably could explain to you certain, alternative sort of models regarding the physics that you're sort of wanting to know. I mean, just because I don't have that
Everyone I've
information,
ever
just because
heard of.
I don't have that
You
information.
could
present.
explain this, Commando, but if your theory is that we're on the Matrix, can we get out of the Matrix? Is that the case?
Well, yeah, you can.
Okay, so why are you not out of the Matrix yet?
Well, we'll see. This is it. You know, I'm not out of the Matrix.
He's already out of
I
it.
got no problem with Matrix type theories and stuff like that, but I do have a problem with claims the Earth is flat.
Wait a minute. So,
Wait, who made that claim? Did anyone even make that claim?
yeah, I've made that claim like 1 billion times on it. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm lost. Jeez. Well, I mean, you were talking, but you were putting in the context of time, right? You're not arguing that like now, right? Or maybe you are. Like, you're saying that that's explainable through science.
Well, the Earth's flat.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, just because I ain't got that knowledge, like, now, it don't mean that it can't be sort of backed up by other people. Like,
Forget about it.
I don't know why you'd want to jump on that grenade.
Are you saying that in that time, by esoteric knowledge, are you talking about different dimensions that were altered, and like when like you say that the Earth was flat, that is just like a state that a certain high spiritual plane was like it was flat?
I mean,
like because you cannot say that this is a reality. You cannot. I don't think you can say like physically like the Earth was flat in that time, because that just doesn't make any sense.
No, you can see ships. You can see ships sink into the horizon.
yeah, but you can explain that through. There's a guy that did a video that sort of explains that. It's to do with the illusion of.
And it's bullshit, and you should learn critical thinking so you're not subject to flawed
I should
beliefs.
learn critical thinking.
Wow.
Oh,
Wow. Well,
you went
Commando,
there?
you kind of.
I should learn critical thinking. Man.
Well, if you've come to the conclusion
That's
that
a good
Commando, we could
then
fuck with these people
clearly
so
you don't.
much.
Clearly,
Commando,
you don't,
we
you
could
know.
really fuck with these people a lot, but I think we shouldn't.
Yeah.
Well,
So is that to say you're
kind of doing
troll?
it anyway.
Is that
No,
to
no,
say you're
I-
full of shit and you're trolling? Is that what
I'm not
you're
trolling. I
admitting?
just think it's.
No, you just admitted you're full of
Okay,
shit
then
and
flip your
trolling.
camera on
the fuck is
so
trolling
that
got
we
to
can
do
see
with-
your facial reaction, because we cannot really gauge like.
No, you just admit he's full of shit.
No, I didn't.
Jason did it for him.
Fuck
Okay,
you,
well, I mean, if,
asshole, idiot.
Okay, now you are kind of.
no, that doesn't mean a trolling. Like what Rev was talking about, it was basically just an acknowledged understanding that me and him sort of grasp a higher, like a higher mechanical reality.
I'm saying that people have to open their fucking mind. That's what I'm
essentially,
saying.
yeah. Like he's not saying I'm trolling. He
misunderstood.
sort of gets where I'm coming from. Like,
Right.
you know. I thought that was quite easy to sort of grasp, but okay. No, but anyway, you said you don't have a problem with matrix theory, but the idea of like,
Well, it can be empirically shown that the world is a sphere, oblate spheroid. It's been demonstrated time and time again. And the thing is, for what you're saying to be true, I mean, you would have to invoke a conspiracy. You would have to propose a conspiracy that would involve all kinds of nations and just.
Yeah, which it does, yeah.
Ridiculous. Well, it's ridiculous.
Well, it's not ridiculous. It's just called you've not looked it up for whatever reason. Like, how many videos exist on YouTube explaining this shit to people on like a basic level? Like,
Yeah, and they're all laughable.
Well, they're only laughable because you don't get it. Like, your brain's wired to laugh at the truth. You're hardwired to reject that which, is beyond your capability.
I don't have to use my belief. We can use we can use math to prove it and observations, and we can use predictions. See, this is the thing.
Can you trust your perception 100%, Ludic?
No, but I'm not sure what that has to do with
Thank you.
Telephone.
No said.
Probably killed the hangout, but well. At least he's fucking quiet now.
I'm more annoyed. I'll step in when I get away from noise.
Trolling. Eh.
Is Nadia like at a 7-Eleven or some low-budget liquor store? Where is she at right now?
Yeah.
Why don't you buy a bunch of airplane tickets and a compass?
Because she does not have those. It's kind of.
No, I'm talking to Commando.
Oh.
I know people who've flown around the world. A friend of mine got back from a trip and he basically flew around the world.
I mean, I've been on a plane. I've been on a plane. I've looked out the window. I don't see a curvature, mate. So.
Yeah, it's depending on the altitude. It can be tough to see. The best way to see it is to get down to ground level and watch a ship sail off into this.
That can be explained.
Horizon.
There's a guy, like I said, there's people out there that have demonstrated what that is. So it's basically to do with an illusion.
No, they haven't.
They've
come up with ridiculous explanations. There's no scientific basis for their claims, and when their claims are put to the test, they fail empirically every time. So
I got a question.
John from the fucking Bronx, he's here.
I got a question for Commando. You've flown. How many times have you flown?
About twice.
When was the last time?
Does it matter?
You don't want to answer the question, yes or no?
I don't know. Fucking about.
You don't know?
About a year ago, something like that. Way.
A year ago?
Right.
Are you sure? You're not sure?
I'm pretty sure.
You're pretty sure, but you won't say sure.
Where are you going with this? Like, why does it matter?
Why does it matter where I'm going? Why can't you just answer the question?
We'll just get to the point.
Why don't you just answer the question? If I should just get to the point, maybe you should just answer the question.
I just answered your question about a year or something.
No, you didn't, because I said, are you sure or not? And you keep on saying, well...
Just get on with it, John. Just go on.
Shut the fuck up. Stay out of it.
No, I'm not.
Who the fuck are you to be butting in, dickhead? Who the fuck are you,
What
man?
altitude were you at? Here's something you can do. You can get a clinometer. Measure the horizon, and then you'll realize that it's up in the air, that it doesn't meet the horizon. Like, just, have you heard of a clinometer? Next time you're in a plane, bring a clinometer.
So anyway, if I can ask the question again without pussies having to fucking butt in.
Hey, fuck you, Nacho.
Yeah, fuck you too, dumbass. Who the fuck told you had a right to fucking butt in like that? Nobody.
Fuck you and your made-up little system of rules. Fuck you. I butted in. What are you gonna do about it, John?
What rules? No, you know what it's called? You know what it's called, scumbag? You know what it's called? You know what it's called? You know what it's called, scumbag? It's called fucking minding your own business. You ever heard of that?
You want some motherfucking drama?
You don't like it when people fucking butt in on your shit, though, right? Well, you can do it to other people, though. It's okay when you want to do it.
Shit. Go ahead and move along with your
It's okay when you want to do it, right, fucking Einstein? So shut the fuck up already.
Go ahead with your pointless example.
What the hell?
You shit, because you're a fucking meathead.
Yeah,
Go
you
ahead.
got nothing to say, so shut the fuck up. All you want to do now is keep running your hole. But you got nothing to say here.
I interrupted you and you didn't do nothing,
Just
big man.
shut up, Dick. Nobody you're not funny, you're not nothing. Just shut up, please. Okay, if I say please, will you shut up?
Go ahead, big man. You
Just
didn't do
shut up.
nothing.
You're not shutting up. Shut up, shutting up. Shut up, shutting up.
You make demands and nothing happens, so go ahead and ask the question.
I'm not making demands. Okay, I'm making a request. Okay, I'm making a request.
Okay, John, I'm going to have to stop. Please, calm down.
He's fucking. Listen. Slim's fucking with the Bronx here, bro. You know.
Yeah, this
I know. I'll go ahead. I'll step back. I'll step back.
Oh, he's doing us. Oh, he's doing us a favor. He'll step back. What a big guy. The guy who should never have been involved in it in the first place should let me ask the guy a question, and that's all there is to it.
All you got to do is make sense, and I'll.
All you got to do is stop interrupting now. But you want to keep interrupting because you think it's going to make you look good now if you don't give up on doing this. Like you keep coming back, and I think it'll make you look good, but it's not making you look good. Okay. All right. So now is Commando still there? Oh no, see, he's got more. Okay, great. Go ahead, man. You know what? If you need to do that, go ahead.
Commando, do you wish to entertain John's very detailed and constructed question?
I don't even know where the fuck this is going anymore.
Oh yeah, Commando, is he right that he knows what my questioning is before I've even really started to ask questions? What do you think about that?
He asked like 3 questions and he answered them, and then you started
he did? He did?
He
did. Okay, tell me what the answers were. What were the answers? I forgot. What were they? What were they?
What were they?
Well, what's the answer? Well, no, see, do you even know? See, he don't know. He don't know. See, he's so in on this.
Am I taking a transcript?
He's been really following it. When I said, what did he ask? He drew a blank.
You asked him about when's the last time he flew a plane. He said,
oh, now you know, but a minute ago.
No, I do know. Shut the fuck up, bro.
Okay, so go ahead. Tell me. No, I don't want to shut up. I want you to tell me. So what did he say?
70 IQ. You keep doubling down on your stupidity. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, that's great, man. That sounds good. But now tell me, what did he say?
I'm done with you. Hey, Commando, jump on this. You asked him.
Oh yeah, see this guy's so good, man. This guy's so clever. See, that's like the second time. The second time I asked him, and he drew a blank. It's fucking crickets when I asked.
Bronx.
That's the second time. Can we go for a third time?
You can't talk to me like you talk to your bitch, Bronx. Sorry, Commando, go ahead and entertain this meathead.
Yeah. Commando, I got a good question. Do you need this dick's help? Do you need him? Could you answer that question?
I love it.
I'd love to hear that one. That's the only question I want to ask. Do you need that dick's help? Do you need this guy like being some kind of bitch that wants to help you like he fucking...
You get that shit pro bono.
Okay, everyone, chill the fuck out. Chill the fuck out. Like, just chill out. 2-minute break.
I love how Rev starts a fire that he's gone. We need to get an arson.
Yeah, Rev, you kind of stirred the pot this time, not me.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Else, so yeah.
I'm messing with you, Rev.
Yeah. You just don't like John is a very tough dude, so he will if you fuck with him, he will chew your ass out.
Go ahead, John. I'm
from the Bronx.
I apologize.
So it's best to just let go. This is coming from brother, from another mother. Just let go, Slim. Just let go.
I apologize. I was wrong. I apologize for the whole conversation.
All right. Is Commando still there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I asked you when's the last time you flew, and you're not sure when that was. Is that right? You're not
I told you when it was. I can't remember exactly. I just said about 1.5 years ago. You
told me when it was? So you told me what it was, and it was about 1.5 years ago. That's not self-contradictory statement. I told you when it was, and you said what? You know exactly. You don't know. So you're making it very unclear instead of just answering the question simply that it was.
Mate, I'm not trying to deceive anyone. It's almost 3 o'clock in the morning, and my mind isn't fully functional. You just asked a question, I answered it. Just get.
No, well, yeah, I know, but you answered it in a way that you're trying to be unclear. You're saying. First you said, maybe you said it exactly, and you said, well, it's about 1.5 years. I'm not sure. I mean, yeah, that's the way people answer questions when they're trying to they're being careful about. You think I'm going to try and trap you, right? That's how people answer questions that way. That's why right at the beginning you have to start saying right away, where are you going with this? Why are you asking me? When, hey man, if you're so confident about your flat Earth beliefs, just go ahead and answer the question simply. But instead, it's all this kind of like being real careful and hedging and saying, well, why are you even asking me? Where are you going with this? Yeah, is that what honest people tend to do? Or when they're being honest about what they're being asked, that's the kind of things they say, right?
John, he just said that it was about.
Oh, see, now here's another guy that feels he needs to get involved here. Is Commando your son or something, or what is he? He doesn't need your help. He doesn't need your help, man.
It is a group discussion, man.
Oh, now the guy who said he's going to stay out and apologize.
If you're going to complain about a group discussion, maybe you should have a
but this isn't a group discussion, right?
Go talk to yourself, Sean. If you don't want to hear other people, go talk to yourself.
A group discussion doesn't mean everybody piles in at the same time, idiot. That's a group discussion.
I'm just saying, I don't think it was disingenuous for him to say.
Well, but you don't know, so that's ridiculous. What are you, a mind reader too? You don't know what he's trying to do. And I'm not saying I know either, but I am saying that's kind of suspicious when people answer that way, isn't it? But you want to come on.
You want a day of the week or something?
I'm sorry, what? Oh, did I say that? Well, what? See, maybe if you actually let me ask some questions.
Whoa, Shane, you don't want to fuck with this guy.
No, see, he's saying he has to come in and go, well, what do you want to know, the day? Well, if you just stayed the fuck out of it, you probably would have already found out all that by now. But see, you're so smart that the answer is to stick your fucking nose in.
Oh, we're 15 minutes into this discussion. We gone nowhere.
Wait a minute, listen.
Okay, all right. John is obviously. This is
everyone. Let's please de-escalate. Yeah.
You know what,
John? I fucking love your style, man.
I just got back, and already people are screaming.
Yeah, apparently Joe Pesci just walked in the room.
Oh, that's good.
Hey,
John, that's good. You're a fucking comedy genius, man. Is that your fucking A-list material or what? That's fucking good.
Yeah, let's please try to de-escalate a little bit here. And
John is a nice.
Way too many alphas in here right now.
John is not Joe Pesci. Come on.
Yeah, let's try to.
No. See, I can't be Joe Pesci. I pray to Joe Pesci.
Why the ancient?
There's no way I can think I'm Joe Pesci when I fucking pray to Joe Pesci.
There we go. Absolutely. No, I think. Seriously, Aristotle.
Like, seriously, what was this even about?
I'll tell you what it was about. Like, he asked me how long ago I went in the plane, and I told him, and he didn't like the answer, so we just kicked off, and then there was a giant.
Oh, did he just say a month ago? Did he say it was a month ago? Yes or no?
I didn't.
Did anybody get that? Did he just say he flew? He told me he flew a month ago. Did he just say that?
No.
What?
All right.
What, like?
Hey, John, since you're not going to get an exact answer, can you kind of just skip this segment of it just so we can get to the punchline, brother?
No, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to drop it, man, because I don't think, like, no matter what I do, it's just going to be more of this kind of shit. So, yeah, you guys win, man. No, you guys won. You guys won.
Dude, John, I'm on your side, dude. John, I'm not.
Okay, I don't care who is and isn't. Whoever wanted to win, you guys won. Congratulations. Beautiful job.
I don't know how the hell you navigate on a flat Earth. How the hell the longitude works and.
Yeah.
Why did you say longitude? It's a longitude. Fucking Canadians.
I don't know. I think you could work out the navigation part.
Like, really, this is.
Even, and I don't even want to argue for the flat Earth thing. That's when this whole conversation got strange, really strange.
Yeah, I would note that Aristotle had various observations that he took to motivate the idea of a spherical Earth. Here are at least 3 of them. And, well, there we go. Looks like Dikilo and meteorology, which I don't know if they're extant copies and such.
I don't know why is the conversation like still on flat Earth? Like,
well, it wouldn't have been if like it didn't fucking blow up for no reason. Like,
well, I mean, I thought it was a done deal. You know, like, it's.
Yeah, dishonesty and evasive answers. That's never.
It's as simple as not letting. It's as simple as not letting.
It wasn't an evasive answer, though, was it? Like,
I'm sorry, what?
It wasn't an evasive answer. Like, I just told you.
Yeah, when you have to say things like, "Why are you asking me?" and "Where are you going with this?" Yeah, that's not evasive, right? That's never considered evasive. You're right.
I mean, the only reason I asked that was to just sort of get to the point. Like, there really is no agenda behind.
Yeah, and that's the kind of. But that's all. Okay, that's also what people say when they're being evasive. So, but we should just assume you had good intentions, and at the very least, it's just like kind of rude. Like you could just answer the question, but you have to say, well, why are you asking? Where are you going with this? It's at the very least, it's a rude thing to do.
Yeah, but after telling you the answer, though.
No, but you didn't. You never gave a direct answer. You gave a kind of careful, hedging answer. Well, about a year. And before you answered, there was a pause. You were thinking. You were being very careful. But when people are telling the truth, especially about something, when's the last time you did something like, flying in a plane, they get it. They have the answer.
Wait. Why?
Right, you do know, like,
John, I understand
this other thing. There's this other thing, John. It's called being fucking tired and being like 3 in the morning.
Well, you know what my advice in that case is? Then go to bed, bro. Then if that's your excuse, man, then go hit the fucking rack and come back when you got your shit together.
Okay.
Like, why? Like, John, I understand your point, right? So I'm just trying to play devil's advocate here with your brother. You say like. Obviously, I agree with you that is a very evasive ansur. But why is
there was no aversion of
no?
I don't think it was evasive.
No. I am completely on with John that it
get to fuck. You weren't even here when we were talking about it. Can someone back me up here? Like, when have I been evasive?
Yeah, no,
he asked for an answer. I gave him an answer.
No, I'm saying that's an evasive answer. I didn't say you were being evasive. I said it sounds evasive when you ask.
You weren't even
why
here when
they're
we were
asking
talking about it, though. You were even here when we were talking about it.
Yes, I was. Yes, I was, sir.
Yes, I was. So.
Yeah, but I think he's saying he didn't need to be here. He's saying that kind of answer, that very often at least, that tends to be the kind of
even if I wasn't, I know how to. Please, Commando, please don't. Please, I'm trying to talk to John here. John, to play devil's advocate with you, why does it matter when he did it?
It doesn't necessarily matter, but the
exactly.
reason why...
And that was the whole point of me fucking saying get to the point, and then you fucking...
Don't butt in with that crap. I just want to know to what end does it matter? Exactly.
You know why I'm not
like
going
how he answers.
There's a good reason I'm not going to tell you, because I don't want him to learn to understand a way of questioning that can
This is a joke.
See, now this guy's a fucking punk. For him to cut in like that to laugh,
now
that right there,
you're being evasive,
that
John.
right there should not be tolerated.
Evasive, John.
That specific thing. And see now,
John, you are being pretty evasive, dude.
Who's being evasive? Who's being evasive? Me? About what?
Yeah, John, you're being
about
pretty
what?
evasive
About what?
right now.
About what? What am I being evasive about?
This guy's a fucking troll, man. Like,
who's a troll? I'm a troll?
Yeah, you are.
Oh, yeah, see?
Okay.
That's what they got to resort to, man. See,
that was definitely a stage 3 evasive
I hope
troll
you guys really now, this guy should lose all credibility to try and call somebody a troll. Like, that's their big fucking cop-out. Try to get everybody to consider somebody a troll.
Listen, you're just
it is very easy to label someone in here as a troll. It's very easy to do.
You are pulling some pretty advanced.
Actually,
there's definitely an official
consensus that John is a troll. It's not an accusation.
All I was trying to do is ask the guy one simple question, and then this other guy, Sean's asking me. This guy, Sean, is trying to ask me why did I go about it this way, and again, all these guys don't want to let me answer him. Like we got 3 guys trying to cut in when I'm trying to answer this other guy's question, and so his question was, why did I want to ask him those kind of questions? I'll tell you this, there actually is a good reason to do that, and it doesn't have to go directly to what the ultimate question is, the question that I'm getting to. See, the preliminary questions don't necessarily have to be directly connected to what the key question is. So if you guys don't understand what I mean, well, but see, there's a good reason for me to not explain it either.
No, I understand. I don't think you're a troll. I'm trying to defend
bro
you, John.
science.
Like, I think Slim is being unreasonable at this point. I'm trying to defend you, John.
Well, if you're not explaining it, that's pretty evasive maneuver.
No, it's not evasive at all. Evasive would be you don't want to give any reason, and I'm saying that there's a good reason for me to not answer. Now, if he said that, then I might have to respect that. He said, well, I could answer.
Well, this is just bullshit. Just get the fucking point.
See, he didn't give those kind of answers. But then again, here's the thing. He's trying to get us to take this flat Earth shit seriously. So if you're trying to get somebody to take something seriously like that, then you
there's
can't.
no, like, I can promise you, there's no agenda. Like, I just joined the hangout to talk about whatever the fuck. Just like, at this point, it's bullshit. Just forget everything that you just fucking, caused for the past 15 minutes and just get to the point. Like, this is boring now.
No, this is the point. It doesn't matter if you're bored or not. This is the point that you is obviously it means a lot to you. That's the thing, like you're usually talking about in here. So, but then when people maybe really press you on it, then it's like, oh, they're a troll. You're bored. You're sleepy. You're tired.
Oh, fuck's sake. See.
Yeah. Oh no. You play the victim card to the fucking hilt, man. I know.
Why are you treating this like there's some sort of war going on? Like.
No, it's not.
You asked the question.
No, see, but that's just wrong, man. I don't think there's a war going on. But I think you know what you're doing. You know why it matters? Because you're the type of person who tries to get people to believe in bullshit. And to me, that's a very annoying thing. That makes me angry. Because a lot of times when people do that, they actually end up scamming them out of money. I'm not saying you're going to do that with flat earth belief, but you're doing that same kind of thing. But you want to be respected, though.
Very good example. A very good example is Jehovah's Witnesses.
That's
Scientology too. Scientology.
You can't figure out why that would get people angry, like scamming people,
right,
even if it's just...
What point? I mean, you find me the point in which, I can't even fucking talk. Like, fuck's sake, man. I ain't even done anything wrong and I'm getting attacked. Like, the fuck?
No, you're doing something wrong, in my opinion. You're trying to get people.
You deserve to be attacked for the whole flat Earth thing, but make no mistake, John's being a dick. So I mean, it is what it is.
That's what I'm saying.
Fuck you, you bitch. You just can't stay the fuck off.
What are you gonna do, John? John,
you fucking bitch.
You're not gonna do anything, John. So you shut up. You're not gonna do anything.
You're a fucking ego tard that thinks you're always the fucking authority if you're around, right? You never mind your own fucking business.
You're talking about yourself, man.
Yeah, no, I'm not.
You're not gonna do anything if I butt in. You're not gonna do anything.
You know why all these?
So suck it up, big man, Bronx. Suck it up.
I ain't putting up with that shit anymore. I ain't putting up with
Hey,
I think Jim should have been shot with a troll evasive.
You don't kick people though.
Was it kicked?
Commando, did you kick him?
Yeah, I did because he was pissing me off.
All right.
Dude, come on.
That's the point. Is you don't kick people if they piss you off.
Yeah, unbroadcast them at the maximum.
That's the best time to kick somebody is when
Seamus, you are wrong, and you.
But I do it. I've done it. We've all done it. Just calm down.
That's not a good argument.
So
he asked me a question.
Seamus showed a lot of patience, dude. I mean, that wasn't going anywhere, and it was stupid.
Exactly, yeah.
You know what,
I'm not sure how it devolved to that point, to be honest.
I usually agree with you, Slim, but at this point you need to shut the fuck up.
I guess because I dropped the F-bomb on you after you called someone a nigger and stuff, so you need to shut up.
Fuck you.
You know you love me. You know you want to do me.
You really are, big.
God, you're such a fucking cunt.
What the hell's going on here?
Hey, if I'm playing
Coke is exciting.
man, I'm coming to you.
But this is just
Slim. You know what? Fine.
just remember, Slim.
Maybe I do love you passionately.
You guys have a love-hate relationship. That's what it is.
Yeah, we.
There is no reason to kick people like that. If
there is. When the description isn't going
anywhere. Specifically breaking a rule.
All he was doing was kicking off with people for no fucking reason. Like, I think that was perfectly justified. Sorry, but I mean, ever since he asked that sort of bait question, the discussion just sort of devolved into him sort of screaming at people and then making out that I'm trying to fucking deceive people.
Well, there's no rule against There's no rule against asking questions.
Well, there's no rule against not kicking disruptive people, so.
All right.
No, I mean, listen. I mean, the guy. All he had to do was get to the point. I mean, it wasn't even out of line. We were trying to appeal to better judgment. If there's no better judgment to appeal to, then and we entertained him for a long time. So I mean, come on. Is this going to be the troll show just because they know how to play the troll rules that they get to hang out indefinitely? No, fuck that.
Damn it! And it's turning into a waste of popcorn. Yeah.
Ah, this is just boring. Let's move on. Something else. You bore me, Slim. Let's move on to a more inciting conversation other than drama.
What were you doing in the background? Were you exercising with your shirt off? Chris, what are you doing back there?
I was hanging on the mic. No, while I was pretending my tablet pen was a mic and just saying, "Going to war!" Yeah.
Yeah, bro. If you're gonna parade around hangouts with the
He's
shirt
got
off,
Asperger's.
you hit the weights, man. You need
He's
to
got
get
Asperger's.
get diet and some stuff.
I don't think I have Asperger's.
Yeah, you got Asperger's, dude.
Do I?
You got like stage 7 autism.
Oh, okay.
Hey, get your ass in the gym, Chris. Start pumping
I wasn't
iron.
aware.
If you're hanging out in these hangouts with your shirt
Pump
off,
that iron.
do yourself
Pump
some
that iron.
dignity and work out.
Fucking droopy-eyed armless children, dude.
Well, I'm kind of having a difficulty of like trying to have my body be fit but not too bulky. So yeah.
Oh, dude, get the fuck out of here!
Yeah.
Chris, that's one of your best lines right there. Yeah, I don't want to get too bulked up, so I don't know what kind of workout I should do. I just might as well not work out because I don't want to get like.
No, I do work out. I just don't focus on lifting weights mostly. Oh.
Yeah, I have. I don't know. I guess doing more in the way of cardio is the way to go for me. But still.
What kind of popcorn is that, Nadia?
Microwave popcorn?
How much salt does it have in it?
I have no idea. Why?
Just asking.
Has anyone else noticed that Christianity is immoral?
Well, I wouldn't say immoral, maybe misguided, but if we're talking about the actions of the deity in question, then yeah, I would say that.
They keep suppressing the truth in their unrighteousness.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the subjective arena, absolutely, you can conclude that for sure.
But God's morals are not subjective; they're objective.
Right. Oh, Chris, there is room for you, brother, in heaven. I may see you just yet. When you actually acknowledge his existence, man, that's powerful, dude.
Wait, what? What the fuck?
Well, they keep wanting to, what is it? Carve a hole in the definition of objectivity to, give their God a free pass. But, when it comes down to it, it's just God's opinion.
I'm okay with that, personally.
Well, subjective.
This hangout is beautiful.
If he's truly omnipotent, his opinion matters, and yours, well, I don't know, not so much.
Yeah, might makes right. Yeah, there you go.
Slim, your opinion has never mattered, you fucking cheeky cunt.
You're looking so much more sexy. You just keep talking dirty to me because you may convert me over to the gay side.
You're, oh God.
Keep it up. I might do an age sex location on you.
Severe case of penis envy.
Well, I mean, yeah.
You know, Jason's been looking for a top
personally.
Nadia, I've got men in my life. I don't need this fucking joke.
I wish I had men in my life.
But I might need you. What about me? What about my feelings?
I'm a MGTOW. My relationships are to advance my own personal goals.
Sounds like a business relationship. Those never work out, like in terms of like if
No,
you're actually fucking the person. That
you
never
would have
works.
you would have to benefit in some way, and that's not acceptable.
Hmm.
Yeah, I went by that MGTOW website and just kind of see what it's about. It kind of creeped me out a little bit, and I'm not attached to any woman right now. I'm kind of doing my own thing, but I don't know. It just creeped me out for some reason.
Hmm. So Slim, do you think it might help if I like slim down a bit, got bigger boobs?
It definitely wouldn't hurt as long as your mental fortitude remains sound. And I know you're already pretty sharp and whatever, but then there's going to be some social elements that you may not be comfortable with, and you got to be wary of that.
Yeah,
Like
you
what?
just get your vagina right, and then get some plastic surgery, get some bigger boobs, and just start posting pictures of yourself everywhere. You'll be popular.
Oh, do it like Jacqueline Glenn.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Just do a porno. It'll be great.
Oh, that'd be fantastic. Yeah.
Yeah, if you do a porno and you'll
Wow.
make a lot more money than you're making right now.
Have you considered that, Nadia?
Yeah.
A video, a flick? You have.
Yeah. Trouble is, of course, I'm not remotely passable. I kind of like don't meet the whole beauty standard, etc.
And plus, you don't have a fuckable pussy yet.
Well, you can compensate, and also
At least passable for one on camera.
Actually,
also,
if I were passable, it would probably be somewhat of a premium or whatever. Fine.
No, she can get
Kinda,
into
yeah.
some fetish stuff, so we don't even necessarily have to know what's going on there. I mean, there's a lot of facets to porn. Don't ask me how a Christian man knows that.
I'm not into facets. I'm into faucets.
you say tomato, I say tomato. Or is it you say tomato, I say tomato? I don't know.
Well, the main thing is, Christianity has a understanding of human nature and such. It runs contrary to actuality. Ideas like what is it that people know the right thing and do the wrong thing anyway, and all that.
To me.
And of course, it advocates retribution.
I don't know. I know why people do the wrong thing. I mean, the fall, there's sin in the world.
Hey, Slim Jim, if it was up to me, cock would be...
Sin doesn't exist.
No, okay. Very cool.
Sin is an arbitrary concept.
Well, it depends what they mean by sin.
Meaningless.
Like, it's just another sentiment.
You should only have personal accountability to the people you've wronged, not at some deity.
The will of God. Defiance of the will of God, deviation from the purpose of God, and of course transgression of the law of God, right?
Yeah, Nadia, it's an irrelevant concept. You should only need to be forgiven by the people you transgress. Not you don't owe anything to some deity, even if he existed.
Yeah, that I kind of disagree with this whole like.
You should apologize to the people you wrong. Not you shouldn't expect you shouldn't be passive aggressive and just expect forgiveness. Which is like pretty much all the Christians in my life. It's not about apologizing to the person they've wronged, it's about making it right with Christ, which is passive aggressive, and it is a very sinister concept when you start getting to the population mechanics of it.
Population mechanics? What are you talking about?
It's a very good way to control people.
Ah, you're making up stories now.
God.
Are we talking about like the 21st century, or are we talking about the old like Catholic Church? I'm confused.
We're talking about ignorant people being controlled by a religious cult message.
In modern times, right?
Yep.
Okay. Can you
In
just?
the giant,
I'm not saying you're wrong, but I just want to have a
churches in
context.
Texas.
What? Yeah. Well,
giant mega churches in Texas.
Yeah. I don't really go to mega churches, quote unquote. I've always been suspect of a mega church that's being backed by
Slim, are you an atheist? Slim, are you an atheist?
It's almost like a business, like just down the street from Nadia's there's two little ministries
Slim,
that have
what's your
look like businesses almost.
What's your religious preference?
I guess religion is really a business in the States, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Hey, Slim, answer my question.
Well, if I have to put a label on myself, I generally don't adhere to labels, but I'll play along. I've been raised in a Christian household. I went to a Christian middle school, even, and yeah, I hope that answers your question.
God is fake.
Okay, I think I've heard that before in these hangouts.
Money is fake.
God is fake, and you don't need repentance. You don't need to repent.
All right.
I hear you.
You owe yourself only to yourself.
I have 2 clips that I went to. That's playing beside.
Manifest destiny, bitch.
I just need to find. Oh, here they are.
I mean, you're gonna have to forgive me if I don't necessarily take spiritual advice from people I meet in Google Hangouts. I mean, it's not personal.
Well, you're kind of acting like you're high and mighty when you say that, honestly. But that's my opinion.
You talking to me?
Yeah.
This guy's the one making declarations.
I don't have to appeal to a dirty people. Well, not dirty.
He says God's fake and he doesn't offer any evidence, and I'm like, okay, I'm not even.
Okay, so why is it to the people who have a different standard of evidence? He is not like.
He hasn't provided any evidence. He said God's fake.
And why couldn't he, like, when they are having
Slim, you are the worst troll ever.
Well, I would briefly point out there are relatively good reasons to believe there are no such things as gods. I would point you to infidels.org. Have a laundry list of arguments for atheism. Could review, for instance, logical arguments here, and so you go.
Hey, X-Men, I thought you didn't advocate like just calling people trolls, because that's the easiest thing to do. Is just call someone a troll, and here you are doing it.
I will admit that that term is used loosely around this room, but it's only because like some people have fucked up sense of humor.
Oh, not only this room. The word troll has been completely just abused and
oh my
molested
God,
like some
Slim,
street
you
hooker.
said John was a troll earlier. You're a filthy cocksucker.
No, he wasn't. No, it wasn't me. It was a consensus of the room.
You smoke the skin flute. You smoke the skin flute.
Consensus, sir. There was a consensus in the room.
Smoke the skin flute on a daily
Why don't
basis.
you go and look at the footage, X-Man?
Why don't you go smoke the skin flute like you're used to?
I mean, listen, you're the one I'm gonna come to with the wanting to experience the skin flute. I'm coming to your house. I don't care if you're involved already. I don't care if you got a man. I'll fuck him up, and I will take you. You will be mine if I decide to do that.
Whoa.
That's right. I'm serious. If I decide I'm gonna smoke skin flute, I'm coming to your doorstep. And if there's some motherfucker there, I will fuck him up.
You don't know where I live.
Oh my goodness, sir! Your address is not a secret, sir. I will.
What's my address? What's my address? Dox me right now. What's my address?
No. I didn't say I had it right now. I said your address.
I'm giving you permission. I'm giving you permission to shoot out all my docs.
And even if it is, where you go, where you work, your acquaintances are not secrets, buddy boy. You can be found.
Well, he just called me a fag. So what are you gonna do about that?
Okay.
If he wants to smoke your skin flute, then I'm gonna fuck him up. If I decide to go that route.
Well, skin flute.
Make him smoke this fuckboy.
The one I remember trolling alt.atheism back in the day. It was the Archimedes plutonium. Actually, Ludwig plutonium is what I remember him appearing on the group as. And anyway, I think he dropped off like around, I don't know, maybe 95 or so. Yeah, these guys were, I think, what people would have called trolls back in the day.
That's what I'm saying. Each one of us has a little bit of troll in us. You have a piece of troll in you, and you use it. You use it and troll for science.
Anyone remember, was it the story of Thor and the Troll? Oh.
Thor and the Troll? Or did Thor kill a troll? Bart, did you kill a troll when you were, like, in your previous lifetime as Thor?
Yeah, his name was Seamus.
Oh, okay.
It's quite different. I'm not saying he's Seamus. It's that I'm saying it's just the fact that his name was Seamus.
Okay.
Not Seamus. Seamus.
Okay.
Okay.
Big difference.
Yeah, there was a story. I don't know, but what from the Eddas or what? About a battle between Thor and a troll that would regenerate its limbs. Apparently, Thor was, well, attacking it with a sword or something. So anyway, the trick was every time he cut off the troll's arms and legs, it would just grow them back, like really, really quick. So when it came down to it, Thor had to apparently, cauterize the wounds somehow. I don't know if it was some kind of
Wait, Naughty.
burning pitch or who knows what. Go ahead.
Naughty. Doesn't this sound familiar? Doesn't it? Like,
doesn't it what?
Cauterizing wounds to destroy the beast? It sounds like Hercules, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You know when Hercules, like, cuts...
The Lernaean
Hydra.
Hydra.
Like, hey, Chris. It sounds like you sucking on my nuts.
Oh, okay. Now that you're interested, okay. Fine. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm glad I managed to get rid of those. So.
Yeah, I'll chop your nuts off, Jason.
Yeah, but how about you don't?
Huh?
How about you don't?
Oh, do you want me to just imbibe in your fluids?
Wasn't there like a Christian saint or something? Was it Origin?
How's Origin related to the balls conversation?
Well, Origin apparently castrated himself. So. And of course, Matthew chapter 19, verse 12, right? What do you think? Is Christ endorsing me? Hooray for castration. Alright, but anyway. Yeah, Christianity is still immoral. As, what is it, Jason mentioned? Vicarious redemption is a terrible thing. And of course, grace and faith are no substitute for, well, works and deeds and all that. If not by works and deeds, well, what good have you done after all? Okay. Even beyond the whole trouble with the pronouncements of an authority being, well, insufficient to convey whatever it is, or the opinions of, supernatural being any more objective than anything else, you do have trouble of ineffective means of conveyance to these things. I mean, Christ wasn't teaching moral philosophy. Where did Jesus or Moses or whoever it is expound upon, what is fairness, what is deserving, what is culpability, and so on? What is the good? Doesn't really help you to say it because the good comes from God or the good is God. Some actual descriptions needed there. Purpose of God, will of God. Well, okay, well, somehow you need to read the mind of God, right?
Well, I find it fascinating that people who like claim to know the will of God, well, let me rephrase this, like they act like they are basing this from a book, most of their knowledge, and some sort of like spiritual experience that bypasses all reason, logical comprehension. They say that like they are not God, but they also say that they know some of the ways of God. They like, it's kind of like the fire and brimstone preachers who say, "Oh, you're going to hell." Like, it's like they assume automatically that that individual that they say are going to hell is going to hell, almost as if they are in the place of God, and they are like, damn this person by sending this message to God to send them to whatever eternal torment, like hell, essentially. And it's just very disturbing and kind of arrogant and conceited. Like, they project their own, like, they act like it's God, but they also act like they are God too at the same time. That's why they get offended when you question their beliefs. The diehard ones, at least. More moderate ones, like, can entertain like ideas that are outside of their own constructed opinion, basically. So
I mean, their premises of their sort of soteriology, end up rendering their claims to morality vacuous. I mean, except they are operating under this punishment and reward system in the afterlife. Well, they're just there's a being moral under duress, and to the extent they're delegating it all to the will and purpose of God, they're behaving as puppets to marionettes to this thing, and merely following orders, completely evacuating all but responsibility they might have had for the good. Their praiseworthiness for what good they do. Is completely no longer actually theirs. And of course, what evil they do? They didn't stand up when they were merely following orders. And on these grounds, Christianity is fundamentally immoral. What do you think?
Did anyone see the lunar eclipse?
Yes.
It was pretty awesome around here, eh?
What's my audio sucking too badly to be understood?
No, we could hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like Louis, did you fix that problem with Naya's audio? Because like she still has like we can hear it, but it's still
Yeah. It's just Bluetooth, I think, man. It's just Bluetooth. I ordered her a she's got a pair of headphones sitting there. And hey, Nadia, why don't you try? Are your roommates home? If they're not home, why don't you use the built-in speaker and throw on those headphones I got you? And give that a try. You said you had bad hearing, eh, from clubbing and stuff. And concerts.
No, not from clubbing.
Concerts.
Factory work.
Oh,
Factory
fuck.
work.
Oh shit. Well, I like these headphones. I'm wearing the same ones now. They got great sound. They're not Sennheisers, but they're pretty damn good. They're open ear too, so you can hear what's going on around you.
I thought I just did a pretty good job of laying out why Christianity is immoral. Darn it. Nobody had any strong objections.
Well, it was so succinct, none of us could muster a retort.
I mostly agree with you, but that's based on my own bias. Because the information, well, not knowledge, but the information that I have currently, I'm just going off some biased secularist opinion, basically. There is legitimately truth to that to a certain extent. I'll agree with, but I was kind of being facetious just now.
Well, there should be a default skepticism, and I try and hold to it, and I try not to believe anything unless I have good reason.
Today, I kind of question some of my own beliefs in a way, and trying to rethink my position, and I don't know if I would be leaning towards the position you hold currently, Ludwig, like a pragmatic agnostic. So if I were to and I will do this eventually, study a little bit more on the logical arguments, I could perhaps come to a better understanding. So upon hearing Pseudo's when he was in here about being the middle ground, it was very interesting. Not sure. So many different positions. I see that the idea of most of the guys in human history, that people have believed in, it's just doesn't make any sense. You could say it's consistent within the religion's context, but even then, it doesn't align with reality. It doesn't align with the facts that have been proven by scientists. An argument is made, they make the argument that, oh well, this is just man's logic, and in certain interpretations of these beliefs, man's logic for science and everything is God's logic, essentially, in God's knowledge. Why are you?
I'd recommend checking out infidel.org. There are good reasons to believe there are no such things as gods.
Yeah. Honestly, I just hold on the idea that that there might be some sort of form of God, because like scientifically it cannot be proven or disproven that there is a God or not. It's just like based on assumption from all the evidence that we have. They're pretty much like is not a God or any God. At least not this current time. Like I think about what Luke said, and maybe God died or something like that, and what maybe I don't know.
Well, of course you don't do it with science, you do it with philosophy. Of course, science draws on philosophy anytime it refers to some kind of empirical evidence, right?
Yeah.
Or sorry, philosophy draws upon science, rather.
Yeah, I gotta watch your terminology when you talk about that. I gotta get that mixed up myself.
No, science draws on philosophy to, get its methodology, and philosophy draws upon science to analyze the evidence being considered. Right?
Admittedly, like the scientific method and everything is somewhat like based from philosophy to some extent.
Oh, for sure.
Oh,
but
yeah.
the best thing about it is it's bared fruit. I mean, look at us now using all this technology.
Well, I'm not sure exactly how much that really says. I think evidential argumentation, has various kinds of considerations with respect to reasoning that are, pretty serious. One of the issues with the naturalism, right, the methodological, so to speak, is that the kind of consideration you get from, supernatural as potential cause is, well, basically, it could plug it anywhere, right? But there's nothing to investigate, right? I mean, so for example,
What do you propose plugging it into?
well, methodological naturalism says, basically always seek out a natural cause, right? And why, right? Because, well, supernatural could come at any time. It's unprincipled, so it could plug in anywhere. It could serve as a cause to which anything can be attributed. Right?
Oh my god, I'm so tired.
It's almost a get out of jail free card.
I'm so fucking tired.
Well, it's also kind of, if you let it in the door, it stops you from moving basically an inch, right? It's like, oh, well, the cause to attribute to that is the supernatural. Okay. Don't bother getting up out of your armchair or even pondering too long in your armchair. You're done, right? Well,
That happens all too often here.
well, okay. To the extent you have that kind of affair, you have 638. Well, it's about 4 hours late, but still. Now, so you said you have like the potential for sort of ordinary cause to something, to which something can be attributed, right? Explanation being attribution of a cause. Well, you still have to go hunting for it, even after you might posit some kind of supernatural. And you end up having to kind of behave as if supernatural isn't really there. And if you're behaving as if it's not there, you're not really believing it's there, are you? That's the trick, isn't it?
I wish one of the theists would address your points. Seamus, you willing to step up and...
Yeah.
No, I've been specifically not taking any of Nadia's bait for the past hour. I just want her to monologue about what she thinks about Christianity, because I'm never going to get through to persuade her. But I think it's good for her to just get it out.
Yeah. No, that's a terrible thing. It's been a perfect detriment to society, and of course the LGBT people with it, which it's deemed sitters and horrors and, well, the most disgusting things ever. It's amazing how they're not really so satisfied with their cosmic justice, burning and torturing us for eternity. They seem to need to, well, not rely on their deity's infliction of the eternal torture, and go after this in this life too. Nice little voting off the island processes. Yeah. To get student loans to go to college, your parents have to sign for it until you're 24. Been that way for a long time.
Nephilim just added me on Google Plus. I'm honored.
Absolutely.
I thought he hated me because I called him a gross old man, but maybe we've got a connection going.
Absolutely.
Oh, Ludic, let me explain. I don't have a bad relationship with my mother. We've got a fairly good relationship. It's just when the conversation deviates to that area, that whole her religion, her religious beliefs, not liking gays, thinking Obama's a Muslim, all of her irrational positions, she just specifically states, this is my opinion, I don't think it's right, and is not willing to sort of, be a little bit more progressive about it. And we butt heads like that, but I have a good relationship with my mother.
Do you ever argue and fight over it?
Well, yeah, we do. We do argue about it, but it's not like I hate her. I mean, I love my mom.
No, no one's saying that. What's interesting to look at with TA is to understand the state, the ego state you're in when you're fighting, right?
Yeah.
So it sounds like she's probably goes into parent mode and
well,
you're
yeah,
child.
she does. And then
you retort with adult mode, and then it's funny. It's interesting.
Yeah.
You can even see that dynamic going on here.
And I the last time I had a conversation with her about homosexuality and stuff like that, I basically gave her an ultimatum. I'm just like, don't bring it up anymore, or don't talk to me. Like, it's an aspect of my life I'm not going to be able to change. There's no point in arguing about it anymore. I said, I don't want to talk to you if you can't talk to me about anything else. You know, it's not a phase. I'm not going to grow out of it. This is something that's going to stick with me for the rest of my life.
Were you raised religious? I get obviously.
Yes.
If you're...
Yes.
So
I went to youth group until I was about 13.
So can you share with us some of the emotional things you went through? Because obviously, if you're gay and you were religious, you felt a lot of like you felt you were dirty, you felt you were a sinner. Like it must have been really hard on you psychologically, man.
Yeah, my mom was heavily invested in a group. The place was called Christian Worship Center. It was I'm remembering the road you had to take to get there from my house. It was this big grand. It wasn't a mega church, you know, but it was a big grand building that was built out of an old farmhouse, but it was extended like by a large margin. It was huge and completely renovated and tile and marble columns. I mean, it was grand, but it was
I'm
out in the
looking
middle.
at photos of it now.
It was out in the middle of fucking nowhere. It's out in the middle of nowhere, and it's the community was not, you know, not too keen on gays. Very.
Most Christian communities aren't, and they can point to specific things in the Bible to say that.
Yeah,
right?
like they weren't adamantly against it, but there was this atmosphere of hatred. You know, like nobody said expressively, "I hate gays," but there was this atmosphere that whenever it was brought up, everybody just had this look on their face of
And how did that make you feel?
well, terrible, obviously. I mean, I didn't know I was gay, but I knew that this was something. I knew it was going to come up later. Like I knew I felt this. I didn't know the term for it, you know. Like I couldn't classify it. I knew that I didn't really ever want a relationship with a woman, and I knew I was expected to have one. And my mom always thought I was somewhat of a ladies' man, and I am. I get along with women very good. I have a lot more female friends than I do male friends. I connect with women very easily. I connect with women very, very easily. I connect with them very quickly. And my straight friends are obviously jealous because, I mean, hey, every basement dwelling nerd on the internet wants a hot chick, right? But no, I've always been great with women, always. And it's knowing that about me, it's weird for people that I know to hear, to hear that I don't really like women, you know? It's weird for them to hear that. It's weird for them, but
so you can help me get laid if I come down to Seattle.
I've got a pretty good track record of being a wingman.
Oh dear.
Good to know if I ever head to Seattle for a concert, man. What's campus like? Lots of young cuties or what?
At my college, cuties. There's some heavy-set black women, and there's some. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, when you get into the med, there's a lot of very attractive women that get into med, and that's just like a natural consequence. Like all of the smart, attractive girls are gonna go med. All of their advisors are gonna tell them to go med, because people only want good-looking nurses. Good-looking nurses get paid more than ugly nurses.
Well, it's a beauty contest from top to bottom.
Yeah. But anyway, back to me. At 13, I started listening to. I'll let you. Bye, Vane.
Interesting point you guys just made. It seems aesthetics plays a big role in governing a lot of the social kind of stratification of people, doesn't it?
Yeah, and another thing too was there were a few gay people at the church that went there regularly and called themselves Christians, and they were just as devout as anyone else, but they were looked at much differently, and they were persecuted behind the scenes. Their names were Randy, and who I'm not I think he killed himself a couple of years ago. I heard rumors about him killing himself. And there was another girl that I'm still in touch with. I actually hang out with her pretty much every day. Her name's Anna, and she's a full-blown lesbian. Um, but anyway, the point is that I didn't have I wasn't abused as a child, but I was definitely raised in a house where if anything came out, if anything came out about the way I felt about anything, I mean, I probably would have been like disowned, you know. It was just, it would have been as simple as, okay, go live with your father.
Hmm.
It would have been as simple as, I can't look at you anymore, and she did say that at one point.
Isn't it interesting
When I was younger, when I was 16, and I told her that this is the way I was, she pretty much just said, I'd rather you not love anyone than love men. She said, I'd rather you hate everyone. I'd rather you be an asexual. I'd rather you never want to have sex ever again, or never want to love everyone, or never get married, or never experience love than be gay. Which, I mean, fuck. To be told that at 16.
Yeah, that's pretty tough. She didn't focus in on the sin element and drive at you that way, did she?
Well, she says all the time, hate the sin, not the sinner. But she, I mean, obviously had disdain towards me for a long time. But I mean, we don't talk about it anymore. And
I'm sorry to hear that, man.
She respects my decision as an adult to not want to talk about it. At least now. She didn't. She used to bring it up all the time.
What upsets me about it, I'm straight, but I can't imagine if I was Christian and gay, like, and closeted, how hard that would be on you psychologically and mentally. I mean, it would be just brutal, eh?
Well, it really shouldn't be, though.
And why would that be? You would think if you followed the Christian doctrine correctly that you would feel awful.
Well, if sin is sin, then homosexuality as a sin is just like any other sin. So
I don't think it's classified as any other sin. They wouldn't make such a big deal out of it. They wouldn't make such a big deal out of it sociologically if that was the case.
I'm not talking about sin.
Now, I want to say that
Proverbs chapter 17, verse 15.
I don't want to sit here and go, hey, I had a hard life. I was abused because I was gay. No, I relativistically, compared to Nadia, compared to a couple other people that I've talked to in this hangout, I had a pretty relatively safe childhood. I was loved. I was loved by my parents, but living in an atmosphere of it was an atmosphere of hate, and not towards me specifically, but just wanting to just separate them, wanting everyone in my family wanting to separate themselves from and just push away from anything that was even different. It didn't even have to be gay. It was like anything that was innovative, anything that was new. It was just, my mother just repulsed.
So in other words, she was anti-science,
Oh no! Oh no! No! No!
No? Oh, okay. They weren't young Earth people, were they?
No. My mom actually read to me books like one of my favorite books is The Giving Tree. Oh God, I love that book so much. But she would read to me lots of different kinds of books: nature books, science books, space books, The Giving Tree. Like, she would read to me when I was a kid. She encouraged me to do what I wanted, to do what I love, but she personally, the idea of the world progressing in front of, like, the world, the idea of the world progressing past her just disgusted her, and I think that continued. That was because of my grandmother, who's very, very conservative, and raised her to be afraid of the world, raised her to be afraid of progress.
Well, I think that stems from this God-fearing notion that people that have a type of faith like Christian hillbilly have, where it's this, there seems to be a focus on sin and a focus on punishment, and that you need to fear God, right? Like.
Well, I don't want to say, hey, I was abused, or my life was super hard. I don't want to say that. I'm sure plenty of people in this hangout have had much worse hangouts, even if they were, or much worse childhoods, even if they were straight. Or I have a lot of friends that went through the foster care system, and I could never compare myself to them. They were really abused. They were really abused.
But
I wasn't abused. I'm just saying that I had to grow out of this atmosphere, this poison fog. Like, it wasn't like I was being beaten. I just lived in a miasma for most of my childhood.
I'll concede a fixation on sin is probably not beneficial, but sin is real, and sin does need to be acknowledged. It's not something that can be ignored. But however, there's sin and there's grace as well. Again,
on the gravity of
hold on. It is something that can be ignored. I'm not transgressing anybody. Being gay does not transgress anyone. I'm not stepping on anyone's toes.
Your salvation is between you and God, not you and your neighbor.
No, I know, but I'm including God in when I say anyone. I'm not transgressing anyone.
I know, but that's not going to get it done.
You come to the belief that being actively homosexual, right? Committing homosexual acts. And hey, Ludic, why do you come to the belief that that does not transgress God?
Yeah, I knew this question was coming, and I don't like this question specifically because of course the ideas that God created, right, one man, one woman. This was not his intention, and of course my front end was not meant for another man's back end, and all that such and such, and sure, you can make whatever biblical argument you want, faith-based argument you want, but a God that is purported to be loving and a God that is supposedly omnipotent would probably have to consider the possibility, would have had to have considered the possibility that people would feel this way, or people would be this way. I shouldn't say feel, it's not a choice. Be this way, psychologically, physically, sexually, before he created them. And if he did, and he still feels like that transgresses his law, then I don't see any love in that. I don't see mercy. I don't see love. I don't see, it sounds like an argument from emotion, and you could say that, sure, but I mean, fuck, come on, it's there's no love in creating people and not understanding that aspects of their mind could lead them to fall in love with somebody of the same sex, and maybe Christians don't even consider homosexual love to be real love, right? Maybe they don't even consider the possibility that it's real love, because I know people like Christian Hillbilly don't. So,
well, as someone who speaks from experience with struggling with various desires that would definitely be shunned in your average fundamentalist church. All I can say is, yeah, I don't like, and I'm speaking as a Christian here. I don't like a lot of the things that I read in the Bible too, especially about the topic of sex. I think, frankly, it's offensive to me when I read that there are things that I can't have that seem fantastic to me. I mean, I would very much enjoy being actively homosexual, but here's the deal: I know from a personal standpoint that I am not perfect, and neither am I all-knowing. And so if an all-knowing, perfect being is telling me, hey, I created you, and I created these things to be done this way, and so despite the fact that you have these desires, you ought not to do them. Although I think other arguments could be offered around the table, I think that that's a sufficient reason, at least for me, and I offer it to anyone else, not to question that judgment, no matter how uncomfortable it is to live with that.
That must be very difficult to live with, Jimmy.
Yeah, unfortunately, yes. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to. Like, for example, Thomas, you said that this might come across as an emotional argument. Well, on the one hand, I don't really want to take away the fact that, yeah, I mean, this is a intrinsically human problem. Like, it would be silly to think that we are robots at the table talking about arguments here. We're talking about people's lives being ruined.
Well, I wouldn't say it's intrinsic in I mean, a lot of our feelings, for the most part, would not be classified as sinful in a religious sense, Christian sense.
Well, I mean, it partially it depends on who you ask, Ludic, but for example, from my point of view, Paul writes in Colossians that we Christians are supposed to do everything that we do to the glory of God. So even if I'm feeling, even if I'm feeling pleasure at having eaten a strawberry, or even if I'm enjoying reading my Bible, if I haven't dedicated my life, including even those simple joys, desires, to God and His glory, then yeah, it would be sinful. Anything would be sinful without its being done for the glory and pleasure of God.
Right, but you could concede that there's the possibility that I'm an atheist, right, and that I don't. That when I take the ideas of love and a safe, not only a safe, but also a what's the word? Constructive relationship with another man. I define those things. I don't include a spiritual aspect. You know, I don't believe there is such a thing. So I'm strictly on secular grounds. I mean, even if there was a God, I'm not harming anyone. You know, I'm not actively harming anyone. I'm how does it not glorify His creation to know that I love? I mean, if I like, I'm not even going to go there. I'm not even going to go there. If I was God, that's bad. Why would it not glorify His creation for Him to find out that I love someone else? Like, what sort of cruel, heartless piece of shit do you have to be to find that to be like, oh, you're transgressing me because you're not doing it with the gender that I would like you to? If I genuinely love another man, right? It's still God's creation, right? You know, like.
Well, Thomas, I can answer that, and I think that I can at least try to give you a biblical answer. But here's the thing. Before, the point that you made, I think, was more of it was less of an argument about Christian anthropology or the existence of God or Christian theism in general, and it was more of just saying, like, man, I really don't like this God. And I was saying, and I was sympathizing with you. I was saying, well, man, even though I'm a Christian and I love this God, there are definitely things that He says that offend me, but that I choose, and I invite anyone else to try to overcome, because I know that nobody here on earth is perfect. We've all messed up. We make mistakes. We do bad things. And nobody here is infallible or all-knowing, right? But God is, and so that was sort of my way of just saying, yeah, it does kind of suck but maybe we can try to face it anyways. But if the conversation is when you raise this point about secularism, I am cool going into that conversation, but that to me sounds like a different conversation. Now we're more into the conversation of, if this God is real, what implications are there from that? Or the question of, is this God even real in the first place? Is this Christian anthropology true?
I don't know. You know, Jimmy, like, you came in and you just, I'm not trying to, I'm trying to wind down here. I had a terrible day. I'm thinking about going to bed pretty quick here, but I'm not trying to make an argument, you know, oh, I'm an atheist, therefore I shouldn't have to feel accountable for God's law, or that God doesn't exist, so I'm gonna fuck whoever I want, or even if God did exist, I love His creation, so I can fuck whoever I want. I'm not trying to make an argument that I shouldn't be transgressing God's law. I'm just saying, to me, to somebody who's, in your opinion, made in the image of God, I'm interpreting that I'm interpreting that as it's immoral. It's wrong. You know, it's wrong to say, you don't love who I want you to love, so you're disobeying me. I mean, I think that's wrong. I think that's very wrong, and I think teaching that to people is divisive, and it's disgusting, and it would definitely lead to the sort of persecution complex that a lot of Christians, in my life at least, take upon themselves.
Well, anthropology, though, is the description, amongst other parts, of the nature of humanity, right?
Yeah, that's how I would define it.
Mm. And yet, I'm not entirely convinced it's accurate. I think we've, come to, I think we've come to understand, well, obviously, we're not tabula rasa. That various aspects of ourselves are, crystallized at various times in our lives, and other parts are more flexible, and it's not, I would say, universally plastic, right? I think there's almost a strict dichotomy between what's plastic and what's, I suppose, set in stone from the time of birth in the Christian anthropology.
I just don't see why it should matter. I mean, unless they're going to argue it as a basis of making a moral judgment. I just can't imagine, I'm straight, but I just can't imagine feeling, like, imagine if I fell in love with someone and it went against God, the will of God. Like, I can't imagine, it's bad enough you break up with a loved one and all the heartbreak you go through, but I just can't imagine feeling the guilt that this emotion I felt was against God. I mean, that's just awful.
Well, let me make a distinction. I don't want to be pedantic here, but what I would not say that having any kind of desire is wrong. There's nothing wrong with having desires. Like Thomas pointed out, you can't choose your desires. Those are just given in your nature.
What about okay, but I know you're trying to get into a point, but there's the whole, committing adultery in your heart thing. Like, what, if you think about it, you've already committed the crime.
Sure, yeah. So, but I think that there's a distinction to make between desiring someone, desiring to intentionally imagine things with that person, and then actually choosing to or deliberating to imagine doing things with that person, right? What I choose to think about is different than what I desire to think about, right?
I don't know. I would disagree with that. I don't think that I don't think that every time that I think about relations, sex in that manner, I don't think every time I do it, it's voluntary. And I think that I'm right to say that strictly on a hormonal basis.
I don't know. As a Christian,
I don't think that desire and choice of what I think. I think there's a lot more gray area. I don't think it's just a difference between what I desire to think and what I choose to think. I think there's a lot of gray area. I think subconscious can't be separated into those two halves. It's more of an amalgamation of thoughts, actions, wants, needs. You know.
No, it's not a contradiction. If all fall short of the glory of God, then all have thoughts of sin. That's not the baseline. When you actually start to, I don't know, for lack of a better word, conspire and take action towards sin, that is a completely different arena. So I think that's maybe something that's lost in translation when it comes to the Bible. But this whole notion that, oh man, she's attractive, she's got a big butt, and I'm looking at her big butt, I'm sinning. But that's all I did. I looked at her and I looked down and I looked at her butt and I'm a sinner. That's people who are typically not Christian kind of making up stories.
Why does religion have such this focus on sex? And I wonder how much of the actual scripture is
example. I can give plenty of other examples.
I think a lot of the moral stories don't revolve around sex. But anyway, Janderson here. What do you guys figure? He's not a troll. He doesn't look like one. Janderson, can you speak in the side chat?
I don't think they're.
Like Jimmy, I don't know if you heard what I said about the distinction between what you choose to actively pursue in your thinking and what you sort of just instinctively feel. You know, I think there's a lot more gray area.
Oh no, I would agree with you, Thomas. I think I don't think you can make a clean split between the two. I think maybe there was a misunderstanding, or maybe I didn't communicate well the thought I was trying to get across. What I was trying to point out was, and I'll use an analogy here, if a bird comes and lands on your head, right, that's not sin. Right? If you try to make a nest for that bird so it can keep landing, that would be sin. In other words, when thoughts about
why can't a bird live on my head?
Well, I guess because
come on.
No, I'm not even trolling. Like I mean, even a simple analogy like that seems to. I don't think it. Maybe that just wasn't a good analogy, but if the bird didn't have any other choice, I mean, I'm not using my hair.
Oh. Welcome, Tom. Good to have you on.
I mean, hey, if I had long enough hair, and I wasn't in a position to be choosy, you know, like let's say I was homeless and I really didn't care about one way or the other whether or not I had good products for my hair, you know. I care about other animals. I care about the well-being of other animals.
This sounds like a troll, Thomas. I know you said.
No, I'm not being trolling. I mean, maybe the analogy doesn't work in your favor, but I mean, even something as simple as a bird living on your head.
Can I respond real quick?
He's just analogous.
Yeah, I don't think you're trolling, Thomas. But I think there's two objections that you had right there. I wasn't saying that you would agree to or that you would like. In fact, frankly, I think that's the problem is that you don't agree with the idea of our being created in the image of a being who thereby has the right to tell us what we're supposed to do, even about our intentional sexual thoughts. But all I was doing was I was just trying to point out that what you intentionally think about, right, what you deliberate to imagine, right, for certain reasons or the other, right? Especially if you're thinking about them for erotic purposes. That's different than something just popping up into your head, which, admittedly, I agree with you, the distinction between the two is very difficult to make. And more often than not, I think thoughts just kind of come to us, right? I think I'm one of those Christians who wouldn't emphasize free will. I would just say that, yeah, we do choose to do some things. Our choices are run by our desires. But most of the time, what we think about really just kind of comes to our head. We don't actually, like, even as I'm saying these words, I don't have to, like, look through a bookcase of words and then pick them out each time. They just sort of come to me as I'm speaking. It's quite mysterious how that works. And so I completely agree with you that it should be careful, or we should all be careful not to make it as if you can make a clean distinction between the two every time.
Well, much of our perceived reasons for doing things are post hoc rationalizations. And I'd also like to welcome Ovakel, and if I didn't get through, also welcome Tom. Very good to have you both on.
Oh, thanks for the welcome. Just trying to get up to speed on what you guys are chatting about, so I'll be on standby.
To the extent that there is, well, you might say an overriding will to regulate all these thoughts. That too comes about from the same other processes at the terminus, right? Its failure and success is, predicated all upon those.
Yeah, that's a fascinating subject of psychology, Nadia. Where does the Thomas used good words for it. Where does the conscious will versus the subconscious desires? How do those kind of play out? Right. He used another really good, like, amalgamation. Right. It's quite a crucible of contradicting agencies and factors going on inside of us.
And the crazy thing.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was just going to say the crazy thing too about the subconscious is that could be the majority of us, and we get in touch with that when we're sleeping. But go ahead.
Right, like if you, Jimmy, if you are, let's say you have every part of you is heterosexual, right? But then all of a sudden you get this thought in your head, sex between two men. Oh, I don't want to think about that. Like there are things that come to us that we are not in control of. At least not 100% in control of. There are things that come into our head for seemingly no reason at all, and to say that any of those thoughts are bad is, I think, is sort of I don't know. I've heard that a lot from Christians, that even the thoughts you're not in control of are bad, that you shouldn't be having those thoughts at all, and that your path in life as a Christian should lead you away from those thoughts.
That doesn't happen. Someone at a certain stage in life who's likes women all of a sudden has gay thoughts. You know what? My personal testimony is whatever sinful thoughts I had, I've had them, and I know exactly what they are. There's no spontaneous thought that comes into my mind where I'm thinking about sin. I'm constantly fighting that battle internally.
Yeah, I think.
I don't know. I disagree.
I think with the distinction you made, Thomas, I don't think Jesus, when he talks about, for example, lusting in your heart, I don't think he's talking about mere thoughts about certain actions, right? Like, for example, if I consider, two men having anal sex, right? That's not wrong. I'm just considering a fact. What he's talking about is when you deliberately try to think about that for purposes which are, right, which would be considered under the category of lust,
All right, and I'm willing to accept that interpretation. I only brought it up because we were talking about like the subconscious nature of sin, and or what could be construed as sinful in regards to your subconscious thought.
Would lust not lead to love and more perhaps sophisticated forms of affection?
Yeah, that is another good argument too. That love is a consequence of an initial lust and later forms, later blossoms.
I will let Tom and Veckel answer that one. I am not I am not married, and I am not nearly wise enough to try to conquer that topic.
Yeah, feelings of lust, a thought of lust, and this thought police stuff in the Bible is just being superimposed. That's my position.
Yeah, I think the way you guys explained it earlier, it's really that simple. I mean, God knows the intents of the heart. He knows. I mean, I can't tell you how many times I've been in church, praising God, listening to the sermon, and then all of a sudden, in the middle of the message, I have this random thought of me, having sex with somebody, some woman. I'm like, wait a minute, I'm trying to listen to the story of Jesus being resurrected, and here
I think that means you have a pulse, Veckel.
Yeah, exactly. But God's not going to hold us accountable for these random thoughts that are beyond our control. It's the constant and deliberate contemplation, and as Slim put it, conspiring of these things that we're going to be.
Most people aren't constant. It's not like a constant thing.
No, and Veckel,
the random thoughts that are popping
Just
up.
random thoughts. I see.
Yeah, it's the random thoughts that are coming up that we're not going to be.
Maybe it's just boring. Maybe.
No, it has nothing to do with
what you're doing is boring, and that's why your mind is wandering.
No, it has nothing to do with being bored. These thoughts pop up at any given moment. I mean, I could be playing a video game or, doing anything.
Is there something peculiarly male about, I don't know, this tendency for like unbidden sexual thoughts or whatever?
Oh yeah.
Well, when I see a hot girl, it might be some jerk off material to park away for later.
Calm down, Ludic. It falls into the same category as the random boner thing, the sort of like subconscious. A girl walks past me and I turn around and I happen to look down at her butt. There are. I don't know. Sometimes I do it and I don't even want to see that.
So this
just like the back of them would be more interesting than the front of them.
I think the long-standing, I guess, hormonal differences may play into how I don't think I ever had anything to do with that.
Well, all I can say is lucky.
Lucky what?
Lucky you, Nadia.
So, to respond to a couple of things that were said, the first of which is the verse in Scripture. It says, "He who looks with lust has committed adultery in his heart." I think a lot of times people think that to mean that if you have some sort of like sexual desire towards somebody, that's what it's saying. I'm of the interpretation that if you're planning to commit adultery, it's you committing adultery in your heart. Like if you're like maybe plotting out and it's includes sexual desire, that's what's pulling you.
It's called conspiracy. Conspiracy.
Yeah, like if you're like, I'm gonna get a hooker, you start planning it. That's adultery of the heart. I don't think it has anything to do with spotting some hot chick and like, man, look at those yoga pants or whatever. But also the other thing that was mentioned was love somehow resulting from lust, as if it, kicked the show off down the pathway towards what became a loving relationship. I think those are just non sequitur.
How is that a non sequitur? I don't. At least I personally don't know. Or at least I'm not familiar with the concept of falling in love with somebody like falling in love with somebody before you found them to be attractive. That doesn't make sense.
Thomas, you need to get out, bro. There's plenty of women that are gonna fall in love with you if you have a fat bank account, brother.
No.
It's not fake. They will really fall in love with you. It won't be fake.
Yeah. I get you. But I'm not. We're talking about the average Joe. We're talking about the average Joe and Jane who, regardless of how they meet up, like at coffee or on the internet, however they meet.
We're talking about falling in love, bro.
Yeah, we are. We're talking about falling in love as a consequence of affection or lust or attraction.
Right, but that's irrelevant. I mean, just because it came as a result of doesn't justify it alone. I mean, lots of good things can come from bad things.
Whatever.
Well, I mean, you're asking for what the Bible's answer is. That's what it is, you know.
No.
If God is,
it wasn't my proposal. It was Ludic's.
Oh, I don't know then. I don't know what answer type of angle you're looking for.
I guess I don't remember what the question was. It was, but I think
the Bible doesn't address the concept of love arising from lust, and well, lust in your heart is bad if you're actively seeking lust, but that lust could inevitably end up in a loving relationship. So is lust bad to begin with? Like, it's a stupid thing. It's a stupid concept.
That's your opinion, but again, the Bible, God commands that. He asserts that lust is a sin.
Well, actually, sexual
how can it be a sin? How could that be when, despite how a relationship began, hopefully if you have a healthy sexual relationship with your wife or
we have to define what lust is.
Lust is a big part of it. I mean, we have
to define what lust is, though. Then,
right.
I mean,
well, Becco, first of all, sexual desire, of course, you would say in the context of marriage, is good and wholesome. But even like before you get married, you know, that sexual desire, I don't think that's sinful either.
Well, I agree with that, but that's why we have to define the terms. What do we mean by lust? I mean, according to the Bible, what does the Bible mean by lust? Is it talking about a different kind of feeling that you have that's outside of God's will, or is it something else? I mean, God obviously knows that we are going to have these physical attractions towards other women. This is why He gave the Israelites command on, when you take the captive women, this is what you ought to do with them if you are going to have them.
Well, the answer to what it means depends on which passage you're using as reference and the context in which it was written. In the case of which we already talked of, it's saying if you're, basically lusting to have an adulterous affair, then you're committing adultery in your heart. Now, then you could say, well, there's other passages that talk about sexual impurity. Well, does it tell you what is impure? And you have to get into specifics based on the text you're dealing with.
Yeah, I guess it all depends on how you're defining the term lust.
Yeah, and this is a common refrain when atheists try to hold Christians to account when the atheists are not beholden to the Holy Spirit. So this is a quite easy task to play the game of gotcha with Christians.
Nobody's trying to do that, Becco. We're just trying to explore these moral dilemmas within the context of the Bible, man.
That was Slim Jim that said that, not Becco. I just want to make that.
Oh, okay, sorry.
If you want to define lust as something that you can attribute to something like against God rather than use, I would say a very secular definition of lust, which is pretty much. I would say lust is sort of it's a combination of the physical attraction and the pheromones and the hormones, and it's a combination of multiple things, and to separate it from that and saying that there's a separate lust that is against God's will is, it kind of just distracts from the issue.
Not really, because it depends on what language you're reading it in. Again, we are talking about a translation from one language to the next. So, and as we know today, that the words that we use in the English could probably be translated into another language. However, they may use a completely different way of using that same type of word.
You guys have all read Song of Solomon, right?
No.
Okay. It's not a long book. You can handle it. It'll give you.
Unfortunately.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
What do you mean it's not a long
I think,
book? I can handle it. I read War and Peace in my sleep.
I think idea of Christian anthropology and how we are shaped, how we're structured as groups and such was to be raised here, though maybe Jimmy ducked out a bit. And part of that, of course, is related to the idea of like, well, if everyone did it, then where would the next generation be, right? Is there room for diversity there?
I think so.
Is it part of some kind of like a human duty to go about that process? Go ahead.
Was that question directed towards everybody? I don't even know what is the question.
It was toward everyone, yeah. Well, but it affects questions regarding more human nature altogether.
And why would God build these immoral tendencies in us? I guess he didn't. This is when, how does it go in Genesis?
The fall, yeah.
Original sin, the fall, yeah.
Was
that sexual based?
I know, but even before the fall, what would be the sort of need for Adam to have sexual organs in the first place? if he didn't have a lust and a wanting to use them and make children. I mean, it's sort of, again, it's sort of like distracts from the real issue.
Well, I'm missing what that has to do with.
Adam didn't have to make children. He didn't.
No, he didn't have to. But
somebody else might. Okay.
Right.
We don't know what sex they had.
I don't know. Maybe God might just make some more people.
Right, but if lust is sinful, then what's even the fucking point?
Who said lust is sinful? And we haven't even defined lust. I said that the context of what it means, as far as the biblical issues are concerned, is by each individual passage. Lust can mean lots of things.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
And also, the Bible does not condemn sexual desire. It's a great.
The Bible does not condemn sexual desire. Did I just hear that?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't condemn sexual desire at all.
I thought it did when you under certain conditions.
We're gonna Bible verse twisted right now. I guarantee it. Here we go. 30 seconds. Bible verse twisted.
Dude, Slam, calm your shit.
I'm calm.
You've been on edge all night. Calm down.
I'm not on edge. If I'm on edge, I flash guns on the screen. I'm very calm.
Yeah. Well, there's.
I just want to quickly recant something I said earlier. 'Cause I was actually the one that said lust is a sin, and I want to take that back because.
Well, we all appreciate that lust would be under a certain context or pretense, right?
Yeah.
I mean, so we need to establish that context and pretense, which makes it wrong in the eyes of God.
Maybe I can cast context a bit. I mean, and also welcome, Gary. To me, it seems as if there's a kind of cookie cutter, one size fits all, sort of teleology for the reproductive system. And no real allowance for diversity, no allowance for just sort of different roles in society. Like the no room for worker bees that are sterile or whatever. And welcome, Joe. Oh, excellent. Gonna have some definite commentary on anthropology here.
I saw that earlier, and I'm like, I can't get in. There's another person named Cliff who's he's like an engineer, I believe. And
hi, Joe.
He's always bummed out because he can't get into your popular room. I didn't hear what you said,
hi,
Thomas.
Joe.
I'm interested.
I said
hey,
hi.
How's it going? Oh, just hi? Okay.
Hi, and also fuck you.
Okay, there we go.
I'll just get one in tonight. I'm one and I'm done.
Oh, okay. I thought you were about to leave. Oh.
Well, I'm gonna leave
Well,
soon. I'm not feeling
Can
very good.
I perhaps verify with our religious participants that I mean, there's kind of a God's purpose for reproductive systems, and you know, it in effect applies the same way to all humans.
Wait, why is there confusion about the reproductive system again?
Well, God's purpose for the reproductive system, right?
I still don't understand the confusion.
It's not that there's confusion. I was saying that there's a sort of Christian idea that there's a purpose for, you know, like the male reproductive systems and female reproductive systems, and they apply the same way to all humans, right? Or at least all humans that are male and female.
Okay.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. And this would be in contrast to, you know, allowance for, you know, different individuals to have different rules for those things.
All right, but that again, these people, I don't understand these connections. Like, they're non sequitur. Just because there's people who misuse and they want to use a butthole instead of a vagina. That's.
And boy, is it fun.
But I'm just saying, how much fun you get out of it is another thing. But if we're talking about what the Bible says about it, I don't see why there's a problem understanding.
Well, it's not there's trouble understanding. It's just it would. Well, we don't want to strawman you when we argue against it, right?
I mean, doesn't the Bible? I mean, I might be. Pardon me if I'm strawmanning you, but doesn't the Bible say we should stone homosexuals?
Leviticus chapter 20, verse 13. Is generally deemed to be abrogated along with the Old Covenant, or otherwise the more general mitzvot, apart from, I guess, the Decalogue or Ten Commandments, which have 9 of the 10 recited at various points within the Gospels.
Nadia's got that down. Look at that.
Well, yes, I've been listening.
So there's Leviticus laws that you don't take because of what is it? Is the process called dispensation? I can't say the word right now. Dispensationalism. Sorry.
Yeah, dispensation of covenants. Yeah. Yeah, it's related to those as far as like the changeovers to the sort of new systems, but at the risk of speaking on behalf of the Christians. The verses, I think, relating to it in the New Testament are 1 Corinthians chapter 6, verse 9, Romans chapter 1, verses 26 and 27, 1 Timothy chapter 1, verse 10, Jude chapter 1, verse 7, and Revelation chapter 21, verse 8. Go ahead.
It refers to the change in covenant, or?
Oh, those refer to injunctions against homosexuality in the New Testament.
Yeah, I was thinking that. Okay.
So yeah, not only are there laws given for only certain types of people and certain ages, but yeah, there's also dispensational things going on.
Laws given for certain types of people.
Yeah, like the Levites, the priests. Some laws were just for them.
It's not like that doesn't sound like it's comparable to, like, you know, laws for you have to be 16 years old to drive or 18 years old to vote. That's like for whole groups of people, indiscriminate of race, gender, or it just matters on where you are then.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there's distinction made between the Jewish people and then all of the human race, the Gentiles included.
Yeah. Now there's neither Jew nor Greek in Jesus Christ, right?
Right. So it's not that it's just one type of people. It's a different time period.
I mean, how meta do we have to go in this? How meta should we go in this conversation? Because I mean, this. I am kind of sick of the moral versus objective, subjective, absolute stuff. But I mean, if that's where to.
You're here.
Right, we've been doing that a lot.
Well, it's relatively semantic.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone's leading. I don't think anyone's leading this conversation, so I can really go wherever anyone wants to go.
Well, we're just mentioning because like a week ago it really did, and a week ago also didn't like Aaron Rod come in and it went cray. So I think I mean you heard Ludic, we're kind of over. Well, not over. We had a nice I guess. We had a nice evolutionary intermission, and I imagine next week we'll cover fine tuning or something. But so
I was fine tuned for butts.
Yeah, Aaron Roll came in whose hangout? In the Nadia's hangout?
Yeah.
Well, I think this kind of anthropology, sort of analysis of human nature, or otherwise doctrine regarding human nature, there is this kind of, cookie cutter, one size fits all, well, no further customized than for male and female teleology of the reproductive system. I think that's where we're going to end up, really focusing on in this kind of discussion.
Let's see.
Yeah,
I'm trying to.
I don't know. I have a lot of indefensible opinions. Like, I think Attack of the Clones wasn't really that bad of a movie.
Some people think that it could be edited into a better, like, gritty detective story. A lot of people like the Obi-Wan Kenobi scenes, but no.
I think it's really, I mean, compared to the first and the third one, I mean, it's really not that bad.
I disagree.
I liked the movie. I liked the movie passionately when I saw it.
Oh dear, are you alright?
I mean, how else are you supposed to portray Yoda versus what's his face?
Hold on, are you okay, Nadia?
Count Dracula, whatever his name is.
No, it's Terrence who slipped. Sorry.
How else are you supposed to what? Yoda?
Yeah, Yoda fought Count Dracula.
Yeah, I could maybe.
No, what's his name? What was his name?
I
know what you're talking about.
Dooku.
Yeah, Count Dooku.
Count Dooku. Count Dracula. He did play Dracula.
If, well, I'd propose that there is already, substantial difference in the kinds of roles that people take within society. I mean, for instance, there are, I suppose, those who have more, I don't know, traditional kinds of roles where there's one stay-at-home parent, and others who have to say two working parents, and or sometimes just don't have children at all, even though they're, I don't know, coupled according to sort of doctrine of heterosexuality, right?
You're just saying that, yeah. I mean, the roles of like constructing your identity in a society, especially in our modern 21st century society, in the globalized world, there's just so many different possibilities out there. You no longer have to conform to, what is it, two parents and two man and wife, 2.5 children. I think that was the nuclear family when they averaged out everything.
Well, was it truly ever the case on one hand, and should it be the case on the other? And I think the answer is no on both fronts.
Yeah.
And for good reasons.
Makes sense. I know someone who wants to come into the room, and I'm trying to find them so I can invite them in. but he might not enjoy it because we're not because it's no evolution. But like,
I mean, the kind of thing being touted as a traditional family was, in some respects, a luxury of, what would you call it, petty bourgeoisie, or otherwise kinds of, what people call middle class.
Yeah, especially after World War II. You have you mentioned the term, but like you have like a cookie cutter, like a bunch of tract homes were made, and everything was kind of catered towards, hey, we're cool, like the economy's all right, there's no more war, and look, just have kids, right? And then the baby boomers happened and everything. I'm trying to think if bourgeoisie is the more, I don't know if that's, I imagine, when I think of bourgeoisie, I think of a higher class.
Like petty bourgeoisie, or petite qualifier, yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I wasn't up on Marxist anthro. I got the main idea of looking at things through through the conflict of classes, but I always like now anthro is always like, we're holistic. You use a whole bunch of different perspectives, and I usually always liked social action theory instead. But yeah.
The refinement that I don't have almost any of the details on, but still, it's very much a kind of class distinction being involved here. I mean, does anyone else see that? How it's very economically tied? I mean, just, do both your parents have to work? It's going to make the difference between a latchkey kid and somebody with a stay-at-home parent, right?
Yeah. When you mentioned traditional, hold on. Yeah, so.
In some respects, because it's, I guess these kinds of, whether latchkey or stay-at-home, that kind of nuclear family is the kind that actually engages in reproduction. I mean, almost everyone comes out of it, right? Apart from maybe those with single parents.
Almost everyone comes out of it? What do you mean?
Well, in effect, those kinds of pairings are how the next generation comes about, right?
Oh, okay. I thought you said parents. You said parents. That makes sense. Yeah.
Well,
wait. I speak Portuguese.
Both words, sorry, go ahead.
I speak Portuguese.
Portuguese? What?
I speak Portuguese.
Yeah. eu não falo português, something like that.
I don't speak Portuguese. I took 3 years of French.
Yeah. Je ne parle pas français.
I don't know how to say Portuguese and French, so I would respond, but it would just come out as je ne parle on, Portuguese.
Yeah. Jag talar inte svenska. Jag snackar inte danska. Jag snackar kein Deutsch. Yo no parlo italiano. Yo no hablo español. Watashi wa nihongo ga wakarimasen. Yanya ga wa по-русски.
What was the 1-2 back, Nadia? What was that?
What was the 1-2 back? What?
The language.
The second to last one that you said.
Oh, probably Japanese.
Watashi wa, Jason Desu, Sucky, love me long time.
Yeah. I used to have a list of about 50 languages. How to say, I don't speak that language and that language memorized.
Yeah.
And the punchline was, of course, I don't speak English either. So, anyway. I think, unfortunately, we lost our interlocutors here.
Yeah. What was the topic about? Like, gay marriage? Like, did you guys already cover the, like, I mean...
No, it was just about gays in general.
Christian anthropology is false was the overall, or overarching sort of topic of the hangout, and then where it was fitting in, you know, it's I guess more specific examination of homosexuality in the context of anthropology and such, or otherwise, you know, human nature.
I kind of feel like this is a part of the secular agenda. We never had like a brief like mention of Christian anthropology. Yeah.
Yeah. Pope John Paul. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Português não é tão difícil assim não, mano. É fácil, pelo menos pra mim já é fácil. Eu já sou naturalizado aqui, então eu conheço bastante a língua. É que nem vocês e o ensino.
Now falamos português. Anyway.
É Nídia, né? Que está hablando é Nídia, né? Nídia. What?
Yo hablo un poquito de español, pero nós não falamos português. So, in the meantime, the main thing is, yeah, there is a sort of Christian analysis of human nature. Pope John Paul II has a section on it in his Theology of the Body, compilation of, I guess, sermons or whatnot. And let me dredge those up.
Oh, I'm looking at the Wikipedia article for it now.
Eu só hablei porque o Ludwig pediu para mim falar, mas eu não ia interferir na transferência de vocês, não. Só mesmo para aprender um pouco, ok?
Theology of the Body. PJP Deuce?
Yeah, that's one of the few theological statements on it that I've been able to dredge up. The Wikipedia may have more extensive references to the ideas there. Is our Brazilian friend the one getting all the static?
Do I can mute him? I'm gonna mute. Yeah, it is. I just muted him.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. You're picking up a lot of static. So, yeah, do you see more extensive theological commentary there from, I don't know, other theologians?
From Wikipedia? Oh, okay. Let's see. So far, I'm not seeing any like specific names thrown around. Wait. I mean, it kind of just looks like they're like, hey, what does Christianity say about anthropology? Well, probably nothing, but let's... I found two names right now. There's Rudolf Bultmann. That sounds familiar. Rudolf Bultmann is always mentioned by Robert Price.
Yeah. I think where the emphasis we were trying to achieve here revolved around like discussions of human nature more than say human origins.
Let's see. There's the body, the soul, the spirit, the flesh.
Yeah, sometimes the mind will also be split off there.
Yeah, so is it constitution or nature of the person? Christian theologians have historically differed over the issue of how many distinct components constitute the human being. And the most popular view is dichotomism. It's affirmed by a large number of lay faithful and theologians from many Christian conditions, and it's that the human being is formed of two components. Oh, it's dualism: the material body, flesh, and spiritual soul, spirit. The soul or spirit departs the body at death, and it will be reunited with the body at resurrection. Huh.
That has more to do with, I think, our like philosophy of mind as opposed to things like social structure and other things we'd consider as parts of human nature.
This is like I said, like so far it's. Do you think maybe just looking at theological anthropology might give? You want to know about the social structure?
In some respects, yes. I mean, other aspects of human psychology would also be pertinent, like the extent to which we're rational beings. Sorry, go ahead.
You might already know this because it's pretty general. But Michel Foucault. I think you even mentioned him. Yeah. I'm gonna feel like an idiot if I'm wrong, because I should know this. But he's the one who came up. I'm gonna look up Protestant work ethic. Yeah. No, it's Weber. Okay. We need to erase that. Max Weber, too?
I know of the name. I'm not terribly familiar with his works. Go ahead.
He's more of a sociologist and political economist. He's pretty much he came up with the concept of the Protestant work ethic and the spirit of capitalism. And I'm just going to be reading from the Wikipedia because I don't know if I'll be able to elucidate it as well. But in his book, The Protestant Ethic and Spirit of Capitalism, he proposed that aesthetic Protestantism was one of the major, quote, elective affinities, end quote, associated with the rise in the Western world of market-driven capitalism and the rational legal nation state. It's pretty much that, like,
That's
it's
a bit of
pretty
an
much.
antique term. Goethe has a novel. That's a little bit of an antique term. Goethe has a novel based on it and such.
Geertz with a Z, Clifford Geertz.
Sorry?
Clifford Geertz, the anthropologist?
No, Wolfgang Goethe. Wrote Faust and
yeah. So the religious devotion, according to Weber, is usually accompanied by a rejection of worldly affairs, including the pursuit of wealth and possessions. The Reformation, referring to Protestantism and everything, proudly affected the view of work, dignifying even the most mundane professions as adding to the common good and thus blessed by God, as much as any sacred calling. And To emphasize the work ethic in Protestantism relative to Catholics, Weber notes a common problem that industrialists face when employing pre-capitalist laborers. Agricultural entrepreneurs will try to encourage time spent harvesting by offering a higher wage with the expectation that laborers will see time spent working as more valuable and so engage it longer. However, in pre-capitalist societies, this often results in laborers spending less time harvesting. Laborers judge that they can earn the same while spending less time working and having more leisure. He also notes that societies have more Protestants, or those that have a more developed capitalist economy. Of course, this is like old school, like theory and everything, but like when I think of how Christianity and besides comparative religion, and I think about how what you mentioned earlier, how Christianity affects the concept of what makes up the nature of a person and how that person interacts in society. I immediately think of their worldview of Christianity and how that makes them, you know, like in this example, people who weren't in a capitalist society saw getting a raise as not more incentive to work even more. They saw it as incentive to work less. Whereas like there's a work ethic with Protestantism. And I think Michel Foucault took this into his consideration of how the American penitentiary system worked out. There were certain religious views, I think, that were associated with predestination or with those types of Christian views that built up the penitentiary system not as one for rehabilitation, more as, look, these people did something, we just need to keep them somewhere so they could stop hurting people because we live in society. But there was no like they didn't go through the motions of trying to rehabilitate these people because either they already figured they were already doomed to go to hell. There was no point to like invoke the rehabilitation system, or what is it? It was more predeterminism.
Right.
And so that's kind of what shaped, at least in Western societies. I don't know if it was specific. I think it was specific. No, I don't know. I shouldn't say anything. But yeah, is anything I said at least interesting or?
Oh yeah.
Okay, good.
So a little bit of the consideration of sexuality as it came up is.
That's right. That's
right.
right.
It's hard to, I guess, do a deep dive into from there.
I'm trying
a bit more
to.
general.
Well, actually,
welcome back, Michael.
What's up?
Oh, I was welcoming Beckel back.
Oh wow, I didn't even. Oh hey Beckel.
God bless. Brother.
Wow, it's getting explicit. Oh hey Rev. Wow, everyone, just like 50 people showed up.
And welcome back, Rev, too. There's some elements of diversity versus standardization, and also plasticity as opposed to innateness or similar that end up arising to as considerations.
I'm trying to think of more. You already know Judith Butler, and
yeah,
and there's a couple of there's a couple interesting feminist writers too.
Who do I keep confusing with Judith Butler? Having a tough time thinking of her name now.
Yeah, Judith Butler wrote Gender Trouble, and but again, still, go ahead.
Yeah, Sheila Jeffries, I think, is the other sort of modern one. Of course, Janice Raymond wrote other things there.
Yeah. I feel really bad. Oh, go ahead.
Who is the other one who wrote something on performativity?
Oh, Ortner? Sherry Ortner.
Sherry Ortner? No, I'm thinking of darn it.
Yeah, it's bugging me because I actually had to write something about it recently, and I should know this.
Yeah, maybe it was Judith Butler. Okay.
Oh, Judith Butler did use performance as that's one of the ways you can socially construct yourself. Yeah, Sherry Ortner practice theory, which performance theory is used by Judith Butler, but it's also used by, hold on, let me bust out my notes.
Well, there's an extent to which one has, normative ideas about the performance of gender. And in those are, of course, the, I guess, Christian. We're actually still talking about it, Beckel.
Well, actually, Victor Turner is the first person to come up with performance, but people who have pioneered it, I should remember their names.
Yeah, I guess we're reviewing more, I guess you might call them modern ideas about human nature that are, in some respects, tension with Christian philosophy regarding it. So, also, welcome, Cliff. Very good to have you on.
Hey, Cliff, you got in.
What one could regard as the quote unquote sexual performances, something with which, or regarding which a normative judgment is made in Christianity.
You know, Nadia, I don't want to press you on this, but I'm gonna. JTB on No God, can you give us something on that?
Well, sure. A being of pure essence. Well, the various things that are essences are things that would characterize it. They're like whether it's good or whether it's vengeful and so on. Yet to be capable of activity. Right, activity is fundamentally a kind of state change, right? Well, in order to accomplish a state change, those essences would have to actually change because there's something outside essence that it is. And beyond that, also, it's explicitly posited to be unchanging, at which point you have a contradiction. A being of pure essence would be, well, number one, the nature of it would change in order to carry out any activity, and beyond that also, activity is in direct contradiction to it being unchanging. So.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Can I ask you a question about all that?
Sure.
Do you know, philosophically, that anything that you just said is true?
Well, to the extent that you have a justification and some degree of confidence about it, yeah, I'd say by your notions regarding, knowing things are true and such, that would apply. My own ideas about human psychology here are divergent enough they're not worthy of raising for this discussion.
You're brilliant. You're brilliant. Fair enough.
Okay. You're going to say, Joe?
Oh, I just wanted to know if you know Deborah Kapchin. She's the person who's known for fleshing out more recent performance theory.
No, I don't.
Yeah, I'll send you a link. Well, she does it more. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna send you. Your question. Well, what I ended up thinking about when you brought it up, and when you brought it back to Christianity, is my interest in how performance. Victor Turner used performance theory to talk about ritual processes, and that seems like that can be applied to Christianity easily. But I'm interested in how performance theory and gender construction and identity construction today work. Like I'm interested in how like transgender people with different or people of different sexual orientations, how the way they construct their social identity and the way they do it with respect to their religious view works out. I wonder if there's any literature or anything like that, but that's me going all weird and stuff.
Oh yeah,
I know
Indiana
that
University. Yeah, Indiana University's been a hotbed for LGBT affairs, sadly. Wouldn't expect it in such a conservative state.
What is it? I went to a biological archaeology conference in Indiana. And it was at Purdue, and like usually what happens. Oh, you went to Purdue?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a really nice campus. I'm sorry?
Well, I've only done undergrad, but anyway.
It was a really nice campus, and it seemed like the perfect. To me, it seemed like the perfect college town. Like, I don't think there was anyone over the age of 30, like walking around wherever I walked around there. Yeah. So, Indiana, I don't know about Indiana, but
yeah, it's not a great place. So the Christian concepts of gender are actually relatively nebulous, except that there's a real doctrine articulated. It's in extra biblical sources. The closest one has really is Genesis chapter 3, verse 16, where I guess the female is said to have been cursed with greater pain in childbirth. Right? And it's less of a sort of. Sorry, go ahead.
Don't Christians or Christian doctrine basically assume gender is completely synonymous with sex? Like the gender is male or female?
Well, gender binary or gender binarism is dictated by Genesis chapter 1, verse 27. That's a different question from, I guess, the quote-unquote engendered sex affair, which I'm not a really big fan of anyway, at least regarding those as, distinct or whatever. So anyway, it does essentially regard them as like dictated to the physical, as far as I can tell, at least through the major kinds of doctrinal centers like Catholic Church, patristic things, writings that go into the Eastern Orthodox tradition, and so on.
I probably have a very unorthodox view on this, but I personally believe that Nadia was born male, but she has a female spirit. It's my take.
Yeah, I think that happens within some more, I don't know, what you call them, progressive Protestant denominations.
Rev, that's really interesting to me. Like, yeah, like I want to hear so much more. And I hope I'm not sounding condescending or anything. Like, the kind of the ways in which people can like interpret like the things they hold very sacred, and just all the variants that I see. Yeah, I guess I can't say anything else, but it's really fascinating to me.
No, I'm sure I'd be called by some Christians a heretic for saying that. But I've gotten to know Nadia, and I think she's got a great heart, and I believe her heart is female. That's what I believe, and that's where the Spirit resides. That's what I see in Nadia.
Yeah, that's super. Yeah, I'm gonna look up now. I'm all interested in transgender issues with not Christian, with just like theology in general, just like theism, or maybe even just religion, because it does just seem kind of like a bummer that like that you would be called a heretic in my eyes.
Well, what Christians have to remember is that in the first chapter of Genesis, we see Elohim creating man, male and female. He created them. There was one being created in the beginning. It was not male or female. It was androgynous. So perhaps, those that are transgendered are the most blessed. Call me a heretic.
I've heard that before. It wasn't mentioned by a Christian, from what I've heard. Is that, I mean, the act of creating Eve, it can be seen as like a as like a transsexual like phenomenon, or speaking on like I guess what you said. But I haven't heard it fleshed out by another Christian before. Yeah, I mean.
Wait, Rev, I have a question. Rev, you still there?
Go ahead, Chris.
So, would you date Nadia?
No.
Why?
Because I'm not into her. I'm not into her.
Into what?
I feel like we're in high school again, man.
Chris, come on. I mean, don't do this, okay?
What? You think she's beautiful? Why don't you date her?
Because I'm not into that. I'm not into
long
that.
distance relationships are never good too.
It depends where he lives and everything.
All right, Chris, please stop this now. Stop it, buddy.
Okay, if I'm making you feel uncomfortable, that's okay. I'll stop. Just curious.
No, I just don't want to hurt her. Okay, she already knows where I stand. I'm not into that stuff. Okay.
Okay.
So, angels and Mel Gibson's Satan. He's the Satan in the Passion of the Christ seemed like it was an like an androgynous being. And what about angels? Isn't there like, is this more Catholic? The angels have I don't know.
Well, the Bible doesn't talk about angels except for when it's described as being seen by another person as a man. They don't have any wings except for the seraphim and the cherubim. That's about it. I mean, other than that, you don't really. I mean, you hear about people being dressed in white and people striking fear in humans when they see them. That's pretty much all you see. I mean, if there's any other, I'm sure there's extra biblical materials that kind of expound on it. But the Bible itself, really, I don't know.
It's not really a topic touched on too much. I mean, can't fault the Bible for that. It doesn't seem like that was the #1 priority for the writers of the Bible, at least.
Right. There's a lot of mystery to these the unknown, obviously. And, that's I'm cool with a part of that, personally.
Alright, I shall be right back.
And somebody was mentioning heresy, heretics earlier. Yeah, just heresy just simply means that you're teaching something with the deliberate intention of teaching something false, I guess. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of Christians that have heretical views on things, but it's mostly their opinion, I guess. As long as they're not spreading it around and saying this is what the Bible says, then I wouldn't call that person a heretic. I would just simply say that they're, such a claim can't be supported by Scripture.
Thank you for that, Veckel. Let me ask you this, brother. Do you think it might be possible that Nadia might have a female spirit?
I don't know, but I don't know what a female spirit means.
Fair enough.
Yeah. But there's a lot of things that are unknown, a lot of things that are not covered in the Bible. But obviously there is a difference between men and women. There's no doubt about that. Men and women are completely different creatures. But you have some individuals that, some men that seem to be drawn more towards female, or commonly female things, I guess you could say, and vice versa. So, what does that mean? I don't know. It's there. We can't deny it. We do see it.
Well, Yeah, I've there's a reason I picked the name for the YouTube channel. I did. The name for that YouTube channel, Detransition, was that well, poverty would quote unquote detransition me. And in some respects it has already. Put the video up from 2012, you can pretty much see it right there. Where are the nails? Where are the makeup? Oh wow, I bloated into something rather manly.
You said you what did you say about detransition? I was away from the computer.
Well, detransition is a reversal of what's called gender transition.
Detransition from what?
The idea was it was an involuntary reversal of gender transition in effect because of poverty, right? And there you can see what I looked like in 2012, and it was radically more feminine.
It could be just getting old too, maybe.
What?
Could be just meaning getting old. I mean, people, everybody gets old. I mean,
I got old in 3 years.
no, I mean, let me see the video.
Yeah, that was mid 2012.
You definitely. Oh, okay. This is 3 years ago. Okay.
Yeah, so I got old in 3 years.
Well, I don't know. People change, man. People's bodies are different. So.
No.
You're saying that you look.
I didn't get old in 3 years.
You do. Well, you look a little bit younger in this picture, in this video.
Yeah, I probably look about 10 or more years younger.
Yeah, maybe slightly thinner.
Slightly. I was, almost half. Well, okay, only slightly over half my weight now. Come on, half my weight. Yeah, where did the medical care for the thyroid go? Oh, no high flow health insurance, was there? Damage gets done, and it's not getting reversed. Yeah. So in any event, you can pretty easily see why I'm crying. It was supposed to go the other way. Starting from there, I was supposed to get girlier. anyhow. Yeah, the recognition that people are diverse and have diverse interests, and I suppose also things that would benefit or harm them. In some respects, well, where I think this kind of anthropology is lacking. For instance, love thy neighbor as thyself, has embedded within it implicit assumption that, the kinds of things, your own ideas of harm and benefit and such would apply to your neighbor, right? In some respects, you are just like them.
Also, as it's translated, it's love your neighbor as yourself, but only if he's a Jew.
Well, we don't need to get into that.
Nadia, why do you feel less female from that time? I think it's just your own perception of what you see in the mirror there.
Hmm.
But shit, I made a resolution to myself to never encourage you again, but I'm doing that again, aren't I? So I'll shut up.
Well,
yeah, fuck you, Rev. Don't be positive.
I know, right, man?
Well, there might be some subtlety to the ideas about positivity that would help. But also might be hard to, I guess, take as, comprehensible guidelines.
Well, I say Bernie Sanders 2016, universal health care, and you get your surgery. That's what I'm hoping for.
You know what, Rev? That I can agree with you.
Yeah.
Can you feel the burn? Bernie. Bernie is a god, dude. He'd be the oldest president by a long shot.
Yeah. Well, that's a question though. It ends up coming out. Proverbs 17:15, right? Those who justify wickedness and condemn righteousness and so on.
America is not meant to be a theocracy. Never has been.
Well, I think that it may be that the answer to sort of pride movements and such, like Frank Kameny and all that, is more to question why those pride movements, etc., arose in the first place, right? That there had been some kind of reaction against all the shame and all that, making the personal political. And what there was to take a stand against in the first place that way. So, which takes us back, of course, to
Yeah, I don't think there's any
Anthropology.
reason for politicians to voice their opinions on how they view marriage, how they view gay people. I don't think that's any of our business, and I don't think it belongs in politics either. I think calling that a social issue is an injustice.
Well, marriage is.
I don't think marriage equality was a social issue either.
Really? I think there's a little bit more going on there.
I think politicians need to stay out of my fucking bedroom. That's what I fucking think.
Well, I think I'd recommend reading this article. Side chat.
I think fucking Ted Cruz. If Ted Cruz is gonna talk about what goes on in my bedroom, he at least be in it, you know, sucking my dick.
Well, you think what's regarded as deviant about me is limited to a bedroom?
No.
Yeah.
I'm talking strictly about sexual preference.
You think that
there's
the,
no reason. There's no reason for Ted Cruz to be voicing his opinions on these things. I think it's completely irrelevant.
Do you think the differences in personality characteristics even amongst, say, lesbians and gays are merely confined to a bedroom?
No.
Yeah, do you think the sort of gender expression of lesbians and gays is...
No, but I'm saying that's the main objection. That's the main objection is Ted Cruz thinks gay butt sex is icky, so he's not, you know, so he doesn't like gays. Which, I mean, sure, if you're a fucking 12-year-old and you think that everyone has cooties, I can see where you would get that opinion.
Well,
fucking
the trick is
fucking stupid, old, incompetent fucks in our fucking government.
Well, as I think is it David Spade, Dean Spade, and Craig Wilson here argue. You might recognize Dean
fucking
Spade
Rick
as
Perry,
founder
Ted Cruz, fucking
Dean Spade, the founder of the Sylvia Rivera Law Project.
Fucking
has an analysis in that article in
ass
chat.
Rednecks.
Worthwhile to examine. Right.
Triple mega cunts.
Right. The inclusion of some minor, well, actually not necessarily minor, but some group or other in the quote-unquote charm circle.
The charm circle.
Yeah.
I don't know what the fuck Nadia's on about. Like, no person that I'm talking about would consider any of these arguments to be relevant at all. You're thinking on a much higher level than them.
Heterosexual. The first of the
fuck heterosexuals
in the charm circle.
Fuck heterosexuals.
Okay.
You can't say fuck the charm circle. It sounds so fun.
Yeah. Like, I want to sit in a circle and play with charms. It's a charm circle. Or wait, what if? Okay. What if a bunch of guys stand around a charm in a circle and jerk off, and then that powers up the charm?
Well, the trouble is that there is this boundary in the first place, right? Not that some individual element within it is included or not, right?
It's only like cookie, but you don't have to actually eat the cookie.
Soggy waffle.
Yeah, soggy.
Right. The inclusion of one more, one less element into the quote unquote charm circle doesn't.
Nadia, you're a soggy waffle.
The problem that there is this principle of exclusion to begin with regarding these things.
Wow, you do have a lot of tabs open.
Well, that's all right.
Sorry. But that would... Okay, charm circle. I'm going to look into it. Sorry.
Yeah, well, that's on organizingupgrade.com. There's
I got the link.
In the Beyond Capitalism topics section, they have, I guess, various kinds of counter arguments against it. So, or replies posted to it still. I think what we end up with here, though, is that letting one more person into this charm circle of marriage, has pretty extreme difficulties. I mean, the whole principle of like a marriage there in the first place is this circle of privilege. Yeah, what are those who aren't pair bonding in the first place, right? I mean, in some respects, that's actually a relatively common tendency within I guess, especially the gay male community, right? I mean, didn't that just leave like almost 2/3 of you out? What kind of advocacy is that?
Whatever, Nadia. Fuck you. I'm going to bed.
Nadia, I'm gonna have to digest this article right away.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a look at it. I'm not ignoring you, Nadia. I've been listening. Like I'm gonna take a look at it.
Okay.
I mean, I've well, see you later, Jason.
Cheers, Jason.
Yeah, you all have a wonderful evening.
All right, have fun in the charm circle, jerk.
Would you maybe consider apologizing to Veckel, Jason, or no?
Is this that time where I apologize to Veckel? Are we having an intervention?
Might be cool if you could do that if you want to. It's up to you.
Nah.
It would be helpful in general not to create a civil defense. Yeah.
I think Jason has some growing up
He's
to do.
He's the Lenny Bruce of G Plus Hangouts.
Yeah.
Yeah, he really does need to work on a few things.
Yeah. I like his delivery.
I hope Cliff has some insights to speak about too. I haven't heard from Cliff in a bit here, so fingers crossed he'll be able to chime in. And Veckel too, for that matter.
Veckel said BRB a while ago.
Yeah, that's clear.
Oh, dang it. Go ahead, Cliff. My bad.
Yeah, no, I'm still here.
What are your thoughts about potential inaccuracies of Christian doctrine?
You're breaking up. I didn't hear the last of it. Potential inaccuracies of Christian something.
Oh, yes. Potential inaccuracies of Christian doctrine regarding human nature.
Well, I mean, my perspective on Christian doctrine would be from not the theist perspective. So essentially, you would be asking me my perspective on a certain group of individuals who wrote a certain group of books at a certain period in time. And I wouldn't see them individuals as being any different than any other individuals at that time. So it wouldn't surprise me. Like, one of the reasons why I would think that there would be a large action against acceptance of diversity, if you look at past cultures, is that groups, when they're first forming, will tend to have a stronger initial group dynamic if the group shares similarities. We're not rational people as much as we think we're rational. Like, if I meet Joe on the street and we're just having a conversation and he says something that he likes that I like, irrationally I'll form the conclusion he's a smart guy, and the reason why is because he likes something that I like and I think I'm smart. We all do that. We form relationships with people very quickly if they like things that we like and if they do similar things that we do. So that's one of the reasons why I'd expect, if you look at the past, that you would have an action against diversity. And the more non-normalized a group is, or the rarer a group is, the more exception it is, the stronger action you would have against that group. So something like Christianity, I would expect to have a huge inbuilt sort of focus against transgender just because of that position.
Yeah, I guess lesbian and gay too.
Yeah.
Another is really well said, by the way, Cliff. going off of that, like when you said when groups are forming together, or forming like it's also about identity construction, which is what Nadia mentioned earlier. Identity construction happens both ways. You can construct this is what we're for, but people have also either constructed identities based on what they're not, or on both. Like this is what we're for and this is what we're not, and it kind of becomes like a polarizing issue, and like it shows just how dynamic social construction of identity is. Go ahead.
Yeah, and the unfortunate thing is we do this extremely rapidly. Like when you meet a new person, unless you're very, very much into this, you'll start forming vast ideas about that person, and you'll make extreme judgments on them from almost extremely scarce information. Once you study it for a while, it's a fascinating topic. You'll try to stop yourself from doing it because it's an extremely irrational thing to do. But if you don't study it and you just go by our instinctive built-up reactions, it's absolutely horrible the way we make judgments on people almost instantaneously.
Nadia, you're just coming in as distortion. Can't hear
sorry.
you.
Yeah, I had a little bit of distance. It's all right. Is there some element to which this is associated with religiosity? I mean, it seems that there's, I guess, a noted, if not a preoccupation, then sort of consistency of, various doctrines regarding this. And in that, it seems that the in-group, out-group dynamic could play a part. Like Jonathan Haidt identified his the concerns with sanctity and purity, with the, I guess, moral, what would you call them, foundations of the right, and along with those also came the in-group and out-group loyalty and such.
Well, Christ said, "Judge not, lest ye be judged," and I do my best to follow that. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, it would definitely refer to a broader phenomenon than individual believers. Yeah, you yourself could be very much an exception. There are even whole denominations that qualify as such, like Episcopalians, for instance.
What's the difference between Episcopalians and other denominations? I don't know.
They're basically American Anglicans. So there's, I think, since it's been established an American, I guess, denomination outright called Anglican.
I mean, I've been hearing a lot of, well, those are Catholics, we're Christians, but I don't think I'm gonna. I don't know what to do if someone comes up to me and says, no, those are Episcopalians, we're Anglicans or something. I'm gonna have to look that up. Well, besides what you just told me, of course.
Yeah, they're generally regarded as a very liberal denomination.
Yeah, that's what I remember. Besides, like, Universalists or...
Yeah, Unitarian Universalists are... I think a lot of people don't actually regard them as Christian.
Yeah. But I think, like, what's Obama? I remember knowing that Obama is, like, one of the... Oh, yeah. Veckel's back. I remember you wanted to get his view.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I'm hard-pressed to recall exactly regarding what.
Welcome back, Beck.
Hey. What was the question? Somebody was going to ask me?
Well, where would you see like conflicts regarding, I guess, what Christianity has to say about human nature, and I guess with more secular kinds of accounts? And what sort of Christianity's ideas about human nature that are possibly contentious?
Ideas about human nature regarding from the Christian perspective that might be contentious.
Yeah.
I think yeah, that one, Jeremiah 17. If I'm understanding your question correctly, I would say Jeremiah 17:9 is one that a lot of people have with. And Jesus said in Matthew 15, he says, "From out the heart, it's not what goes in your mouth that defiles a man, but what comes from the heart." And then he gives you a list of the evil deeds that man does. Like theft, adultery, murder, cursing, lying, stuff like that. Those things come from inside a man is what defiles a man. It's not what goes into his mouth. And Jeremiah 17:9 says, "The heart is deceitful above all things and desperately wicked. Who can know it?"
Right.
Those type of teachings cause contention between the Christian and the non-Christian, because a lot of even some Christians don't even like those perspectives, but they can't deny that it's in the Bible.
So fundamentally bad or fundamental badness to human nature is, I think the question you're raising there. Is that right?
Well, yeah, the Bible, the Bible makes it clear that there's nothing intrinsically good about man at all. Man can do moral things, but as far as them being good enough according to God's standards, it will never meet those standards according to God, because He's holy, He's pure, He's righteous, just in every sense of the meaning. So it's impossible for man to meet those standards unless God declares it upon us.
This might differ from a lot of secular accounts where human nature is, either good or otherwise neutral, right?
Yeah, I think we're talking a little bit about total depravity for a couple of days now in different hangouts. And my view on on total depravity just simply means what I said before, that man has the ability to do moral things that are beneficial to society. However, what he's not able to do, no matter how hard he tries, is to please God outside of God's will. So he will always fail in that regard. So man, by his own volition, cannot make God happy.
I thought total depravity, had to do with the totality being sort of in all aspects, and then depravity being
that you can't do anything.
Deviation. Well, deviation from God's purpose, right? In every aspect, there exists some kind of thing to deviation. Would you regard that as accurate, or?
I guess so.
Seems like there might be different emphasis at the very least. Go ahead.
Yeah, there's some Calvinists would hold that man can do nothing moral at all. Well, which unless I'm misunderstanding their position, because obviously we would disagree with that. I mean, we obviously see non-believers doing good things for the community, for the world all the time. So that can't be accurate.
Yeah, I've talked to a few Calvinists about that, and the critical thing is you have to really know what they mean by the words. Like, for example, I was talking to Rocco, and Rocco said that you cannot do a good moral act. And when I asked him, like, but I could do the act, right? And he was like, yeah, you could do the act, but it wouldn't be moral. And I was like, well, how come it wouldn't be moral? He says, because you're not doing it to glorify God. And unless you're doing it to glorify God, then it's not moral. So that's the kind of position that I've heard for a number of people.
Yeah, that's kind of what I hear from a lot of Calvinists. See, and I don't know if I agree with that or not. The Bible does say that no man does good at all, but I think that has a different meaning than what it's the way it's superficially accepted.
Yeah.
At least that's my view, I guess. So
intention is taken as pretty central. Sort of like the intention to glorify God. So behind it, in some respects, have to. You can see how it ends up creeping into there.
I'm gonna have to talk to somebody about their view on that. See what do they really mean by that? That no man could do anything good.
Rocco's a good guy to talk to. Matt Slick maybe, but Matt Slick is really difficult to talk to. But Rocco is really easy to talk to.
I don't have a problem talking to Matt Slick.
Neither
Rocco
do I.
Seemed like he seemed like a cool guy when we were talking with Pillbox. He seemed.
I have a great time talking to him when there's not too much interference.
He might be difficult to get a hold of, but
yeah, that is true though. Yeah, not very often that things are unimpeded enough. Even in Brett Keene's hangout, he was getting mobbed a little bit, so I had to kind of wait till the very end of it all.
I think the Calvinist position would be that unbelievers can do good things, but it means nothing because you're not doing it in God's name.
Yeah, that's exactly what I've heard, word for word.
Yeah.
That's an awful way to think. Fuck, man.
We have
It's an awful way to think, man.
Ludic, we have been so understanding for.
What the heck was that?
We don't know.
Did Christopher just evolve? Actually, I think he de-evolved. Okay. But anyway, that's essentially what the Bible teaches. That no man. Romans chapter 3 says there's none that does good. There's no one that understands. There's none that seek after God.
Amen.
Well, intent is very prominent in a lot of moral arguments, and a lot of people argue even if you do a specific action, if your intent is otherwise, it's not moral.
Well, it's certainly considered under the eyes of the law in criminal law, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, if your intent is to kill somebody, then you go off and, by some means end up doing them great good instead of actually killing them. It was still, in some respects, attempted murder, right? That's kind of their argument.
Well, I mean, just consider this example, right? You see me helping an old lady across the street. She's going to get hit by a car. I call her back, and then I walk her across the street. That looks like a moral act. But what about if I tell you that I actually plan to scam that old lady out of her life savings? I need her to get to her home safely, so I can go there and scam her out of all her money. Is it really a moral argument, then, that I helped her across the street? Is that a moral act?
Good point.
They know not. What did Jesus say? They know not what they do. Something like that.
They forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do. Right.
Yeah, that's my answer to Nadia's point. By the way, I got to run into the other room and smoke something with everybody else.
And like fashion, of course, I could have the road to hell paved with good intentions,
Yeah, that's another good point that I think I don't know if that verse is, if there's such a verse like that in the Bible. I know there's something similar to it, I guess, but But
I don't think it is difficult, but still.
I mean, people can have things that are they can do things honorably, superficially. But I guess the real question is why are they doing it? They're doing it to receive some sort of glory, some pat on the back, or they're doing it because they sincerely care about who they're doing this thing for.
Right.
And only God sees the truth of that, really. I mean, you can have a non-believer, or even a Christian, rather. They can do things for the community. Question you have to ask, though, is why are they doing that? I mean, a Christian can easily say, yeah, I'm doing this for the Lord. But Christians are just as fallible as everybody else. So that doesn't mean that a Christian can't fall into a sinful state of mind and do these things out of pride, out of seeking some sort of praise from people. And that's not to say that the atheist doesn't really have any compassion towards mankind. So,
yeah, I mean, there's usual kinds of bad things about the church 500 or so years ago. What was it? Things like Inquisition or Crusades or what the conquistadors thought they were doing. There was a line of reasoning. This is doing people good in the end.
yeah, and this is exactly why Jesus says what he says in Matthew chapter 6 about practicing piety. He says, don't practice piety in front of people in order to receive praise and compliments. That's why he says, when you pray, pray in your closet. When you give to people, give anonymously. You don't make an announcement and say, hi, my name is such and such, and I'm going to give such and such amount of money to such and such. I mean, if a person asks you, yeah, go ahead and tell them, but, you don't want to put it on Facebook and get a whole bunch of thumbs up. People say, oh, you did great, guy. You did great, Feckle. Same thing with praying. We're not, saying these elongated, fancy prayers like I see in a lot of charismatic churches, unfortunately, so that people in the end of it can hear you and say, man, you are a prayer warrior, man. You are awesome. Wow. Jesus speaks against that. The praise should be going directly to God. And in the end, this is what Jesus says at the end of each of these commands that he gives in Matthew 6. He says, when you do such and such in private, God will reward you openly. When you pray in your closet, you pray in private and ask God for, or just communicate with God, God will reward you openly. When you give anonymously to anybody, God will reward you openly. So everybody will see that you're being rewarded. And they may ask, hey, how is this man being so blessed? I think maybe then at that time you can tell what happened. Or even fasting. I forgot that. Fasting. He also says fasting. When you fast, don't make it so obvious that people can tell. Do it in a very discreet fashion. You don't want to, look like you haven't washed or your face is all sunken in or anything. Just do it discreetly. And when you do it discreetly, God will reward you openly.
Yeah, there's something of psychological hedonism that says people are ultimately, trying to make themselves feel good, and that the, act of giving makes them feel good and all that. Yeah. And they say, in some respects, like if you're going just by this kind of analysis of intention, that would end up disqualifying, a lot of the good that people do that way, and I don't think that's entirely fair. I think, even if that psychological hedonism is the case, we have to, consider things a little bit differently even from that. Intention is not enough. I mean, the well-intentioned thing that ends up in disaster, right? Well, there's still amounts of responsibility there, sort of incompetence or or the error in factual judgment regarding the consequences and all that. Those things too are, defects of character reflected in, the poor execution or acts of, that cause so much harm. So I dispute things a bit on those grounds too. I don't know. It was an earnest attempt, I think. Yeah. They were trying to do some kind of good in their own, way of understanding what good was, and also what was right. I just don't think they end up, arriving at a sufficient understanding to deal with it all for us. Wow, that was pretty quick. I wonder what just hit us. Who knows? Oh yeah, Zydia's been on HRT for 3 years. My 3-year anniversary was the 2nd of June, so I didn't have a big celebration this year. A few just popped in, or okay. Well, I guess I could bottle log for a bit.
Back. It's like it's just the 4 of us tonight, huh? Everyone went to bed.
I don't think they went to bed.
No, they went to another hangout? Or...
Yeah, there are a few going on. Yeah.
You still around, Rev?
Yeah, I'm here.
Cool.
Desert, welcome, brother.
Welcome, Desert. Yeah. Okay, I'll get the mods, you get the cam.
Hey, what's up, peeps? What's going on?
Not a whole lot.
Yeah, I noticed a lot of snow going on, so I decided to pop in.
Yeah.
I got to get my driver's license renewed tomorrow. Totally forgot about it. Such a pain in the ass waiting at the DMV. It's got to be the worst.
Yeah. I need to get mine changed over to my new address.
Yeah, that's a good idea in case someone ever you need a way to prove your address or whatever.
Yeah, I think I've got enough bills and such collected.
Yeah, enough bills will usually do it for most instances.
What was it? 3 anniversaries that are a bit rapid fire are, what is it, 2nd of June for, estrogen and such, as far as hormone replacement starting. The 16th of June for the orchiectomy, the castration surgery, and the 1st of August for the name change. And they're all pretty much the same year.
And that's set out by the State Department or something to do with your name, like Bureau of Statistics, or I don't know what is that? What department of government handles that?
It's court ordered, issued by the New York County Civil Court. So it's by county, and it's a court order for all the individual county civil courts. Yeah, I've got it registered with the Florida Bureau of Vital Statistics for birth certificate, Social Security Administration for Social Security card, the State Department. Well, needs a bit more work, and New York and California state DMVs both also have my identity on record as myself. And the last pieces of the puzzle are State Department for the passport, which actually serves as proof of citizenship as an alternative to a birth certificate, and one with a much friendlier policy toward gender transition. And welcome, Incorporated. I will start debunking capitalism very momentarily, but very briefly. The birth certificate basically requires, basically some kind of sex reassignment surgery to qualify for changing the gender marker. But even after changing it, of course, or not of course, but, the state of Florida retains history. So in the meantime, Incorporated, I would say that your principle of equal exchange or equivalent exchange, or whatever it is, it doesn't actually hold up, because if such were actually the case within capitalism, it would not be possible to profit, nor to address any need.
Okay, but with capitalism, the whole goal of the game the whole point of making a profit is so that you have capital to reinvest back into your venture, so that you can make more profit and expand and basically meet more of the demand. So, for instance, let's say an airline, okay, that gets started. When they first start, of course, they're going to have to charge their passengers a price that allows them to make a profit. And when only after they make the profit can they use that money to go ahead or credit and to go ahead and expand and hire more people and be able to serve more people in the economy. Whereas under a communistic approach, basically the government would say that because the government would basically determine what is demanded, and they would supply that regardless of whether it actually met the demand or not.
Well, the entire notions of supply and demand, as per neoclassical economics, don't actually apply to such a system, do they?
You mean in a communistic system?
Yeah.
I would disagree, because even in a communistic system, people have basic needs. I mean, people need shelter, they need food, they need clothes. Okay, they have all of these things, and the supply and demand of these things could they basically vary across different populations, different geographical locations. So you can have let's say you have some generic communist state, and the people in the west of the country, they may be doing well.
Economics 101. What is demand?
Demand is what is needed within the economy, what is needed by people within the economy.
That's not what demand is in economics.
Well, what do you feel demand is?
That's not what I feel demand is. Economics defines demand. It's that which the sum total of what everyone is willing and able to pay for some good or service.
Exactly. What's what they're willing to pay for what is for whatever good is demanded. Now the thing is,
but bear with me. Well, actually, you had a very different idea that you proposed, right? It's worthwhile to stop for a minute and look at the distinction. All right. Your idea was basically what is demand, what people need, right, and what people are willing to be able to pay, right? Two very different things. You know, it comes down, you might need, your next glass of water or breath of air, but you can't cough up the money. You opt in.
Okay, well, I'm on Wikipedia right now, and I'll go ahead and share the screen, and it's telling me that in economics, demand is the utility for a good or service of an economic agent relative to his or her income. Okay, and yeah, it validates what you're saying. It says, okay, demand is a buyer's willingness and ability to pay a price for a specific quantity of a good or service. Now, it validates what I said too, because it says quantity, and I said my definition was demand was what people needed. So when you talk about what people need, you're talking about the quantity of whatever good it is that we're talking about, whether it's oil, gasoline, wood, or whether it's finished material goods such as washing machines, vacuum cleaners, refrigerators, whatever have you. A specific quantity is demanded, and because that specific quantity is demanded, that is what determines what its price. That's what basically is what determines whatever the price will be.
Well, there's nothing really super specific about it, because the price would vary upon who you're purchasing it from, right?
Absolutely, the price would most certainly vary upon where you are purchasing it from. But when you're talking about an organic, a free market where firms are allowed to compete, the prices become basically.
Do you think ultimately a market could ever truly be free though? Is that possible? I mean, isn't it the advantages of one group supplying a widget? You know, I mean, it's certainly not free in the sense that each of the suppliers have, you know, obviously the price discrepancy reflects that they have different, you know, maybe different wholesale or whatever. Like they seem to have some kind of advantage.
Absolutely. If you look at, for instance, if you look at, how should I say? Look at a company like McDonald's. They basically have this. They basically are able to charge a lower price for fast food than a lot of other fast food joints because they basically, you know, they have a supply chain and you know whatnot where they.
Ah, yes, they control the means of production for a lot of the root
No, they
ingredients
don't
of their
control
products.
the production. They have their own means of production that allows them
That's what
to.
I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That gives them an advantage versus other perhaps smaller fast food joints because McDonald's not only has it on the, you know, the retail level, but they actually own farms, and so they control the means of production, right? That's
Absolutely.
kind of interesting, isn't that?
Absolutely, but if you look at, but at the same time, McDonald's is competing with these smaller firms as well as other large fast food chains.
Yeah, and they can
and
leverage
that's
their
what.
resources and distribution network to set up, you know, these commercial farms and all this, and
Yeah,
so I guess
that's
they're
what
free
keeps
to
their
do
prices
that. They're free to do that, but you try and be a competitor and break into the business and compete with some behemoth like that, right?
Okay.
Economies of scale is a barrier to entry. Yes.
Okay, but I would make the argument. I would say that a firm. Let's say you have a firm like McDonald's, and their prices are low, but their prices aren't low because they control their own production. Their prices are low because they have to compete with other burger chains who have low prices. And let's just say McDonald's was the only burger chain in America that you can go to. Okay, it wouldn't matter if they controlled their own distribution or not. The prices would be a much sky high because they're the only place you have to go to. So the
Well,
prices are
if they're
low.
competing in such a raw level, like you're suggesting, like almost like gasoline or something, then how come burgers are burgers all like the equivalent of a Big Mac at like Wendy's or whatever? Is it the exact same price? Is it like
No.
do all burger places have different prices? Like it seems to me that there's, you know, I don't know about competition in burger joints, man, because they're all, you know, the prices are all over the place. Like one of those, you know, those blue cheeseburgers from what's that new thing called?
What's it called?
That fast food place, Carl's Jr. Carl's
Yeah.
Jr. Right? Like Carl's Jr. blue cheeseburger made with like Angus beef is like kind of an upmarket product.
Incorporated, I have to ask this. What is with all the Pokemon downloads? Just asking, man.
Oh shoot.
I gotcha. It's all good, man.
Well, when it comes to, I would make the argument that I would say that a burger that burger chains. No one said the price has to be the same, but the price just have to be competitive with one another. So I mean, me personally, I don't like McDonald's. I don't really like going there. But if I'm pressed for time and I don't have a whole bunch of cash money on me, I just might go in there and get the Big Mac for what combo for what 7.15, 7.20, versus going to a locally owned burger joint and spending $8 for a burger combo. It just might be a little bit more in my interest just to go ahead and go to McDonald's, even though I don't like McDonald's. So because but on another day when I have a little bit more money, I won't have a problem going to the local burger chain and paying $8.50 for a burger and fries because I like that food more. So that's the whole competitive dynamic that we're talking about here.
If you feel that the free market brings about ingenuity and maximizing profits, hey, I'm just out of curiosity, how do you account for the fact that the amount of corporations, like, do you agree that there hasn't been a large consolidation of various corporate entities into larger and larger conglomerates in recent years? Like, it seems to me that it's been almost like musical chairs. So I don't know.
Yeah, well, that's how it's supposed to be. I mean, the government's supposed to. A monopoly is not a feature of a free market economy, and monopolies prevent free market
Well,
activity.
what I'm suggesting is there's a trend towards monopoly. Like, that seems to be, if you were to project the path with all this consolidation going on with large corporate entities, I mean.
Okay, well, if we're talking about mergers and stuff like that, yes, there are mergers and stuff like that, but I think that economics in and of itself accounts for those types of things because eventually what you get is you get firms that end up getting so damn big that they become like dinosaurs. They become ineffective and they fall. When I'm trying to think back in the early 1900s when I think when the whole idea of a department store when you had stores like J.C. Penney. Did you know J.C. Penney started out as like this poor kid in the Midwest, I think, that didn't have anything, or he was in the Midwest or New York. That's where he grew up, and he basically started a department store that sold goods to customers in a central location. A lot of other businesses, they had it set up where a person had to order something out of a catalog, then it would be shipped to them from a warehouse. Whereas J.C. Penney, he says, okay, I'll go ahead and put my store right there in the neighborhood, and people can come, you know, and buy my stuff, and I can have a lower price because I don't have to, I'm not stocking everything up in warehouses around the country, then paying transportation costs to ship them all around the country. The people, come to me, and I make it convenient for them. And that's how JCPenney got big, and they were able to buy up other, smaller stores or overtake them, supplant them, or whatever, what have you.
I suggest that your pricing model is radically inadequate.
Okay, but one more thing, Ludic. A monopoly is when basically one firm controls an entire specific goods sector, like Standard Oil in the early 1900s with Rockefeller. They controlled the whole oil industry, literally all of it, the whole country. That's what a real monopoly is. Okay, if Fry's Electronics or if Best Buy buy Circuit City, they have a bigger share in the market, but they don't have.
But there's a hegemony. There's a hegemony here, right? Like you try and go and open up an electronic shop, Try and open a little mama and papa one like they used to exist all over the place. When I was a kid, every town had its own stereo TV shop, right?
Okay.
And everybody who owned one of those got their asses whooped by all the big box stores. And practically none of them exist now. They've kind of reinvented themselves in some buying groups, sort of co-op based buying groups. But outside of that, I mean, forget it.
Okay. It all comes down to competition. I mean,
no, that wasn't competition. Look at Apple. Look at all the small Apple shops that used to exist, right? Apple computers. They used to support a huge network of little small outfits selling computers, and they totally screwed all of those guys over huge the past 10 years.
Okay, but I would still make the. I mean, I've seen like independently owned computer stores and stuff. They still do exist, but
And
the
how many of
basically
them are selling Apple products?
Probably not a lot of them, but that doesn't mean that. I mean, as a computer store, you know, there's two of them in the city I live in that I go to occasionally. But the fact of the matter is, the ones that stay in business are the ones that find some kind of way to become competitive. For instance, if I want to ever get my computer fixed, I know I'm going to take it to one of the smaller independent stores because I know that if I give it to them, I'll either go to Office Depot or I'll go to one of the smaller independent stores because I know if I give them my computer, they're gonna actually try to fix it, and not just try to say, well, fuck it, we could just sell you a new one for $600. You're better off doing that, which is what Best Buy is gonna do because they're a large firm. Okay, so you get more,
They
person,
have Geek Squad, don't they?
yeah, but Geek Squad has never ever fixed a single computer ever for me. They've never done that. All they do is try to sell you a new computer or tell you that they can't fix
So
it.
they're
And
incompetent.
well, they could be incompetent, but I think that if they're right there in Best Buy, they're working with a large chain that makes it.
Maybe their competency is a function of how much they're paid, you know?
I'm not exactly sure about all that,
Somehow,
but
and how some corporation monopolizes their ability to bring customers to nerds to do their job, right?
okay.
See, this is the thing. I mean, you do realize that when you work for somebody that, they're making at least 5 times as much per hour off your ass, right?
All right, but can we break all that down?
They're sort of Anyway, I can break
All
that
right,
down into an
can we
example of
break all
monopolization and a
that
whole bunch of
down?
other social stratification, but no, what's the point?
Okay, let's break all that down. Companies, someone that if you work for a company, they're not making 5 times. They could be making 5 times more. They could be making 10 times more.
Oh yeah, at least 5, you would think, right?
You understand that aggregate profit, a lot of that, and the larger the organization is, the more.
But isn't that the company monopolizing like the need for labor, and then dishing it out to you, because they control the labor, they control the means. You understand?
Okay, well, no, they don't control labor. But what I would say
Yeah,
is that
they do. They're the ones that are employing everyone because they control the means and they monopolize the means.
yeah, but they effectively don't control labor. They can use labor, but they don't control it. Let me go ahead and finish this. What happens? Okay, if you have if you have a firm that hires people, hires human capital to run its day-to-day operations as employees, a lot of the profit, first that profit has to go. For the first thing it goes to maintenance. It goes to hiring people. Goes to maintaining all the infrastructure of the stores. It goes to buying inventory so that they have something to sell. The workers don't get paid if the company isn't selling anything. Okay, then a lot of it goes to the electric bill, light bills, utilities, all these things, that expenses that go into a business, and then what's left over, the
Operating costs.
executives can pay themselves. Okay, and of course they're going to pay themselves more than the individual workers because what they do, their management of the managers and executives get paid more because they're more valuable to the organization.
And their wages have increased hundreds of percent in the past 30 years, right? 40 years. Has their profits increased such? I mean, does that actually reflect some kind of performance metric that you could propose? Like, I don't think so.
No, it's actually been a big drag on the profits. But I'd also, question the dynamic regarding, I don't know, executive and investor compensation. It's actually more of a case that the other way goes around. The investors and executives to, in the business's operations.
Okay. I would make the argument that you look at a company like Toyota. Okay, Toyota basically came into is the #1 auto producer in the country right now. Okay, why? Because they produce a superior product.
Who's that?
Toyota.
The country of Japan, which raises national interest issues, of course.
Yeah, they produce a superior product.
They're non-union.
Exactly.
And, yeah, they're Japanese also, not American.
Yeah, exactly my point. And a little bit of a background on that, if you want to. Well, I don't know if you want to go on that tangent, but absolutely, Toyota produces a superior product that they're able to put to the market.
I don't know about that. They've had more recalls than anyone from what I've seen on the news.
Okay, but the fact of the matter is, maybe I don't know if it's a fact that they had more recalls or not. But the fact of the matter is, they're able to put a product to market that people want to buy and that they buy in large numbers, and it makes them hugely profitable to a point where they're able to pay their workers much more than even unionized American auto production.
You sure about that?
Yeah.
You know they make higher wages than the auto workers union guys?
I'm not exactly sure, but what I do know is a lot of Ford's former employees and that left Detroit, a lot of them did go and work for Toyota. I know that. So evidently there was something drawing them there. Okay, was it the fact that maybe Toyota offers free candy bars at the lunch break, or do you think it was something more? You think it was maybe money? Who knows?
Well, you see, still, of course, he attacks on union labor.
Nadia, you're too far away. You're breaking up.
Yeah, you gotta come closer.
Sorry, I was trying to say more that likely represents attacks on union labor as opposed to, and of course, the workers trying to have a job as opposed to something like, well, greater benefits. And welcome, Bane and Commando, of course. Yeah, the Powell memo is such from 1973 represent a rather sustained and coordinated campaign to eliminate trade unions and unionized labor.
Okay, now I want to go ahead and share this with everybody. Go ahead and share my screen. Okay, GM, Ford, Chrysler finally near wage parity with Toyota. Okay, so after years of taking massive losses because their U.S. manufacturing workers earned more than their foreign rivals, General Motors, Ford, and Chrysler are now paying pretty close to the same on average.
Yeah.
But the
Can I just make a point here? They're comparing workers in another country paid with another currency, right? So I just wanted to point that out, right?
No, but we're
they're also the changes represent wage cuts carried out by GM.
Toyota has their plant is in the United States, and they hire American workers. Okay, they don't make their cars in Japan and ship them across the ocean. It's more economic to actually have a plant in the U.S., hire American workers, and then just distribute the cars.
Can you bring that article up again?
Let's
take a look at it.
Yeah, they are wage cuts made to GM workers, not increases to those in Toyota.
Okay, but let's go ahead. But the closing of the wage gap still doesn't extend to management employees who still earn a lot more, says an economist with the Center for Automotive Research. Economist Sean McAlladin said wages and benefits now cost GM around $58 an hour, just $2 more an hour than Toyota, the Associated Press reports, but he said Detroit's wages will shrink further compared with Toyota's as it hires more workers at the lower wage and takes on fewer skilled trade workers who make more money than other factory workers. Now the wage pressure will be on Toyota. Okay.
Right. Yeah, and that says their GM is cutting their wages, not they're increasing, or Toyotas are increasing. Right. So this is a degradation of the standing of workers.
Okay, but you need to understand that Toyota, they're able to, or I mean, there's a reason why they're doing so much better than the American auto producers.
You know that reason? Yeah. Well, you're animus against organized labor, and of course, they're forces of the left. Yeah, people doing hard work that sacrifices their bodies. Yeah, something that does deserve compensation, doesn't it?
Okay, so what would you rather have, Nadia? People working hard and earning a living, or people just not working at all and earning nothing?
Oh,
that's a ridiculous argument.
They are not necessarily in tension. So, when the smoke clears, what have we here?
That's similar to the argument that people make that, about us being spied on by the NSA, right? You got nothing to hide kind of thing, and I don't know. The structure seems similar.
I propose the principles underpinning your economy and such are, well, both morally defective as an external critique, as well, possibly also by internal standards, as well as ineffective by your own internal standards and your own set of goals, right? So you said that you're acting as a method of delivery of what people need to those in need. Well, it doesn't accomplish that, does it? I mean, for instance, well, you can examine things like healthcare on the free market. I mean, the very things that ail people prevent them from earning income to pay for their own treatment, right?
Yeah, it's like people who cite NGOs as a way to solve social issues instead of the state doing its job.
Oh yes, of course. Yeah, the scope and scale of charities is a bit depressing. Like the largest endowments and such go to things like Central Park, opera houses for the rich and famous,
Opera houses,
Ivy League institutions like Princeton and Harvard.
Yeah, it's disgusting the amount of monies they get off the government, really, when there's actually profitable enterprises to begin with, especially in recent years. All the IT technical research people, they're all under NDA. And then the company comes in, they pay for research in a wing and sponsor a wing at the university, and then they sign these agreements so that they get all the intellectual property.
I was actually citing, what is it, charity as a way to give people what they need, right? The largest donations to charities go toward things like opera houses and Ivy League universities, right? They pretty much really go toward those really in need.
Oh yeah, just look at police forces. In the rich neighborhoods, the police are way better set up than they are in poor neighborhoods.
All right, now let me go ahead and share this real quick. Okay, Toyota workers in Kentucky plant made more than UAW members last year, posted January 31st, 2007. Last year was the first time that non-unionized workers at a foreign-owned assembly plant made more than members of the United Auto Workers Union.
Okay, so that was in 2007, right? And how long has the auto industry been around?
Well, the point is actually that came about by UAW taking wage concessions, their wages getting slashed, not by Toyota increasing theirs.
Exactly. So doesn't that kind of show that labor unions can be very ineffective for workers rather than free market competition?
Free market competition isn't raising anyone's wages. It's slashing them.
All right, well, let's continue. Let's continue to read this, Nadia. The Detroit Free Press reveals in a very interesting article that Toyota paid out bonuses of $6,000 to $8,000 last year as its largest U.S. plant in Georgetown, Kentucky. Combined with the base pay made by a non-union worker at the plant, that equates to $30 an hour or $60,000 a year based on a 2,000 hour work year. That is more than the $27 an hour or $54,000 a UAW member made on average last year. Union workers, of course, hardly received any profit-sharing bonuses last year due to the poor overall performance of the domestic automakers. Okay, so...
Like anybody listen to that, Inc. I mean, we're looking at the ass, so I mean, why even read that? I'm just kidding, bro.
So again, I mean, Ricardo's iron law of wages is pretty much in effect in your quote-unquote pure free market. The atomized labor force that has no collective bargaining power, well, pretty much gets reduced to the bare minimum. Yeah, literally the bare minimum for, well, maybe the only bit more than survival is basically just getting to work and back.
Okay, Nadia, but you and Ludic, you guys are gonna have to take into account that there's a very compelling argument against your guys' whole model of labor, and that the free market actually does. All right, you said, and I just showed you. You said that the free market doesn't raise salaries, and I just showed you it did. Where the UAW workers were getting paid $54,000 a year, and the Toyota non-unionized workers.
Because their wages got slashed, right?
Yeah, you
Exactly.
realize
Who slashed them? Who slashed them?
the union workers'
The
wages went down.
union. Why? If the unions?
Unions' wage concessions were under duress, right?
Right.
The bargaining power of the management.
You're asserting, Incorporated, that the reason why the wages are now higher at Toyota is why? But I don't understand what you're saying. Like, when overall the wages have actually remained stagnant and haven't moved with inflation, and in fact that the reason why Toyota's paying more isn't because Toyota's been more efficient or better products or anything. It's because GM has forced wage concessions on the labor, so the overall wage is gone down. It's not increasing. Like, it's not as though GM has stayed and Toyota surpassed them.
I didn't say overall wages. I said wages for the Toyota workers went up. They got higher wages, whereas the union workers got lower
But they
wages.
didn't go up. What happened is the GM one went down.
I didn't say an aggregate or an average. I was comparing workers from two different companies.
Yeah. And the reason Toyota workers are now paid the most money for the first time ever
is because of the free market.
Because wages for the GM workers went down, not because the wages for the Toyota workers went up.
All right,
That's all I'm pointing out.
Let me go ahead and share this article really quick, and we can talk about it. Okay. UAW and why Honda and Toyota workers are not interested. To the Japanese automobile manufacturers, unions are the plague, and the United Auto Workers, UAW, admit to having a tough time getting new union members when they visit Japanese manufacturers' plants called transplants in the U.S. People just aren't interested, said one union organizer. The Japanese automakers in the U.S. seem to be winning their battle with the UAW because the people they employ seem convinced that the benefits are good and that the union couldn't do any better. Moreover, these auto workers tend to build plants in the U.S. in areas that have a low average wage for laborers. Wow. So the free market, which has allowed this foreign auto producer to come in, has allowed these people in these poor areas with low wages to have really, really good jobs and get paid well in a manner that they never dreamed of before. Why? Because
sure, and the same thing happened in Detroit 50, 60 years ago, Guy.
Yeah, before.
And where's Detroit now?
Exactly. And why is Detroit in the position they're in now? Because of the unions.
No.
All right,
No.
Let's finish the rest of this. Okay. Worse conditions are better in transplants in some areas. An example of a happy plant worker is in the Toyota plant in Georgetown, Kentucky. The workers are now being paid more and getting better bonuses than UA workers average at domestic plants. Yet the UAW continues to try. It attempted to organize the workers at the Subaru plant in Lafayette at least 3 times. The result, nada, nothing. The plant will be producing Camrys pictured in a joint venture with Toyota in April. Our take, the strength of UAW has ebbed substantially. In 1979,
I worked at that plant.
Awesome.
I could talk about the real reason why union affairs don't exist there. It's because they fire people. Anyone who breathes a word of unions, fired.
Yeah, they abuse people there. That's why. Okay.
What? Abuse people?
They were abusing people, firing them for no reason. Okay, this is the kind of stuff when you get when you have these entrenched unions that stifle innovation and competition, that try to stifle.
No, there was no union. There was no union.
Well, you mean the Toyota? You were at the Toyota plant.
No, Subaru.
The Subaru plant, okay. And you said that they just fire people.
When they attempt to organize union affairs.
Well, of course, you can't have subversive people in your organization that are trying to subvert your company out to a union. You can't have that, Nadia. If you do that kind of stuff, you're going to be eliminated. You realize that an organization can't keep you on board if you're doing that kind of stuff?
That's subversion.
Okay, I mean, if I hired everyone in this hangout to work at my company, and I was paying you guys like what, $25 an hour, okay, and then Christopher decides to sneak out one day and go talk to a union representative behind my back, and I find out about that.
Why do you consider it sneaking out and behind your back?
Yeah, well, I'm paying him good money. I'm giving him, and let's say I'm paying him good money. Let's say.
Well, who are you to define what it is?
Exactly. Who am I to define what it is? But you know what? It is my company, and if I feel that a particular employee is doing something that's going to be bad for company morale, like trying to bring in a union behind my back, I got to get rid of that person. I mean, what would you rather have? Us get what happens if we get?
And you know that used to be illegal, but of course they've been destroying and busting unions with changing the laws.
There's nothing wrong with firing.
Yeah.
It's not illegal to fire an employee. It is illegal to fire, I guess, to fire an employee because of union activity, but it's not illegal just to go ahead and just fire them just to fire them. They have to prove that you did it because of a union.
Right. So you set up your evidential barrier to something insurmountable, and then you can get away with anything. They do. That's what they've done. That's how the unions are kept out of there.
Well, now it's also a big game with just assembling these things. I mean, these cars come all in parts pretty much, and they're just assembling them. And they're just doing it to get past import tariffs, right? So instead of bringing in a fully assembled Subaru, they bring in one that's in parts, and then they get some guys to put the bloody thing together, and now they get past, these import duties or whatever.
Okay, now let's go ahead and all right, let's go ahead and finish this. Okay, our take.
The trend in automotive is manufacturers to move out of country, right? They're fleeing America and they're building these cars in Mexico and stuff like that.
Exactly, and you know why? Because of the unions. They would still be here and they would still be hiring American workers.
Not necessarily, because the wages are lower. And the labor laws, and the reason why is it's a function of the labor laws and the lack of unions.
And what have the unions done? They've made it so untenable.
They're only the most democratizing force of the 19th and 20th century, and there wouldn't even be a bloody middle class without them.
Okay, how is making workers? How is forcing companies to outsource a democratizing force?
Well, I mean, economically.
Companies to outsource.
They don't force companies to outsource.
But they compel companies to outsource. They make it worth the company as well to outsource.
Compel how?
Well, let me try to find something else. Okay.
Well, she just asked you, how do they compel companies to comply with the demands of, or I don't want to characterize them as that, but
let's say
how do they gain leverage in negotiation for collective agreements?
Well, they do this by, they force companies
with the legal right to be able to strike, and with the legal right to be able to do so without risk of losing their jobs.
Yeah, you have
something that's changed in the law in recent years, by the way.
Absolutely, you have a right to strike. You have a right to do those things. But at the same time, when you look at you look at a lot of times unions. What they do is they bring all types of concessions to businesses that make it harder for them to make it harder for them to even have workers. I mean, you could have Ford could maybe.
No, it makes it harder for them to make more money for people who already have money.
Exactly,
Rich people like to pay their executive wing to pay, to dish out monies to shareholders and dividends, none of which any regular people own. Right?
But you do realize that the whole business is an economic institution, right? Not a social equity institution. So it's not really fair to look at a business and say, oh, they want more money. That's what they're supposed to do. They're supposed to make money. It's supposed to be profitable, and they're supposed to take that money and reinvest it back in their company so they can make even more money. Okay, but when you have concessions that these unions put forth, like, okay, you have to give X amount of benefits and they have to be this much, and you have these concessions that are forced onto the company rather than the company itself deciding.
It's conceding, right? Like, you must be concessions are what the unions are doing. We're doing because the bargaining committee for the auto worker union was shit.
Yeah. So, I mean, if an individual worker goes and negotiates things, I mean, what's wrong with the individual worker? You want me to work for you? Oh, I'll take only such and such a wage. So many benefits and so on. I mean, individual workers are allowed to negotiate that, aren't they?
Not if you're a member of a union, you're not. No.
Well,
no. Only the bargaining committee and the people that are part of the union that do that are allowed to.
Well,
in fact, if management in a lot of labor laws, and my father lost his job for doing this, if you go over the head of the union and talk to like other element of the union members, you break the labor code, right?
Exactly. So unions can be responsible for people losing their jobs as well, not just the.
No, it was the actions my father took. He shouldn't have done it.
Okay, maybe he shouldn't have done it. I think as a free and sovereign citizen, he should have been able to talk to whoever he wanted to. He wanted to talk to concerning his own economic situation. But if the unions want to have those types,
you can't go over the head of the leadership of the union. You can't do that.
Well,
at least you never used to be able to. But
assuming that individuals are allowed to, negotiate wages and benefits and all that, it's just part of like the hiring process, right? Yeah, they want to pay so much. Worker wants so much. Somebody haggles and people meet in the middle somewhere, right? Why is this not allowed to?
Not with a union job.
Hang on. How is this not allowed to be, in reference to somebody else? It's like, I want to get like, pay as everybody else, and also get benefits like everybody else. I mean, how is it not allowed?
I don't know about in the States, but in Canada, if it's a union work site, you can't do that. You have to join the union first because they're not allowed to hire non-union workers, right? So you join the union, and then the union connects you with the company to get you a job, and their wages are already set in the collective agreement, which is a contract that between the union and the company, right?
That's a more advanced.
Exactly. So a worker.
That's a more advanced step. I mean, it's an incremental approach toward similar with that, right?
Exactly. So a worker who's perfectly capable of working and wants to work, well, he can't get a job because there's union red tape, and he has to go join this union. The union has to check him out and see if they want him in the union. Then, he has to go through this long process rather than just going.
It's not a long process. There's lots of places you can walk right in the door and join. Boilermakers, lots of them. Get a job. They'll help you out. See, they help you out.
Okay, but it's still red tape, though. Okay, and it's still, there's all types of laws that you're now governed under and all this and that type of stuff. Let's go ahead and look at this. Okay, and so they fall, unions and workers. The goal has been to create a borderless world for goods and finance while building fences with whatever. On January 3rd, 2014, the Mechanist Union at Boeing voted to approve a new contract that undercuts many long fought for benefits.
Yeah, again, they're taking concessions. They're taking concessions because they don't have the power they once had, because there's been systemic overturning of labor laws that have been in power since unions fought for them, where they got their heads billy clubbed in like a century ago, dude. It's not good. What you're pointing out, it's not good.
Not just the laws. It's the same campaign is more than in law. In fact, sometimes even against it, right? Like, firing anyone that breathes a word of a union, right?
Oh, yeah. And not only that, there's been a villainization of it, so people like Incorporated here have these notions about unions, right?
Yeah. In collective bargaining and such. I was trying to drive at, sorry, Ludic, is in a number of respects, necessary for, the worker who would otherwise be atomized to achieve the kind of bargaining power that would on parity with the employers, right? An atomized individual doesn't have the bargaining power, right? The economy of scale ends up being some matter of price dictation here for the price of labor. You see it, of course, with the cooperative affairs in the small businesses against the big box stores.
I think it's a wonderful model, co-ops, and employee-owned, and too.
Well, these are buying cooperatives, right?
Right. When I was talking about small electronic shops, like there's a group in Western Canada called Audio Video Unlimited, and they help out small little electronic shops because they act as a buying group, which is like a co-op that you join. But again, it involves membership, right? And what's interesting is both unions and co-ops have general meetings, and you do get a vote, so they're democratic, right? You know, when in a union, you vote for your shop steward, you know, and he's usually a guy that works with you, you know, and all your fellow workers, you know, have confidence in this guy, and you say, okay, he's going to represent our line or whatever, you know. And then hopefully, through democratic means, you formulate your bargaining committee, and they go off and they're supposed to represent you. And doesn't always work, but it certainly helped to create the middle class in the past 150 years, 100 years. I mean, what you're talking about incorporated, you were talking about private police forces and stuff. Do you know any of the history of labor unions and any of the massacres that were like partly state sponsored that involved, you know, almost paramilitary organizations? Are you familiar with Mother Jones or?
I don't even know where Labor Day came from. The Haymarket Massacre. The Haymarket Massacre.
I wasn't necessarily talking about. I mean, if you're gonna change the subject, but I mean, I don't think it's a good idea to change the subject off this. But it says, yeah, these unions, they're ineffective now. I mean, it is true they may have once been effective organizations for social justice and for laborers and stuff to get their fair shake, but now that they've become practically dinosaurs, and like you said, newer models such as co-ops, where the employees actually own the means of production in the company. Those are like the newer ways of getting helping out labor. We don't necessarily need unions anymore. The top
are older.
Why don't we need unions anymore? Don't you know that wages across the board have gone down in all everywhere?
Exactly, and they keep going down because the unions.
Because the unions, who just happen to be losing power. See, that makes a lot of sense.
No,
what percentage of the labor force is unionized? What percentage of the labor force is unionized?
Not sure. It's pretty low, though.
They keep going down because the unions are now ineffective negotiators now. You just said yourself, you talked about how and the innovations made by co-op employee ownership of companies.
Yeah, because they've been undermined by right-wing bastards getting voted into office and undoing long-standing labor laws that were fought up for with blood and sweat like 80 years ago, my friend.
Okay, so if that's the case, then isn't it time to move on to more of an effective manner of helping out labor? I mean, if it's not effective anymore, you got to get rid of it.
Like a communist revolution.
Not necessarily, Nadia. I don't think that's needed.
Well, it would happen really whether people are trying or not.
Well, CWO, Communist World Order. There you go.
We need a new world order, or one world government. And of course, what's your other buzzwords? Yeah.
Do you think Incorporated that there's a leftist bias in like the media? Like, do you believe that there's like a media conspiracy? Like Fox tends to push a narrative like that. Do you buy that?
I think all media outlets have some sort of interest or bias. Depends on who owns them. I mean, that's common sense. It's been that way ever since newspapers were first invented in the 1800s. I mean,
yeah. But there's kind of this notion with the right that there's a liberal media bias. I'm just curious if you buy into that narrative.
that means nothing to me because I could flip that and say that, well, Fox News, they have a right-wing bias, or the Huffington Post, they have a Democratic left-wing bias, or any number of newspapers. They could have a number, or I could say the Wall Street Journal, they might have a.
I'm just sick of what amounts to editorial pieces and pundits coming on there and telling us how it is without the reporters actually reporting the facts.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. It's kind of hard to get. I guess like now it seems like these news organizations have their own agendas now, but I mean, they're kind of becoming dinosaurs now because now you have like independent reporters, you have like your alternative media, you have YouTube, you have Young Turks, you have that kind of stuff. And I mean, it's becoming easier now.
Yeah, and I question the journalistic integrity that they have versus the classic media.
Do you know of not just media concentration, but the actual distribution network of, as well as a network of actual on-the-ground like media reporting and such? Involving the Associated Press, Agence France, Reuters, and similar.
Oh, it's all gone down the tubes.
UPI. Well, they're not going down the tubes. Where do these things get their news stories from, right?
Oh, right. I see. Like AP wires and whatnot. Yeah, they're taking it from a very small group of international news gathering organizations, whereas before they used to have people out in the field. Yeah, I hear that. Especially in more local news because Colin Powell's son there in the FCC or whatever, and the same thing's been happening up here. They've changed long-standing laws for them to get their broadcast licenses that said that they had to deliver X amount of news based on the market they're in, and all that's been undone because of deregulation. By the way, Incorporated, I think is so great. That's why you don't have 6 o'clock at noon anymore.
Oh, and of course the media concentration as well. ABC, NBC, CBS, and not just that. Fox, CNN.
Oh yeah, and they opened the door, Nadia, for them to own not just enterprises like on television, like TV stations, but also to own radio, radio and internet.
Clear channel, yeah. And of course the they have a network of affiliates, right? So the things that are supposedly local are actually instances of them.
Yeah. Yeah, and they just feed it to them. Oh, RSS streams that come into their quasi-reporters sitting in front of computers looking like they're busy in front of the news crew when they're just regurgitating what amount to emails from some central authority.
What's like what's like one of the premier like news corporation in Canada?
CBC.
And it's you probably hate this. It's funded by the government.
Okay, but do you see them as
it's actually more closely examined though the Chomsky and Herman propaganda model, right? These commercial companies involved with news gathering and dissemination. they are responding to their advertisers. They don't make money off the news itself. They make money off the advertising, right?
Yeah, didn't something happen with 60 Minutes with that to do with cigarettes? I think it was it Andy Rooney? One of the main stars left because he was going to do a report on cigarette companies, and Philip Morris owns part of it, right? CBS at the time. And somewhere through the producer, it came down. The producer told him, "Hey, you can't do this," and that's because they were facing direct pressure from Philip Morris, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but one of the, and this just occurred to me. One of the big alternatives now, I think, in media is foreign news outlets such as Al Jazeera English or Russia Today. I watch a lot of Al Jazeera English, and I think it really keeps me up on what's going on in the world. But also, it's interesting to get a take on the U.S. from like an objective, foreign news outlet. Because to me, I don't even I look at Fox News, and it's like stupid stuff. They talk about like the most mundane, boring things. Like,
Be as critically minded as you can, though, Incorporated.
oh yeah,
We're not all
absolutely.
subjective, man. Especially RT, and in particular, if you've probably come across it, Press TV, which is
I think I've
Iranian,
heard of
by
them a
the
little
way.
bit too. I haven't really watched a lot of them, but Al Jazeera, I mean, they're almost kind of like banned in America now. But dude.
No, they're not banned in America. They're on all the cable companies. You can get it everywhere, man.
Yeah, I think. Well, but on YouTube, like, you can't really see as many of. I mean, they're coming back slightly now, but for a time, like last year, they were for a while they were like banned in the U.S. Then they let them back on. But
no, that's not true. You're confusing them with Press TV, which is owned by Iran and perhaps maybe even Russia today. Which is
okay.
Yeah, the I think thing to note here though is the reason why people are fleeing from this domestic sources, U.S. news, is because they've noticed the stuff is all basically rigged and propaganda, right?
Yeah, exactly. What do you have to say to that, Incorporated? What's compelling you to look at alternate news sources?
I mean, exactly what I was saying.
Because the quality of news has gone down, right? And the reason the quality of news has gone down is because we suppose, we provide evidence to back me not that's because of the monopolization and conglomeration of media outlets to less and less larger parent companies that own and control the means and the message.
Absolutely, and how do you combat that? By allowing a foreign media news network to come in and compete in the news market, the free market. Okay. Let's say the U.S. had a policy that said, okay, we're not going to let any foreign news outlets in here.
So you're one of these internet utopian types that think that, like, people in their basements and Cenk and all that can, like, really influence people and make a difference, get their message out there.
Well, I said.
By the way, I think he's losing his ass right now. You look at the view counts and stuff in recent years. It must be bleeding money.
Well,
and he isn't some rich kid fiddle fucking around like what's his name there? The one that
David Patrick.
The director. The director Sean. It's Jesse Ventura's son and Sean Stone, Oliver Stone's son. They got The Lip. It's a channel on here called The Lip. I don't know if you've seen that. The Lip TV. That's who's behind it. It's two rich kids, right? So they might not be making any freaking money, but they got both their daddies can help pay for them to have their little alternate news thing. So here's your alternate news thing, dude. There you go. We got The Lip TV, a couple of rich Hollywood kids still fucking around. We got the Young Turks, which are basically, I don't know what's going on with them, but it surprises to me that they can afford to do the productions they're doing with the hits they're getting. I just find it incredible. But so we got Alex Jones. Do you think that's a good source? That's an internet utopian, independent, blogger, whatever, extraordinaire.
Okay,
He provides
so
lots of good news, eh? That's a good source.
okay, dude, but you're naming off all these news sources, and you're kind of like it's like you're deriding them. Regardless of what you think of them, they are there, and they do provide an alternative viewpoint. And I think in this day and age, it's kind of like it's just like we have a corporate news structure where basically
You can't even read the foreign news sources.
Okay, well,
I can actually smoke out a fair number. I could smoke out Italian and French and such. France 24, RAI, blah blah blah, El País. I can actually read those. I don't think you can. And when it really comes down to it, right? Sources in Hindi, in Urdu, Chinese, actually Arabic. I can't read. So, what do you do? Where are your foreign news sources?
Okay, but I would make the argument that nowadays we certainly do have a number of news sources, regardless of how you feel about them personally. They are there. They do provide differing views, and it's very refreshing to me versus a period like, say, the late '60s, when all you had was Walter Cronkite and NBC. I mean, regardless of whether or not you think Walter Cronkite...
They investigated the news and delivered it in a fundamentally different way than what's going on now, right?
Le Monde Diplomatique and Der Spiegel were extant in that time.
Okay, well, regardless of that, I think a lot of times we have this nostalgia of, the bygone eras, and say, oh, things aren't how they used to be, or how, Walter Cronkite had his biases as well. He had his opinions, he had the way he felt about certain things as well. We're human beings, we all have those things.
The fairness doctrine.
Okay, now wasn't that the doctrine where they where they want to get more, they want to get more more like left-wing host on radio talk shows? Wasn't that what that was about, Nadia?
No,
if you want,
go ahead.
Sorry, Nadia. If you want to know what I think of what's happened to the news, watch that video there, 4 minutes long, later when you get a chance.
I'll watch it later on. But I think that the fairness doctrine is also kind of silly as well, because, to be quite honest with you, I think that if you're going to say that, okay, we need more viewpoints in talk radio, well, it's kind of split down the middle now, so it's not even practical now. Pretty much in the United States, all of your right-wing commentators and pundits, they're on talk radio. So when you're going to work and you listen to political news on the radio, it's usually 9 times out of 10 it's a right-wing person, whereas on television all of the political news and stuff is left-wing, okay, with the exception of Fox News. So you look at CNN, MSNBC, PBS, these are all left-wing centered, mentalities and, viewpoints that come across, whereas on the radio it's all right-wing. So it's almost balanced, like, in a sense like that. And ultimately, I think demographically, I think the younger people are more likely to be more involved with liberal issues. So as a result, they're more likely to watch TV than listen to talk radio. Whereas older people, who have, careers and jobs and stuff, they commute, they're more likely to listen to more talk radio. So I think it almost is like it evens out, kind of, to me.
Actually, younger people don't even watch TV. So we have a bit more going on here. For instance, Clear Channel dominates talk radio. And that's that agenda. Or have you noticed that Clear Channel is rather biased toward the right, as you know, conservative Christian ownership and such, right?
Okay, so Clear Channel that's like a radio station, right?
Not an individual one.
But it's a series of them, right?
Yes, they own radio stations.
Yeah, and it goes by, it kind of goes, yeah, and I recognize that, but it kind of goes with what I was saying. Honestly, I think left-wing people are less likely to listen to their news on the radio. I think they're more likely to listen to other things on the radio, whereas right-wing people are more likely to listen to, their news on the radio for various different reasons. I mean, if you're talking about young people...
Partly because, of course, well, the ownership of Clear Channel is, well, rather right-biased, right? There have been attempts at left-wing talk radio and such, and Clear Channel acquisitions, kicked them off the air.
Maybe. I need to go ahead and do some more research on it myself. But now, were these initiatives for to get more left-wing people on the radio? Were they by private companies or individuals or?
Yes, private companies. Yeah.
Okay, and what happened? They just got priced out or kicked off, or how did that happen?
My understanding is Clear Channel buyouts.
Oh yeah, the buyout. Okay, well, okay. I could see that, but I mean, it just came down to the fact that Clear Channel just happened to have the economic muscle to dominate. I mean, it's not like I mean, that's what happened. That's what ended up happening. If you want to get the government involved, I don't know if that is the most feasible thing because if there was really a demand for left-wing radio talk show hosts, there would be more of them, but I don't think there
really?
is.
Demand in what sense, and how does demand conjure it into existence?
Well, I mean, if you're talking about left-wing, if you're talking about talk radio, most people that I know that listen to talk radio, they tend to be older people. Okay, they tend to be more conservative. Whereas young people, when they're on the radio, they listen to more music programming or stuff like that. They don't listen to a lot of news. As they get older, they may. Okay, but I just kind of think it's just one of those weird things to me. Like, I don't think the average 18-year-old is gonna want to get in his car when he's driving to community college and listen to talk radio.
You think them not listening to talk radio might have something to do with what talk radio is saying?
What the radio are saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, but I mean, you have to ask who was the last. I think most people that are left wing, they prefer to get their news from television. I think.
And why?
Well, demographics. I think that the left wing that they have a lot more of the younger crowd and a lot more of the hip crowd, and they're more into television and popular culture than the older crowd. So it's easier to reach them just on television.
and they go about seeking out televised sources because
Well,
they're
they get.
they're the ones that match up their views, right?
Yeah, but I mean, if you look at talk radio, they're doing great on the radio because there's a big demand for them. I mean, a lot of people, right-wing people, they listen more to the radio, it seems like to me. That's just what it seems like to me. I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just saying it's just what it seems like.
Yeah, bear with me. I'm checking out Ludic's video. Well, what do a lot of you think? How about that? Oh dear. So, how about that, Incorporated? It's the dominance of different viewpoints on the different media that drives people to and away from those media, or the news on those media, even. How would you counter that one? You have cause and effect reversed. Not just there, but in many other cases. Are you with me, Incorporated?
All right, can you repeat the question real quick?
Well, I maintain that you have cause and effect reversed. That what drives the younger crowd away from talk radio and toward the televised news sources is the alignment with their viewpoints.
Okay, but I mean, when you look at the younger crowd, Nadia, I mean, they're not listening to radio. They're on the internet. They're watching television. They're at the movies.
Well, the answer is why. The question is why. All right.
Well, you can't make people do something, Nadia, that they're not interested in doing.
Avoiding, but they're not interested because why? Because the radio is all taken over by right wing.
Okay, but Nadia, honestly, I don't think that you can. You say, well, the radio's taken over by the right wing. Okay, so in 1960, would you say that there were more young people listening to left-wing radio? Well, you didn't really have partisan radio back then, but I mean, the only thing, I'm considered part of the younger crowd. The only thing that So I don't really see a whole lot of other young people like really interested in talk radio. Like when I'm driving in the car with other people my age, the only thing they want to listen to is music.
Yeah, but the reason why they're not interested because they don't like what they hear there, isn't it?
They don't like what they hear there, or maybe they're not really interested in what they hear there. Maybe it's boring.
And they're not interested because
It may be boring. It might not be. I mean, if so you're saying that Rush Limbaugh should share time with someone who's like left wing. Would that be better, or?
some respects it might be.
Okay,
I
maybe
wasn't actually
so.
proposing a specific solution.
You're kind of working on me on that one. Maybe if we did have more equal media representation on the radio, maybe the viewpoints would get spread around a little bit more, equally. Maybe so. But I mean, isn't it already spread around the two different mediums? I mean, if you look at television pundit, politics, it's pretty left wing. I mean, I think you could agree with me on that. Whereas the radio is pretty right wing, so it's like balanced. If I want to hear left wing news, I'll watch TV. If I want to hear a right wing perspective, I'll listen to the radio.
But how did it get like that?
Or if I want to hear both, I can just go on the internet.
For that matter, there's a bit more of a problem into how genuinely left-wing the televised sources are.
Well, I
don't know.
Your idea of what
represents the left is, worthy of being called into question. And what do you think the left stands for?
I don't know. Well, what do you think it stands for?
Well, in some respects, it represents the root and branch. Maybe not, it's historically called radicalism, but still addressing, fundamental, I guess, moral dilemmas by, I guess, deep-seated changes, the advocacy for change, even, and there's alignment with particular, I guess, direction of change too. There's the left and right came from the French Revolution. Before the king was executed, right? The monarchists and the I guess you might call them revolutionaries. The silence think of a parliamentary hall, divided chamber. The monarchists sat on the right, the revolutionaries on the left. Right? The Ancien regime, the ancient order, the feudal order. The power of established wealth and wealth of established power and such were upheld, advocated, and reinforced by those on the right. And of course welcome, Faithless.
Hey there.
Yeah. So the right in the chambers after the French Revolution, the monarchists, advocates of feudalism, such sat on the right, and the revolutionaries on the left, who sought the equality, economic, and in terms of power on the left.
Okay, that's interesting. So you say the people on the left, they were more for like, or the people on the right, they were the monarchists, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, and the people on the left, they were more for like the revolution.
Right. And the yes, American TV news, as Faith sees it, leans to the right. Yes.
It slightly leans to the right. Yeah.
Okay.
Because
Tell us more, Faith.
they always try to present like every issue as if there are two sides, and sometimes there are just the facts and not the other side. But American news they refuse to call out like BS. Anyway, but however, Incorporated, I think, was a little bit correct when he was talking about the youth. I don't think the reason they don't like listen to radio has a lot to do with that medium being obsolete. Like talk radio does not lean left or right so much in Canada, or not as much. But the youth, like, they don't listen to radio; they listen to Spotify or perhaps iTunes. But usually, like now, they've moved on to Spotify accounts, and that's what they listen to. Like, so like they get their news usually from YouTube's or streaming or things like that. But they consume news in a completely different manner than like the generations that preceded them, and it's not solely because they don't get what they hear on the radio, but though that might be a factor.
They're shorter and shorter blips too, so it's not like you can put something cohesive together, or any kind of conceptual thing, or I mean, you just have to. It's just awful. I was thinking that the earlier when I was trying to communicate, and I was doing some IT work, and I got like 3 screens going. It's just awful, right? Because your attention span is just not what it's bad for us. I mean, studies are showing this, right?
Well, I don't know. I haven't seen any studies that showed any conclusive results in that regards. But there's no denying that like media gets consumed in smaller bite-sized clips, right? The younger ones are no longer tuning in for like 2 hours of talking about in depth about some issue, but it's going to be a 2-minute clip explaining briefly what it's all about, and that's what they're going to have.
And it's always an editorial, almost opinion piece, either that or it's a pundit or one of these brought in so-called experts.
But there is perhaps hope, because, for example, the way they consume TV series, though, is usually binge watching, where they're going to take like a season of Breaking Bad and watch it, like all of it. So sometimes you figure, all right, in one sitting or 2 sittings, So perhaps in some respects, depending on what the product is, the attention span can be there. They're able to like sit and like consume this like keep their attention focused on that one thing for a long period of time. It is within they're basically they're able to do it.
Yeah.
It seems to me that the more thinking one has to do in interpreting the media you're ingesting, like the least you have to process it and make considerations, it seems that the less the attention span and the less likely they are to binge watch, which is bad.
I mean, I am something of a relic of a different, I don't know if it's an era or subculture or some such, but yeah, I put on long attention span theater, if anything. I mean, never mind the span of 8 hours. I mean, I rewind topics back to, days or who knows how long ago.
Well, I've always loved talk radio. I'd say a lot of us that come in here. I always loved talk radio. I'd say a lot of people that have come in here that might be older, would be fans of talk radio and politic talk shows and stuff like that.
Yeah.
That tends to be what I listen to on the commute, right? But yeah.
So how do we get more interest into the rest of the masses to show concern for these things? Because it seems to me apathy's,
apathy's pretty
the
rampant.
condition of the day. I don't know. It's like,
oh,
to give a shit about anything anymore except for steel
it's
belted
like
radios and
helplessness. That's what it's about.
yeah, people feel they can't make a difference anymore.
But to me, like the one part of the equation is that those who basically analyze or cover politics, for example, need to adapt to the new medias that the youth are using. So a lot of them have adapted and have included Twitter and all these things into their processes. But like, yeah, they have to. Like, I can't imagine how Vine can possibly be useful in terms of a news outlet, but in any case, finding any means, there's a whoops, did I freeze? Oh no, I didn't. Okay.
No.
But there's a way where like this old guard that's still trying to do the news the way it was done 30 years ago, despite how rapidly the technology and the media is changing. They're still trying to do things the old way, and there needs to be some frontrunners that figure out, all right, this is not the future of the media, or at least the media has to find a way to also become you also have to find a way to share the news in these other medias.
Well, it's all out there. Like, I like to watch PBS News, and there you can get it. It's online, streams up for anybody to watch. It's just me and 60-plus-year-olds and stuff. Like, how many people watch CPAC or in Canada, or how many people watch what's it called in the States? C-SPAN?
Nobody watched CPAC. Nobody watched CPAC.
I watch it every day.
Nerd.
I actually watch The House every day. And they even have a great website for it that shows, like, they have software and a smartphone app for all the MPs, like to tell them, what stuff's going on, and the public have access to it too, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, though I know how you can make university kids pay attention. You just invent the CPAC drinking game.
All the big debates have been pretty much aired only on CPAC, right? The Prime Minister.
I've seen them in French and stuff, so.
Yeah, well, the Prime Minister wouldn't let any of the major networks air them. Like he wouldn't any of the proposed debates that would be aired on a major network. He wouldn't take part in. Bastard.
That bastard.
The bastard.
And he's winning the bet.
Wow.
Did he not retake the lead again?
Yeah, he has. He's up like
Terrible.
2 or 3 points on the Liberals, but that poll. Who knows where that poll was taken, right? I mean, was it taken in Ontario?
No, the problem is the NDP and Liberals have lost ground in Quebec. It's so disappointing. The reason why it is, I'm so disappointed in my brethren, in my fellow Quebecois. They just don't understand the hijab thing. It's all about the hijab and the fundamental.
Really, they're that concerned about that.
Yes.
So do you think that that's a function, like there's some sociological aspect that you could tie back to the fact that Quebec is like totally more religious than anywhere else in the country?
That's actually false.
Oh, it's not.
Yeah, well, it depends on how you read the data. Because if you read it, how they identify, they still identify as 80% Catholic. But if you look at the polls across Canada, is religion is important to me? Yes or no? Those who find religion the least important is majority in Quebec. The church attendance are the lowest as well in Quebec, like on average. So
really?
there's this thing where they're
really
yes, they're cultural Catholics and that sort of stuff. I can also link you to a study that was done University
So what is
Calgary, I
this?
think.
Yeah, sure, I'll check that.
In,
So
in
what's the
terms of
stance?
trust.
Like, I want to get an idea of the hijab, or it's not hijab.
Well,
It's
okay, there are several influences here, but first is feminism is very strong in Quebec, and the leading feminists say the hijab is a tool to oppress women and are staunchly against it. So there's that perspective, and so it's one part is that there's a misguided idea that gender equality trumps freedom of religion,
You
which
know,
is
we're a
not
pretty
true in
bonker
Canada.
nation. I think we're a bonker nation. Here we are worrying about, and I hate to, I'm not trying to, I wish my whole life I've always tried to look out for the underdog. I've always been that way, right? But here we're talking about how many are being sworn in that want to wear the full Muslim garb, and like, come on, man. We're sitting here arguing about that, and we're arguing about what we're going to do in Syria,
It
and these are
literally
main
doesn't matter.
debates.
I know.
Like,
In terms of Canada, it doesn't
like
matter.
we're a pretty weird group of people, man.
But yeah, so on one side, there's the mistaken belief that gender equality is more important than religious freedom, whereas in the Canadian Charter of Rights, they're equal. So you can't put one ahead of the other. Freedom of religion and gender equality are both on an equal footing. There's another misunderstanding, is that the belief that secularism, like what they're doing in France, because Quebec looks a lot at France and what they're doing, and often want to take ideas from France and do the same thing. So what they see, they look at France and they see, well, France has banned the hijab in schools in a lot of places, and they figure,
But
well,
it's not
we
the
should do the same
hijab,
thing.
is it? Like, there's like 4 or 5 different headdress setups. What it is it's that full crazy one that just has a slit, man.
That's the I don't remember how it's called.
Caliph or Kahif?
Burqa, there you go.
Yeah, that's what they're arguing about. That's what they're arguing about, man. They're not arguing about, like, this.
Chaduri is the name in Farsi.
Yeah. That's. I think that's. I'm pretty certain that that's what the conservatives were trying to go for, banning, right? And it was only during the swearing in ceremony to become a Canadian.
Well, there are other moments where you, for example, could not wear such anything that would cover your face.
Yeah, like a driver's license.
Like driver's license, right? Passport photo.
Well, there you
those
go.
occasions, right?
There
so
you go. So
everyone
what are they worried about? Like, why is this a problem in Quebec? I don't get it. That's enough for them to side with these crooked conservatives? I can't believe it. There must be more to it than that.
Well, I think it's misunderstood because like it's really misunderstood because like when you reduce it to a soundbite, then it says like Harper is against like the hijab and the burqa and these clothings that oppress women, whereas Trudeau and the NDP, well, they're in favor of such things that oppress women. They're like, oh, no, that's not at all what it is.
Background music. So it's got music in the background. Okay, well, it stopped, so who knows?
It wasn't me.
That was me. Sorry, wow, that mic's sensitive.
Sure is. We can hear your neighbors when they get frisky. Okay, maybe not. I might have invented that one.
Oh, my neighbors are quite a distance from the house.
No. But in terms of like the popular vote, anytime the Liberals and NDP don't put or don't look like they put gender equality before freedom of religion, it sort of makes them lose ground. And it's basically it's a lot of it is like on a misunderstanding of like something that can't be done under the Canadian Charters of Rights and Liberties, where
Didn't it hit the Supreme Court already? I mean, wasn't that one of the many laws that the Supreme Court is like completely discarded that the Conservatives tried to pass?
Well, now I don't know what specific law you're talking about, though.
they wanted to create it. So they couldn't. When they would be sworn in, they wanted to stipulate that they had to reveal their face.
Oh yeah. No, yeah, I think it didn't pass. And the reason, of course, is that what does it matter if your face is covered or not in that ceremony? It's just a ceremony. It doesn't matter. Like you've already been identified.
Yeah, so it's not even an
through the
issue, is it?
process, so it's not. Yeah, it's not an issue. It doesn't matter. You could. I mean,
So
you could
why is
decide to go
Quebec
do the thing
bending
and wearing
3 or 4 points to conservative over it? I don't get it.
because
The
they
hell's
don't
wrong
get
with
it.
them?
Literally that's the thing. They don't get it. People usually don't take the time to get fully
So what
informed.
motivated him to put in all those young NDPers last time?
In Quebec?
Yeah.
Oh, that was a vote of protest against the Conservatives.
Bizarre.
And
yeah, the French
like,
are
the
pretty
idea is,
weird
like,
politically. You ever
yeah,
watch them in France?
Mhm.
They have it's like protests as a national holiday there. Every year, one or two groups. Well, they all come out at one or point of the year. Like every like couple of weeks, there's always some group protesting something, marching.
Well, there's
It's
always
funny.
a protest, almost always a protest of some sort going on in Montreal. That's very common. I mean, the people take the streets. They like
Yeah. I love that about the
they
French.
exercise the right to
Come to think of it.
protest liberally, and I think that's cool. I think that's okay. Though the problem
Oh,
at some
it's very
point,
cool.
what happens at some point though is like there are so many protests for so many things that at some point you sort of don't get noticed anymore. So, yeah.
Yeah. Well, the part I really want to get to Quebec for is that I've heard Pierre Brassard's technique would actually be ideal for me.
Yeah, I remember you linking the site in the sidebar, side chat.
Yeah.
I mean, and it's still I'm not sure what is different about the technique because like to me I don't understand any of that. Like I'm not a surgeon, I don't understand what's going on.
Yeah.
But I'm surprised that like how if that technique is more effective, why wouldn't it not be why wouldn't other surgeons elsewhere like adopt the same technique?
They all have their own special sauce. They do borrow from each other, though. Yeah. Different people supposedly have different techniques that would work best for them. And, well, what I hear is that, Brassard's in particular would be best for me.
Well, I'll have to take your word for that one. But
Sounds like a good reason to get you in the country.
Yeah, Bellringer's also would have, but he's actually retired.
Yeah, though I'm pretty sure Brassard has a he's got a private clinic though, right?
I'm not sure, but it wouldn't help me. I'm
as an American
in
citizen.
very bad economic shape.
I don't remember like what's covered if gender reassignment surgery would be even covered under Canadian healthcare or not. I wonder.
Varies by province. I think. Yeah.
It
I
depends
think
on
Quebec.
province to province, right?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Quebec would include that in.
Yes.
Quebec does. Would cover that.
Yeah, so does BC.
Alberta. Yeah. I think Alberta and maybe Saskatchewan are the only two. Alberta, I think for sure doesn't. Saskatchewan, I'm less sure.
Is that a surprise?
What's that?
I'm just laughing. Is that a surprise? It's the most. It's really conservative. It's like a little mini Texas. But although they just voted in the NDP, it's like a miracle.
Yeah, I think there have been some attacks on it in Ontario, but
they voted for the NDP as a protest again, though. So they just wanted they wanted anything, but they just wanted to kick the ones that were in power out, and
yeah.
So when it's so clear as well, here that incorporated Canadian systems working a lot better.
In what way?
well, you don't have people homeless en masse or, starving in the street, mass unemployed, so on and so forth, or denied health care.
Okay, but I think a lot of that can be attributed more towards just, various issues within American society. America, we've had a lot of drugs in this country, and we've also had a lot of disaffected people in this country, who have fought in wars overseas, and for whatever reason, they're not really functional in society, and as a result, our society has suffered because of it. You can't really compare it to a place like Canada. When was the last time Canada had a major conflict where they had hundreds of thousands of young men come home and they had to actually take care of them? And Canada, you guys have had drugs up there, but nothing like what the U.S. has had. Okay, so we could solve these issues. It just comes down to the government putting resources into these issues, or charity putting resources into the
Government putting resources into issues. What do you say, Canadians?
Well, first I'll point out that sometimes it may look, especially from the American perspective, that Canadians are not suffering a lot of war losses or anything, but that's because you got to remember comparative in terms of the ratio with the population. Canada has a population of California only. It's only 36 million people, right? So there's been a lot of wounded soldiers serving in Afghanistan and a few other places. They don't invest as much in the military, so of course the military isn't not nearly as much of a money pit as it is in the United States, because also there isn't the military what's it called?
And military industrial complex.
Right, there you go.
Yeah. Or the prison industrial complex.
Well,
or the prison industrial complex. That's true.
There's military stuff going on here, though. We were just going to sell the $20 billion contract to sell armored vehicles to the Saudis.
Yeah.
Harper.
Harper.
Yeah. I love Harper.
Stand that guy.
We got pretty damn good. We got these things called lavs, and we've put a lot of development into them. They're really good. That's why the Saudis want it. They only want the best of Saudis, right?
Well, it's the entire Anglosphere. You got, Key and Abbott and Cameron and forget Harper. And for a while in the U.S., Bush, of course. I think the Australian was was Howard back when Bush was still in office. So it was worse when the U.S. was still bad, but there's still that bad. But anyway, yeah, what's going on with the Commonwealth here?
Yeah, why doesn't that bother people in Quebec that the Conservatives are selling armored APC vehicles to a country that hauls people out in the street and beheads them, women, for committing adultery?
And of course, gender equality in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
But I think that one suffers a lot from the kind of hypocrisy where if it happens elsewhere, it doesn't matter as much. So basically, that part barely gets any coverage. But what does get a decent amount of coverage is the Saudi blogger whose wife resides in Quebec, and she gets a lot of press for Raif Badawi, the atheist who's been condemned to 10 years of prison and 1,000 lashes in Saudi Arabia for having a liberal blog. Now that issue gets a lot of coverage. So that, in Quebec, the people they do a lot of pressure. So Harper can at least try to try to talk to the Saudis about this. And there was a little bit of backlash where while Harper was selling the trucks, they were like maybe you could have made some sort of exchange or used that truck deal with the army, like to at least get the man freed or pardoned or something. But yeah, there was nothing.
Oh, there's been a few people that have been stuck in those countries, and there was a few guys a number of years ago that got caught selling bottles of liquor or something, and one of the guy got grabbed and his feet were beat. They love to beat your feet, eh? Like they don't just throw you in jail in Saudi Arabia. They throw you in jail and torture you.
It's like what is it called? Batista or not Batista? I'll find it. Hang on.
That's the technique of specifically beating the soles of your feet. Anyway, the Canadian government did nothing for these guys, I'll tell you.
It seems that, well, at least in terms of the results, it looks like no one did anything.
Look at Carter.
But the Saudi government appears to like really have an adverse effect to like appeals, international appeals in their business. Like it's like they might have had mercy or might do fewer, but every time like they get criticized internationally, they're like, "Fuck you, we do what we want. I'm the boss here," you know, and then they decide to keep going. They always like double down every time. And it's strange. So at some point you figure, all right, so maybe if we shut up, then they'll start behaving normally. Maybe like they look at each other. They'll have to look at themselves. I don't know. Like that. It's just, of course, like you can't like just say nothing, unfortunately. But the fact that they just every time they hear criticism, they're like they just block their ears and say, no, we decide what we do here. You have no say on what we do. That's our business. Like instead of like being anyway, instead of looking at the issue,
maybe they've been used to a position of power where they can make such, you know, they can even create ultimatums by leveraging their economic might.
It might be.
Yeah, sovereign wealth fund and all that. Yeah, the sanctions against them might also be helpful, but still, the economic policies in Canada are, in many respects, far to the left of the U.S. and far more productive. And Incorporated, I think, well, might be somewhat informed by, well, a bit of that.
Yeah. But I'm not sure how much more liberal Canada is. Like if you stick to like the campuses and all the progressive hotbeds, because sometimes I'm a bit in an echo chamber, like in all the surrounded by university campuses and the village gay, and like you can't get more progressive and liberal than the place I live in. So like there's like this cocoon, this echo chamber that sometimes I forget that if I drive 2 hours out of the city and end up in like a rural place like Saint-Anne-de-Beaupré, which is a Catholic pilgrimage site, and then you talk to the people and they're like, oh yeah, there are still like hardcore religious people in around here. Sometimes I forget that they exist. And you talk to them and there are some actual conservatives. Usually you find them more in rural areas or
yeah,
and such. But I mean, they exist. They're still there.
That's an interesting. It's interesting how it would fall along, not just socioeconomic stratification, but also like almost geographical. Like it's interesting phenomenon, don't you think? Shows how much we're a product of our environment.
No, it's there's a matter of self-sorting. It's the other way around. People actually migrate
This is true.
Yeah, but officially, I believe Canada has a higher unemployment rate than the U.S.
Well, that's because statistics
I'd have to check. I don't know actually.
According to Google.
Yes, unemployment rates, headline numbers are not reliable. I would refer you to what's called the employment population ratio.
Now, can you repeat that, please, Nabi?
I said I would refer you to what's called the employment population ratio as a less biased measure of those affairs. And
yeah, and you shared a great site with me before,
Is it
Nadia.
Investopedia?
I can't remember
yeah,
what
the
site it
OECD.
was.
Yeah, the OECD. Yeah, has a table of it all.
What main difference does the employment to population ratio give that is more accurate than just an unemployment number?
There is a lot of wiggle room for, I guess, people to manipulate statistics based on, say, discouraged workers and all that. The employment population ratio instead goes about just counting, counting people who have jobs or not, period. Between the ages of is it like 15 to 65? Yeah, it really is this percent of people who have jobs or not in those age ranges, right? Instead of all these kind of weird seasonal adjustments and discouraged workers and all that. I mean, serious? What is it you want to know? How many people actually have jobs, right?
Right. Yeah.
That's what it has. That's what it has.
All right, Nadia, but I guess I would say I don't know if the employment population ratio is the most accurate in terms. I don't know if you could say it's the most accurate because I mean someone who works under the I guess someone who works under the table and is employed under the table wouldn't necessarily be counted in that because they don't have an official, I guess you could say, job.
Well, tax evasion, of course, is not going to get counted anything.
All right. Let's see. Okay, I found some. Okay. So in terms of and I don't want to let anyone think like Canada is way better than America. That's not what we're saying when we're like Canada has its own problems that are uniquely Canadian. So that like even if like Canada is more liberal, perhaps it's not necessarily doesn't necessarily immediately makes it better. Or not at least at everything.
Yeah, it does. I mean, just on the moral question, right?
Okay, so
conservatism is indefensible. Right?
So the employment to population ratio in 2013 in Canada was 72.5, and in the United States it was 67.4.
Yeah, except what's reported to the OECD by the U.S. is a little bit off. The Bureau of Labor Statistics in the United States has a very different number, one that's below 60%.
Well, how could the country even be functional below 60%? Oh, I mean, I mean, because below 60%, now that starts to sound dangerously low, right? Doesn't it?
Yeah, it's like 58 point something.
I mean,
It's been yeah, it's been there since the quote unquote financial crisis.
Because like the numbers I see, like the numbers that are dreadfully low in this list, you got 43% for South Africa, 49.5% for Turkey. I got Greece is at 49.3%, and like all of those are having, like, they're in they're having crises, so to speak. Greece most famously, I guess.
Yeah.
But
Check.
All right, Nadia. I
go
would
ahead.
make the argument that the employment population ratio, what it does is it counts the total population. It doesn't just only zero in on the actual workforce. So even someone who's like a
No, but it helps us incorporate see people that like maybe have given up or are no longer looking for work or.
Okay, well, if you're no longer looking for work, if you're not interested in working, you're not part of the workforce. Okay, let's say if you're if it's like a stay-at-home mom, and she stays at home while the husband works, well, she would be counted as an unemployed person. But when in reality, she's not really a part of the formal workforce because her job is to be a stay-at-home mom. And then you're counting 15-year-olds. Okay, a 15-year-old in the United States. I mean, what's the point of counting a high school kid who's in 10th grade, who lives with his parents and doesn't have to work? Why is he counted in the overall workforce? Makes no sense.
Well, you would expect to. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say it's true that, for example, it seems like it's probably counting stay-at-home moms as unemployed. But if I put in order of their employment to population ratio and what the best ones were in 2013, like the countries that have healthier economies tend to rank higher. Like you have in order Iceland, Switzerland, Norway, Sweden, Netherlands, Germany, New Zealand, Canada, Denmark, Austria, Australia, Japan, the United Kingdom. And then you get the Russian Federation, Estonia, Finland, the G7 countries, Czech Republic, United States, Israel, Brazil, Luxembourg, and if you go at the bottom, you get the South Africas, the Greece, the Turkey, Spain, Italy. All of these are having severe economic downtimes in Hungary as well. Poland, Ireland's in trouble as well, as is Portugal. They're all down there at the bottom.
IMF's fingers are on a lot of it.
Yeah. So I mean, while they're not, I would concede that the employment to employment to population ratio is not a perfect representation. It looks like a fairly good indicator of the probable, like how healthy the economy is going to be in the country.
Okay, but I would make the argument that it's not really as accurate as one may believe, because if you look at a country like the United States, which has a higher birth rate, so you have more younger people that are like between the ages of 15 to 18 that may not have a job, but they're in high school and they're living with their parents, so they don't need one. Well, they count as unemployed, even though they're effectively are not.
Yeah, but does the data break it down by age group too, so you can do some calculations and?
No, but you're counting
pull that
people
out.
that are ages 15 to like what 60 something. Someone who's in their 60s, they could be retired, but they would still count as unemployed. They could be retired and be collecting a pension.
Yeah, but doesn't that database have data also based on like shorter age group chunks or jobs, demographics? I don't know.
Well,
Can't
I mean,
remember.
you might have you'll have different. Like I saw a site that separated for the labor force to employment of the labor force ratio, not just population, but like those deemed to be the labor force. But I don't know if there are because when you are looking at global scales like this, you need to look at what basically you have to look. You use the same criteria for every country, and that employment to population ratio is probably easier to do the same in every country. If you wanted like more in-depth statistics that account for some some things like, yeah, indeed, most 15-year-olds are not going to be joining the labor force yet. For the most part, they're going to high school, whether it's in Canada and Iceland or the United
Quebecois,
States.
your
Yeah.
accent came out for a moment there, brother. It's funny.
It often does. Hey,
Is that your first language?
Yeah. English is my second language. I learned
Your
English
English
rather
is
late.
awesome, man.
Yeah.
Did you live in?
Incorporated.
Your language is like your English is excellent. Did you like your French accent's hard to detect only on certain words the way you say it. I pick up like fully. But so are
It
you?
tends to happen usually most of the time on words that I haven't heard said often enough, and like I only read them. Like I was stuck trying to say the other day lichen or lichen, or I don't know how to pronounce that word at all. I've only ever read it.
Lichen.
Lichen, like the Lichen, lichen.
I would ask work incorporated though, right?
Mhm.
You think these labor force relative statistics are so great and proper? Tell us, how do you know how big your quote unquote labor force is? What is even your idea of what the labor force is?
Well, I mean, it's determined by the effective people who are actually effectively part of the workforce, or who are if you're someone that's not seeking a job at all, you can't really say you're part of the workforce. Okay.
How do you know? How do you know how many people are seeking?
Well, I mean, that's the whole purpose of an unemployment rate. The unemployment rate is supposed to be the rate of people who are in the workforce or seeking a job who can't find one. That's where you get your unemployment rate. The total people, the people that are just who are not employed. We're not going to count 15-year-olds, and we're not going to count 65-year-olds who are in retirement. It's ridiculous.
Well, yeah, wake me up when you can read 330 million people's minds.
Yeah.
You don't have to read 330 million people's minds. You just have to look at the effective workforce out there.
Okay.
That's all you have to look
How
at.
do you know? How do you know if someone's seeking a job?
By taking polls. If someone says, I'm looking for a job,
Well, they could lie though.
of course they could lie, but I mean,
And of course, you might not be able to reach them.
Oh.
I mean, how do you reach them after a phone's been cut off?
well, you can do door-to-door polls, that type of thing. But someone who is
Door to door when they're homeless?
I think someone who's homeless, I don't think they're effectively part of the workforce. I think their biggest concern is getting basic needs like food and shelter somehow.
How do you get that without a job?
Well, you can get there are missions. You can get there are churches.
What about indigent statistics in the States? Like, is there any statistics we can look at that maybe shows some trends? I think statistics are best for showing trends more than anything, right? Like to get an idea what direction something's going in more so.
Yeah,
Than...
certainly.
They're mostly bunk.
We have Gallup, and I mean that's what Gallup is for. But
Would you prefer? I don't know if they exist really, but would you prefer a poll that might measure the workforce productivity or the overall labor effectiveness of the country? Like, so for example, like you could say, all right, there's a smaller percentage of those who should be able to work who work, but those who do are more productive. That's possible.
well, that's essentially GDP, pretty much. But I mean, if we're
No,
just
it's
kind
not.
of using productivity or what a country
not.
produces, that's GDP.
It's not.
Yes, it is.
Actually,
but
all the
I
officials are not.
To me, the workforce are people who are, because you have a lot of unemployed dads, and or you have a lot of stay-at-home dads now under the employment, the population. All that does is that just measures how many people are actually employed out of this huge population. It doesn't actually
Yeah.
zero in and show you exactly what you're looking at. It's just giving you a number at a given point and state in time. It doesn't actually show you what it means. This is you need to actually get the numbers of people that are unemployed in the
It's a
effective.
number you can know isn't bullshit.
Well,
But however,
someone,
like, oh, sorry, but I was gonna say, like, the employment number won't tell you how many hours on average those workers work. Like, for example, you have some places where people work on average fewer hours in countries than others. Like, they work fewer hours on average in France than they do in Germany, uh, and that's not calculated in the uh, in that employment number.
Very true. And yeah, I don't know of any way of even grasping at that.
okay, but I think that, well, I mean, are you going to calculate who's employed or not? I mean, because some people don't have to work as long hours as other people. I mean, in my job, I work in sales. I pretty much get to set my own hours, and I pretty much only have to work like 3 hours a day, to make $70,000 a year.
Wow. You're privileged, aren't you?
Well, it's just the particular firm that I'm working for.
What is it you're
But
doing?
uh, you know, I like to kind of keep that under wraps.
Family business?
No, it's not a family business. It's just I'm in a sales capacity. I sell a product that saves people on energy. So I'll just keep it at that. But I mean, there's money in it, But the fact, I mean, if you're doing that versus someone who they
You're in
could technically,
California, aren't you?
yeah, someone who works at a fast food, they're probably working harder than me, but they're more productive. Technically, they may be producing more than me, but what they're producing is of lesser value, so they get
So there
paid.
seems to be little correlation between one's wages and and the amount of productivity that one might, contribute to, say,
Well, there's a
GDP.
lot of factors. It goes between industry. For instance, someone who's a lawyer, um, puts in a lot of hours and makes a lot of money. Okay, simply because the service that they're providing is very valuable. Versus someone who is I don't know, maybe
Hairdresser.
a hairdresser. Maybe they don't put in nearly as much hours as a lawyer, but
So,
their service is less valuable. And unless you're talking about like a
well,
Hollywood
it
hairdresser.
more has to do with, it's almost like supply and demand. There's less people who have this expertise.
Well,
So
we're
because of
getting
that, they
off
can demand
topic
a higher wage.
I want
Oh,
to get back to the employment thing. Well, basically, it's the effective workforce that was what we're looking for, Nadia. Because technically, someone I guess who's in the military, and the United States has a large military, they wouldn't really be counted as employed because they're not employed in the economy. They're employed by the government.
No,
So
they're counted as employed, whether the government employs them or McDonald's
is
employs
it
them.
rather? Are you sure?
Yeah.
Because it says at any given time who's in, you know, we don't really know for sure unless it says that government employees are accounted for. If you're only counting people in the private sector,
If let me put it this way: if Canada didn't include the government employees, then their
You know,
employment ratio would
20% of the
be.
population, probably 18%.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, prisons. And look at how many people are in prison. Are they employed or not?
They're not employed usually.
Well,
Oh dear.
someone in prison is pretty much a ward of the state, so they're not really.
And they would count as unemployed.
Okay, but someone in the
But
military
I'm
is
not sure if
also.
they'd include them in the labor force, though. By
I'm
default, I think
sure.
they'd be excluded from the labor force.
So I
I'm
don't
sure
know.
some right would love to set them up in prison factories where they can be productive.
Well, I know in the employment rate, I don't think people in the military are actually even counted because they're considered like part of the government. They're not really part of the workforce. They're part of the government.
Oh no, they're all included. All government workers are included.
Do you
Well, if
mind?
they are,
Okay. Well,
but I'm not sure.
Do you mind a quick tangent? Like, do you remember, like, if it was Alabama that had completely banned illegal immigrants in the workforce, and basically they had problems because all the farmers in the state suddenly no longer had any workforce to pick, the crops, and so they had decided, okay, what we're going to do is we're going to have the prisoners of the state, and we're going to send them to the farms, and they're going to pick the fruits, and as a we're going to have them.
Did that really happen? I wouldn't be surprised.
That actually happened, but
That's
what happened,
disgusting.
it didn't work out because the prisoners thought that basically they thought that the job required of them was pretty much like inhumane punishment.
Okay.
They were not able to keep up, and like they needed, it failed.
Okay, I believe that was the state of Georgia that did that.
Was it Georgia?
Yeah, I believe it was Georgia, and it kind of proved that, as the American economy, we are dependent on cheap labor from other nations, on these seasonal workers and stuff.
No,
And
you depend on cheap labor in order for the farmer to maximize his profits. If he was willing to take less of a profit, and perhaps say it was made illegal that this couldn't happen, then the cost of cotton would go up and our jeans might cost more.
Or he might just go out of business completely and fold, and then nobody would have a job, Ludic. And then the United States would have to import these goods from other nations at a higher price. Okay, and then you'd have inflation of the food because you have to import it, and it's more expensive to import it.
Hey, wait a minute.
And now you're taking money out of more people's pocket because it's more expensive food.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cheap labor. People say, "Oh, it's so evil. You're paying these Mexicans $4, $3 an hour." You realize that they can pretty like illegal aliens can do things and live in ways that the average American can't. Okay, when you're breaking into an economy,
the high life,
you can do things.
High life.
Luxury.
They'll go live 10, 15 to a house and be just fine. Okay? And send their kids to college and everything. Okay? Living like that. And then their kids.
What?
No, this is
You
reality.
think fruit
This is how it
pickers
works.
are sending their kids to college, man?
Yes. In California.
Do you think they're paying taxes?
In California, there's all types of concessions for illegal alien children to go to college. There's scholarships. I went to college here. Okay, a lot of college students they're in California, their parents are illegal aliens. It's a reality, and they go to college.
They don't pay the tuition from their parents' salary, is what we mean.
Well, what they do is they get financial aid, or maybe they'll take out a student loan, or
Exactly.
That's how it's done. But their parents don't just dole out. I don't know how it works in Canada, but most students in America get financial aid or they take out student loans to pay for their education.
It's the same thing here, except that the state in Canada funds education a lot more. So, for example, usually in Canada, university tuition costs are usually about a fourth of what they are in the United States. I'm ballparking this, maybe.
Oh yeah, it depends on what you compare it to, but
Yeah.
compared to Ivy League, it's just insanity. But compared to community college, it's from what I looked at, it's about half.
Okay, so it varies. All right, from a half to a quarter to All right.
Okay, I got you on that.
Oh no, compared to Ivy League, it's like a 20th.
Yeah. Well, like compared to Harvard, obviously, like it's.
And yet they receive tons of government money. It's crazy, like literally billions of dollars.
You mean like the Ivy League?
Yeah.
Do they? I thought they were like. Oh, I didn't know they were financed by
No.
the actual taxpayers.
Tons of money from the taxpayers. I looked this up a while ago and I was shocked.
Yeah, but I mean they're.
I mean,
do they get money
pay the
from
football coaches, right? Come on.
Well, that's for research, right?
I mean, who else is going to pay the football coaches but the?
Yeah, pretty much.
You should look at
Undergraduate
look at their coffers. It's just crazy how much money they have. I mean, the amount of money they have in the past 20 years, like just in reserves, it's just insane because they've made tons of money off science and tech. Tons. Like the companies will they'll put the money in to do the research, and then they get the university gets like 10-20% kind of deal, and corporation gets the rest. And not only that, then the knowledge isn't like open knowledge. It's under IP or they're under NDA, so a lot of the times they can't publish scientific journal papers about it, and it's been a real shift in academia and research, and it's not good.
Yeah, the paywalls I don't think are helpful for.
Oh, they're evil. The paywalls killed Aaron Swartz. Well, actually, that prosecutor and that guy and that lady prosecutor killed him, but just like Nadia was supposing with Gus and that, I mean, really, the paywalls killed Aaron, so.
So what paywalls are you guys talking about?
Oh, like in many cases, like if you want to consult some scientific studies conducted by universities and such, they're usually like locked, if you will, behind a paywall. So if you pay a certain fee, then you can have access to the research. But until you do,
yeah, it's usually like $40 a paper, if not more, per paper. It's just insane. Whereas all the universities get access to it, right? Like all the students.
So if you're a faculty member, it's going to be free for you. But if you're someone from the outside the faculty, so like if I was trying to get access to the papers in some university or other, I'd have to pay to basically have access to it.
Yeah, all the little fishes and hacks like me can't have zero access.
Somebody's picking up. Oh, I think it was you, Ludwig. Okay.
Okay, but what's the point of paying that money for that information when you can get the same information free, probably on Google? I mean...
No, this is the point. You can't. This is the point. You can't.
Well, you may not be able to get that particular study.
Aaron Swartz was facing like 30 years in jail. This is why he killed himself, dude, because he dumped a bunch of this stuff onto a notebook computer stuffed in a wire closet, right?
Okay. Okay, I get that, but I mean, if you're making like an argument for like evolution or something, you can find enough free material on Google to back you up. You don't have to go pay like $40 for one paper by some scientist that, I mean, it's Google Plus. I mean, why would you need that? It just seems unfeasible to me. That's just me, though. I could be wrong. That's just me.
Well, there's been times in here when discussion has led in a certain direction where people wanted to look up or cite some sources like that, and we hit a paywall.
Yeah, no. With the amount of time people say that, and I quote, "Give me some sources," in a discussion, it actually comes up a lot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have paywalls left and right. I mean, it's basically made the internet kind of useless as an academic resource, right?
What we need is some sort of uni leaks, like some site that leaks research papers.
I don't know, man, when you're facing potentially 40 years in the slammer for it, like Aaron was.
Was this guy that was going to get 30 years, was he a G pluser? Or?
He was a known internet digital rights activist guy, and what did he create? He made a bunch of money when he was about 16, 18. Do you remember what he created, Nadia?
Facebook?
No.
Not Facebook. We're talking about Schwartz, or are we talking about
Schwartz? Yeah.
Reddit.
Reddit. Yeah. Yeah, he was one of the Reddit founders.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And he thought much the same way we do, and would come from the same kind of background as Nadia or me, and he took it into himself to, code a chunk of Python that basically logged into a JSTOR account and started dumping papers through a notebook to external hard drives that he just come into the closet and plug in and out. And he was doing this for a while, right? He intended to dump the whole thing and leak it. And yeah. I mean, this ought to give you an idea when the state is proposing penalties for someone like doing something like that to the tune of 40 years in prison or 30 years or whatever it was. They're sending a message, right? I mean, this is, and they're sending it to specific people too, namely us.
No, absolutely. Yeah.
Like, it's weird. I can't understand where they got the 30, 40 years type sentences from. Like you compare to what someone would get if they had defrauded money, and they get a slap on the wrist, relatively speaking. It's really it's the opposite of even-handed. Give me a good word for that. But
yeah,
there's a huge discrepancy between.
Oh, it's a good way to gauge what the powers that be are concerned about, right? I mean, they want they want us all vocationally trained and pigeonholed, right? They don't want people with any kind of broad general knowledge, or because then they can put two and two together and figure out what the frick's going on, right?
Yeah.
That's my opinion.
Well, yeah. Well, what good does it do me? Spent half my adult life homeless, and of course the proceeds of my career. Well, I don't know if you were there for the life history discussion or whatever, but well, not much of that went to me. Certainly not the surgeries that would have, well, dealt with the man's face or man's voice or anything else. So get incorporated. Canadian system, on the other hand, would have covered it. And also had labor protections that would better. Oh, sorry,
Some
go ahead.
Canadians would have covered it. As Ludic mentioned, there are some provinces where it might not have been covered.
Well, to varying degrees.
Yeah, to varying degrees. There's always the fear because, well, anyway, or it changes with the years because there's always the fear, because they definitely don't want to cover cosmetic surgery. So because they want to be sure they won't cover like someone's facelift, right? So like they want to be sure that it's like it has to improve the well-being of the person's getting the procedure. So once they discovered that like the best solution for someone, say in Nadia's situation is to help do the transition to the desired gender.
Yeah. Well, they have a vetting process in place for that.
Yes. Yeah. But I mean, the idea is that like to give treatment, and like they decided, okay, well this is not like, oh, I just want to look pretty. This is like an actual it's an actual treatment for a condition, if you will. Like, I'm not using the correct words because that's not what I'm good at, but if you know what,
close
like,
enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are some narrowing criteria where effects involved are ones relating particularly to gender. The cartilage around the eyebrows and such, and well, other facial cartilage are a rather different kind of thing from a facelift. So it's kind of understood to the extent it's reconstructive surgery or plastic surgery, whatever. It's not quite of the cosmetic nature people would decry.
Exactly. Because it's always the thing, like the taxpayer is always outraged when they pay for like someone's vanity or their whims or their, which is why like in Canada our biggest scandals are usually like the senators who misuse money or things of that nature. Anyway. Yeah. Anyway, I think the point has been made.
Well, that's what they freaked out in Alberta about, why they put the NDP in.
Yeah.
Premier was flying around, and some of the members of the party were throwing huge raving parties in Calgary, connected to the power company there, the city.
What about Rob Ford?
Oh God, Rob Ford too. Yeah.
Everyone loves Rob Ford. I mean, you don't have a real Canadian like party experience if Rob Ford isn't there snorting coke, right? Now you know the party started.
Absolutely.
No, Rob Ford is actually a strange oddball for some reason. I don't know why, because like people like are pretty. Anytime you get the Mike Duffys, who's a senator who had the government pay for multiple houses when he was allowed to only have one. Anyway, there's another case in Quebec, except I don't remember what her position was. She'd throw lavish parties for her friends and family and build the government. And so, of course, people are outraged. All that kind of stuff.
Well, I was just thinking to myself, all these shitty wireless audio solutions, right? Like the best wireless transceivers that the Hollywood people use and stuff, like Electrosonics and Zaxcom and stuff, they're like $1,500 units, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they all operate on proprietary modulation, 2 gigahertz stuff usually, right? Or higher, like in there. Why the hell doesn't somebody take a single board computer? I mean, they're tiny and they're cheap as fuck now. With a Wi-Fi radio in it, tie it in through IP, and then write like a virtual driver for it that's like a sound card driver that just runs on the local machine and pulls the through the LAN.
And
so
what would
sound
that
card
do?
is that's wireless networking. Not
Yeah,
sound card.
yeah, using it through wireless networking, through Wi-Fi, yeah.
The
What
protocol.
would it do, and what would it be for?
Just to get better range and better audio quality, man. Like, just, you know. So her headset's like, I don't understand Bluetooth. It's such a crappy. What the hell's with Bluetooth? It's freaking awful.
But it's so popular.
But yeah, well, I don't get it. It's so like I've got Bluetooth and the audio quality on it's great coming out of a Bluetooth radio from a device going into your headphones or speaker, right? But going in the other direction, like encoding audio, you know, through an analog to digital converter and
Bluetooth is
providing decent audio quality, it sounds like cell phones from like the 90s, man. It's awful.
So you're saying Bluetooth only sounds good when receiving, but not when sending.
Yeah, sync or whatever.
It's built, or it's been created with one-way traffic in mind.
I don't know about that.
Well, because if they had thought that people would need to
fuck?
send if they had thought from the outset that people would need to send high quality.
Are you using a Bluetooth device?
I use no Bluetooth at all.
No way.
I
want someone in here who's using one to come in, and I want us to check what kind of sample rates it's using and stuff.
Yeah. Well, there are issues with okay, there are issues. In the meantime,
See, your IP tethering's working awesome, right? Like right now, your phone's an AP. From the phone, there's the AP, right, Nadia?
yeah.
And that goes off to LTE.
Yeah.
It's bridged to LTE, right? It works awesome. Like.
I'm not sure if it's.
And you're in New York too, so whatever tower you're latched to, it has no problems with throughput.
Full router, not a bridge, but still.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess
anyhow,
so. I guess so. If you're handing out other IPs, yeah, it would have to go to a private class C.
Yeah. Well. Yeah, I think incorporated economics could use a little bit of help. Any chance of, I don't know, maybe investigating some references for him to consult? Because, of course, the employment population ratio is such, and your idea of the workforce, you know, raise a few issues. I mean, for instance, well, every living person has some level of need, right? If they don't get them, because they're, of course, not provisioned, they die, right? So, assuming people aren't dying from deprivation, right? Each person has some kind of bare minimum, you know, consumption that they do, or consumption that's done on their behalf, right? Now, leads to considerations what's called the dependency ratio. All right, the number of people to support versus the number of those working. Oh, and welcome, DPR.
Yeah, but I don't think 15-year-olds and people who are 65 and retired should be counted as part of a workforce. They're just part of a population, not necessarily a workforce.
But economic activity is done on these people's behalf, is it not?
Also, what about people on disability under the population to employment ratio? People who are on disability and can't work, they still get counted as unemployed,
Mm-hmm.
which is ridiculous.
Absolutely. There's perhaps a different set of considerations involved. DPR, we were just going on about a wee bit of economics and advocating more left-leaning economic policies, such as exist in Canada and the UK, and actually possibly even Australia, over what there is in the United States.
Oh, well, good luck with that. I don't think I can help very much. I've never understood economics.
Mm.
I can't even understand inflation. So you're not going to get much help from me there, I'm afraid.
Yeah. Well, I think it's on a level that's generally accessible, but still. I at least try and keep it simple. I'm not going to be hitting you up with stochastic partial differential equations.
Oh, I can do equations. That's easy. But economics is just, I don't understand it. I've got a basic understanding of supply and demand, but as I say, I've never fully understand inflation. No one, maybe it's just me. No one's been able to explain it to me.
If you could do a Stratonovich integral and apply the Pontryagin maximum principle, you're set. So, at Event Incorporated, right? There is a general concern of like, well, how many of those who are, actually able to work and earn income and such are supporting how few or how many, right? The dependency ratio. It's kind of why unemployment even matters, right?
Right.
Well, I would say it matters because it measures how many people aren't working in the effective workforce,
Well, then you have, epistemic issues about the effective workforce. Yeah, how do you really measure that?
Well, that would be just like saying that, I'd be like looking at like a high school and saying that, well, since most of the kids at this high school don't play sports, that they're not very athletic. That's not correct because first you have to zero in on just the population of the kids who are actually athletes and who are actually interested in athletics. And then of those kids, you would have to determine, okay, which one, how many of them are actually playing sports to determine if this school is a really athletic school or not. You can't just take the whole population because you have to take the effective population.
Okay, and that relates to, the health of a country, so to speak, the well-being of it. How?
Because only the effective population is who is going to be working and producing goods and materials and producing wealth for the nation. Okay.
And how does everyone else do?
Everyone else is either a dependent or they're either dependent on this workforce or they're essentially non-effectives and they're just not involved in the workforce at all.
And you say they're not involved on what grounds, right?
That they're not, and they're not either they're not looking for a job or they have no interest in a job. Someone who has no interest in a job shouldn't be counted as a detriment to the health of the
And
economy because they're not going to
and
be.
you read their minds how?
I don't have to read their minds. I just look at their actions.
Okay. They're not working. What else are you looking at?
Well, are they actually looking for a job? Are they in school trying to get educated for a job? Are they trying to get a trade to get a certain type of job? Are they trying to start a business? If they're not doing any of those things, then effectively they're not in the workforce. They're not in the workforce at all.
No one's ever called me and asked me if I'm looking.
Have you reached out to them?
Have I gone where?
Well, you got to reach out now. I mean, no one's gonna just give you a job. You got to reach out. You have to actually.
No one from the government has done a poll and called me for this poll. Right.
Okay.
You have an idea of a poll number, right?
Yeah, I have an idea.
Yeah.
Okay, so you personally may never have been called, but they do have a census every 10 years where they do come and effectively account, or they're supposed to account for everyone in the general population. And have you taken part in the census?
I have never been contacted by a census worker.
Okay. Well, you could go to them. Well, never been contacted. You never been contacted. A lot of people don't get contacted. Ironically.
Yeah. So you think these polls really do a very good job?
Well,
There
a
are
lot of
biases?
people.
What do you think the bias? What kind of biases? Why do you think it is that they are not able to contact people?
Well, I don't think statistics can ever be 100% accurate, but they can be accurate up to a point.
What is the nature of the error, though? Is it a biased error? Is it in a particular direction?
I don't know. I'm not exactly sure.
Why wouldn't people be able to be contacted? Why wouldn't they show up in these polls?
For various reasons. I know I've heard that if it's like a high crime area, census workers won't go into that area.
How about the employment? How about the employment polls?
Well, effectively, if you have people in really economically depraved areas like Detroit or like really poor area, there's a town, Nadia, in Kentucky.
Here,
I forget the name of it. It's an
look at
all-white. It's an all-white town, but
you're looking at geography.
No one there has worked in the last 20 years. So effectively, you can't count them in.
Look at me. Now look at me, right? The no stable housing, right? No landline to be contacted, or door to actually find people. Also, well, most people, unlike me actually, who are in these kinds of hard times, actually can't hold on to a cell phone number, right? There's no having them actually locked down to a single number, is impossible, right? So they're unreachable by polls. They drop off the map. It's biased to undercount people who are, seeking work.
Well, first you got to prove that they're actually undercounted. And then you got to prove, okay, if someone's not looking for a job at all, or they may not be in the economy, they may be in the underground economy, they may be in the black market. Okay, they're not effectively part of the workforce. They're part of the underground economy.
Yeah. But again.
But they could reintegrate the workforce at some point. So if you want to do comparative, if you want to look at the numbers comparatively from year to year and see how many peoples have reintegrated or integrated the workforce compared to how many people have left the workforce, all these numbers, I mean, that's why you got to keep track of the people who are not in the workforce as well, if as much as you can. Of course, it's like pretty important. It's pretty difficult, like, to track homeless people because like there's no way to just find them, and they don't have a phone number, they don't have a house, they don't have anything that this census worker would be easily able to track.
Yeah, I've been homeless half my adult life.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and there goes Incorporated. I think that was a rage quit.
I don't think that was a rage quit.
You do or don't?
That wasn't a rage quit.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I think it's a bit tough to hang on to people sometimes.
Yeah, but I mean that I don't think. Why would that be an important issue? Like, I mean, in terms of like, why would you rage quit over that? That's what surprised me.
It's been getting rebutted pretty strenuously on, like, almost, a pretty steady series of points. Yeah, he's big into the free market. He's a big, strenuous advocate of capitalism and all that.
Yeah, I'm an advocate of capitalism. I have no shame in saying that I know that you're still a communist, yeah.
Yeah.
But I see a lot of good things in capitalism. Like, what I want is more a more regulated market where you have better safety nets when when bubbles pop, so to speak. You don't want big crashes. You want a nice safety net and a smoother ride on the economy train. So I would submit that things were better when there were more regulations, but overall you do need the free market does lead to a lot of good situations.
Well, if free isn't free from what?
Hey, fundies out there, when are you going to join or what?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's a religious holiday right now. Didn't you know?
Oh, which one?
No, I'm kidding.
Oh, okay.
I tricked you. I had you believing my fib.
Wasn't it Yom Kippur or something recently?
Yeah. Yeah, a few days back.
I think it's over.
And sometimes. Let's just go with Ludic just converted to a religion of his choice. Go Ludic, go. Why did you convert? Not able to entertain that hypothetical?
I can't even. Yeah, it's that bad. I can't even fathom it.
Could you fathom becoming a deist? That seems not a stretch.
I don't know. I'm not an atheist. I hate titles that are trying to pigeonhole it, but I guess pragmatic agnostic is how I've sort of identified most. I'll give them their one. It appears to me he doesn't seem to give a rat's ass about human affairs.
Jimmy Stevens recently pointed out a God that claims to have revealed itself to everyone so that they know him. Right? If you claim to be agnostic toward it, you deny it.
I guess they do. But I still, even if I entertain it and give them a lot of their claims, it just seems to me that, like DPR said, he's not or others have said, he's not a God that I would like. I certainly don't
No, but
want
you would
to
believe in
spend
it.
time with him floating in clouds if he's anything like.
But
Which
I will concede that like believing in a god and worshiping that god are two different issues.
Yeah. I don't think I could seriously entertain the notion of the supernatural. What is it? That makes a refreshing
me
change.
neither.
Oh yeah, is it? Oh, it's not Mulroney. The new Australian Prime Minister.
Oh, Tony Abbott, my favorite.
Well, he actually stepped down. There's a new one.
Oh, did he? Tony Abbott stepped down? Oh, hold on, let me Google this.
Malcolm Turnbull. That's it. Well, there was a hopeful sign for a brief moment. Was it Julia Gillard? She was an atheist.
She was, yeah. Though one could criticize her because she did pander a lot to the religious. I hear. I'm not an expert on Australian politics though. Obviously, since I didn't even know Tony Abbott stepped down.
Yeah. There have been other atheist heads of state. Wasn't the Icelandic Prime Minister one? The open lesbian? I'm not sure.
I'm Googling, and it's a question I never considered. So, yeah, Julia Gillard was one. I mean, Pauline Marois is one, but I mean, she's just a provincial. She was a provincial premier in Canada, so it's not the same thing as the Prime Minister of Canada.
Well, we never bring up religion ever in politics, ever,
Indeed.
unless
it's usually a non-issue.
Yeah, like in terms of a candidate, like it's that line of questioning just never enters in any way. It's not even a consideration. And yet our prime minister is a fundamentalist Christian. You're aware of that, right? Faithless.
Oh yeah, Harper.
Haven't there been atheists?
Mm-hmm. Belongs to the Alliance
atheist,
Church of Canada.
Have there been atheist PMs in the UK?
Let's see that
Italy
church
has had
DPR.
two, it seems.
I think the UK is pretty low on religion now, so it seems plausible.
The Prime Minister of Norway apparently is an atheist.
And none in the UK? Wow.
Well, apparently, in 1945, 1951, Clement Attlee, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, was an atheist, apparently. And James Callaghan in the 70s, same.
Really? None
apparently,
since then?
yeah,
Wow.
not since then, apparently. And there's good old Jose Mujica, the current president of Uruguay.
Oh, Uruguay. I've heard
Uruguay,
they've made progressive moves. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, of course, USSR. But yeah, that's probably most of it.
But I mean, he was most famous for basically donating his salary to I don't remember, but he cut his own salary.
Callahan or Atlas?
No, Jose Mujica, the president of Uruguay.
Yeah.
I'm trying to say it, and it's all tongue twisters.
Uruguay.
Didn't the Pope visit there a number of months ago? I think. I'm not sure.
I remember Cuba, not Uruguay offhand. I think he did make a trip around Latin America, though. I don't remember what countries.
But they're obviously heads of states are politicians, so usually it's just going to be a good move, whether they actually believe or not, to identify as one of the most popular religions in the populace. Just to, even if they're not going to talk about like the religion in the campaigns or anything, just to look more electable, if you will.
Oh, it was Ecuador he went to.
Yeah. I don't think I can really align with the moral philosophies or other bits of philosophy of antiquity, even in terms of non-theistic religions like what is it, Zen Buddhism or Taoism.
Oh no! Wait a minute. The country you guys mentioned was Paraguay?
No, Uruguay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I mixed those two up all.
It's the next one over.
Capital is Montevideo and so on.
Yeah, I can't see the Pope being too keen on visiting a country where the leader's a professed atheist.
Yeah, but it's several countries where there is the head of state is required to follow a religion. That's usually
really? That's interesting, and that's like in their constitution or something.
That's usually the requirement is to be Muslim, like Mauritania, Algeria, Morocco, Tunisia, Jordan, Syria, Saudi Arabia, Yemen, Somalia, Oman, Iran, Afghanistan, Pakistan, the Maldives, Malaysia, and Brunei. The head of state is required to be Muslim.
Aren't Raul and Fidel Castro both atheists?
I have no idea, but
yeah, and yet he went to Cuba.
I would have suspected they would be Catholics, but I have no idea.
I don't think communism ever got rid of religion.
Probably not. I mean.
Oh, I see. All right. Castro once identified as atheist, but in 1996 he changed that to secular, which is more vague.
I guess by doing that, he's saying that they're tolerant.
Yeah. In 1998, they reinstated Catholic churches and schools in Cuba, and that coincided with the visit by the Pope. Thank you, Google, for this important.
That's a big motivator for him to visit the island.
Yeah.
That's pretty shocking, given especially Bakhtin's critique, which I quoted, against God and the state.
Oh, have things changed, Nadia? 21st century. It's a brave new neo-corporate, potentially fascist,
clerical fascist,
dystopian nightmare possibility.
That's we had to go. That neo crap.
Yeah. Well, Bakhtin's critique still holds crystal clear. Subordination of humanity to the whim of this supposed God.
I just wonder when there'll be a real lash back at like technology. I mean, can you see a future with genetic engineering where You know, I mean, look at the discrepancy in medical care now. I mean, imagine as this technology evolves into the future with you know, the power of stem cells and all this stuff. I mean, you
Yeah,
think
I
there's
can
an
see.
inequality now? You think there's an inequality now? I mean, can you imagine when these
You know,
technologies can let people live like lives that are twice as
you know,
long, replace body
Yeah, it's gonna
parts?
happen.
you know what I think of the future.
You don't think we'll reach that point?
Peak oil, climate change, you know, antibiotic and pesticide resistance, goes on and on.
Well, I think we're gonna reach that.
There's an era of genuine scarcity headed into that future. For the moment, it's mere maldistribution. In the future, it's something else.
Well, we don't know what's gonna happen in our future. I mean, technology is gonna be technology. We don't know what's gonna happen really. I mean, governments may crumble. We don't know.
What is even the task of science? What is even the metric of merit for explanations within science? Predictive value, knowledge of the future. And it's not merely science that it applies to. It's all reasoning.
Yeah, we seem to be predicting machines. Seems to be a key aspect of intelligence.
Yeah, we can see it coming. And we see plenty coming. I mean, Stanley Jevons even, in the coal question, foresaw the declines of coal reserves in the UK. And of course, what's called now Jevons paradox, right? That gains in efficiency, using for utilization of material resources aren't actually leveraged to conserve them, but rather to produce greater amounts of product with them.
Or maintain the status quo.
No, it's well, okay, status quo.
In the sense of consumption rate, consumption.
Well, yeah, consumption rate doesn't actually go down, right? It's for the same consumption, it's just utilized to drive more material product from them, right?
Right. And then in fact stretching things thin, so to speak.
Yeah, substitution. I think Julian Simons, argued for some kind of infinite substitutability and so on. But it really leads to, in effect, everything. The trade-off means that everything goes at once, in a way. Which is not a very clearly articulated thesis, but one's still there, of Heinberg's peak everything, right? I mean, the ore grades of everything ranging from iron to uranium, right? Have been declining.
Well, it's certainly an interesting point in history to be living.
Well, my lifetime isn't as long. Yeah, has to be a different kind of future and such that you all are considering. Possibly living to
double the age you are now. Where I won't even, I won't be getting anywhere near that. Wow. So what have we? Yeah, or a techno, utopian, dystopian, whatever it is, kind of affair going on is not really going to add up to quite all that happy ending. I mean, we can see it already from just, even without the resource limitations. But you add those to it, and, rather sadly, seems there's a nightmare ahead. And welcome, Joe.
Well, I just ran into Jesus DiCaprio.
Oh, wow. Did he try to convince you that the Queen of England is black?
I think that it went there, but it was in another person named Russ's room.
Yeah,
right. And hey.
He probably hit you with a barrage of other historical figures he also claimed were actually black.
No, they were just going at it, and it was more funny. I don't think I've ever laughed so hard in my life. In fact, I was wearing a red shirt earlier, and I had to change it because my face was turning bright red. Like at what they kept on saying, this is supposed to be an Ask a Christian. You know what? Were you guys in the middle of something? Sorry.
No worries, it's all good.
No, it was really depressing, man. It's good to have you come in. All I could think of was Dylan Thomas, "Don't go gentle into this good night." I had to keep saying it to myself to cope with the depressing reality of the future of humanity.
Ask an Afrocentrist is what it ended up turning into.
What is it? What?
So was it turning into Ask an Afrocentrist instead of Ask a Christian?
Yes, it was. Every time they're all like, okay, let's. Someone was like, can we steer it back to the, and then they would ask, that they would let Jesus talk again, and then they would just go, well, if you read John 3:16 was like brought up like 50 times. That is apparently the killer verse against Afrocentricism. But like, I mean, the other night, I'm not sure if it was Palm or if it was Art who found it, but one of them was just looking through like Calvin's. Oh no, I think because I brought up the firmament for the billionth time, and one of them was just looking through the Wikipedia article on the firmament and found a quote from John Calvin who said that, yeah, the firmament probably actually should be taken more to mean clouds, and then he said, what is it? He said something like, the Bible isn't, if you want to do astronomy and stuff, look elsewhere, don't look in the Bible. And we were all like, what? John Calvin said that? And so I looked into it a little bit, and I went into this room, and I'm like, are you all Calvinists? And then...
oh dear, they are.
Yeah, and like, again, it's like, no, well, actually, no, they admitted that they were Calvinists. but then there was all over the place, and NeoCloud came in, and I'm not sure what NeoCloud, he brought up like the genocides, like the Amalekites and stuff. And I'm not sure. Oh, I thought you were talking about. I thought Ludic was talking about what I was saying when he said I missed it.
It's this comedian I like and
Stanhope,
Danny
yeah,
likes, and apparently detoxed himself.
Apparently, like, okay, if you ever have like if you open up this is advice, if you ever have a Q&A and you say, let's ask questions, don't let the people you know who are going to cause drama ask the first questions.
Oh dear.
For some reason, they let Jesus go, and it was just, people just wanted to go, like, what do you believe?
Yeah. Well, he'll tell people some pretty outrageous things. I think what is it? The Vikings, the Celts, Jews, and Egyptians were all according to him actually black.
I think they were trying to, because I was there, I think they were trying to get him to say that white people either go to hell or the slaves in heaven.
Oh yeah. Edomite.
And like,
theory, yeah.
and so like he wouldn't. I don't know what his belief was, but like whatever it was, he wouldn't say it the way they wanted to. And and then to like prove that he said it before, they played an interview of his, and in the interview he's answering questions, and one of the people in the rooms goes, "Where'd you come to that conclusion?" And it's like, that's a recording we're listening to.
I used to live up by 124th in Madison.
That's what they.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
The Israelite Church of Jesus or something like that it's got a Black Hebrew Israelite thing. It's right there at 124th, just the other side of the street. They all used to like wander around into shikis and things. It was.
It was NeoCloud was saying, I have a friend in New York, and he says they're the minority there, and it's like, I don't think that that's something they're not claiming that they're super popular. I don't think they can at all. To say that they're a minority, I don't like. I guess I didn't know that NeoCloud had an issue with Calvinists, and so after they finally were like, okay, we're not going to answer your questions, Jesus, they would.
Yeah.
They would answer NeoCloud, and then there was just more drama. There was one other guy who got to ask a question, and he asked them, what did Matthew 11:25 mean to them? And the guy, Russ, literally says, well, God has hidden his work, so only those of the elect would understand it. And that was it. That was just like, oh, okay. Like, the guy was like, oh, okay, and he left. And I was just like, what? But I didn't want to be antagonistic, because it seemed like everyone was super riled up first about Jesus and then about Neff. And, not Neff, I'm sorry, not Neff, NeoCloud.
Yeah.
And then they went, and then like, then one guy they argued again with Jesus, and one guy goes, okay, let's stop talking, and I just want to say, Jesus, you and I disagree, but we can just set aside our differences. And then Jesus goes, well, let me tell you why I disagree, and then they started fighting for like an hour more.
Yeah, that's not far away.
For like an hour.
Well, good. Good the guy
and then
claims that.
Go ahead.
Good the guy that claims of Afrocentrism and also things like regarding the Tower of Babel. Anthropology is probably a big deal there too.
I don't like. I just want to listen when I hear these people talk. I don't like. Oh god, so funny.
In some respects, there's a preoccupation with origins, and
I'm sorry?
some of it is, well, I guess I was trying to raise less origins here than more of human nature.
My computer fan is very loud. It's less Argentine.
It's what?
Oh.
I think I was trying to raise here more of an issue of human nature than human origins.
Yeah.
Or even history.
Yeah, I really tried to like stay on the topic. Like I understood. Like I'm like it's not. I mean, I don't want to turn this into like an evolution thing. Oh, this was the scary part when NeoCloud did bring up the Amalekites. What's his name? Vekol.
Yeah.
He started like laughing about it. Oh, poor babies, like that and stuff about the Amalekites, and it's like, whoa.
1 Samuel 15, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, in his defense, if you want to rationalize that kind of massacre, you have to figure they deserved it and had it coming. Otherwise, how would you even live with? How would you be okay with a god that did that to people who didn't deserve it, right?
Yeah. It was just like because I knew I was gonna just I couldn't unless I said it really eloquently and right away. I wasn't gonna be able to hold my own in a room. And I also wanted to hear more about Afrocentrism.
It's weird to me that to me, there's an argument for Afrocentrism where you just say, well, humanity comes from Africa. The end. You don't have to like have black Vikings.
That's actually technically true. I guess I am an Afrocentralist. I just realized. Centrist.
Yeah, so basically you say, well, Africa is the birthplace of humanity, and then you have a reasonable argument. You don't have to like go to wacky crap like black Vikings and Jews, and I don't know who were the other black people that were.
It was everyone. It was everyone.
Celts and Egyptians. Yeah.
Oh, Celts. Yeah, of course. Yes.
I think there's even like Anglo-Saxon.
No, it's true. No. Merlin was black, for sure.
The Chinese, Native Americans, yards, everybody.
But it's like these positions sometimes where you could be able to construct interesting arguments without resorting to weird conspiracy or weird outlandish claims.
Why am I so tired? Poor Cliff. I think he would have enjoyed, because he's a super science guy. I brought him in earlier. I think he would have loved hearing, because I told him about Arcane earlier.
Yeah.
So he would have loved Jesus. Jesus just seemed, he just, like, he kept on accidentally, he said a jug of juice at one point. I don't know why he brought that up, but he said, he accidentally said a jug of juice, and I had to, like, turn off my camera because I was laughing so hard. Like there's just, like, 5-minute intervals of everyone just laughing. Just like, so I think they were asked like 3 questions. Besides, just it should have just been asked.
Yeah, claims can get pretty extreme. Yeah, I guess that is pretty blatantly true. contributions of African cultures and history are grossly underappreciated.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. The contributions of women are like our, I mean, archaeology, the archaeological record is very androcentric. Like, there's a lot of emphasis placed on war and the type of masculine labor. Uh, I guess. What is it? Industries. When it's like, look, a lot of the stuff that we're using to understand these past cultures was stuff made by women. It's the women who made all the stuff that lasts. It's the women who are like making this pottery. The women who are like, I mean, especially in settlement areas, like a lot of emphasis. I mean, it's like this war happened and that's why these people dispersed. It's not these people dispersed because trade routes became so interconnected due to the high demand of the type of jars that women in this area were making, which would actually like explain things a lot more.
Is there actually a way to determine what gender the person who made a pottery was?
There's a couple ways, and like when I said that, I felt a bit sketchy saying it. So I'm glad you pointed that out for me. I mean,
And it's not that I'm arguing against
Oh, no.
like women contributing, because obviously they did their fair share of stuff. But
no, I'm glad because
Okay.
I'm glad because I should have like qualified that. I mean, especially back then, like women interchanged with men about working in the fields and stuff. But if we, especially if we look at historical documents, and if we look at current cultures as in the same, I guess, state of society, for lack of a better term, and we use them as a proxy. And if we look at, there's
if we
oral
use-
traditions. Go ahead.
I was going to say, if you use current modern anthropology, studying cultures that are a little more Bronze Aged.
I see the terms get a little weird, yeah.
I know, but I see what you mean. Yeah. But
Yeah.
basically, but I mean, yeah, but we can't actually determine, like, if, for example, the pottery industry of a place was like 50-50 all female or all male. We'll just never actually know. It's mostly conjecture based on what
No,
we're
I don't
currently.
think it's actually mostly conjecture. I'm not explaining it that well. If you look at example hunters and gatherers, when you think of who, like, women do most of the foraging. There's just another example. If the pottery isn't like a good thing, women were. I mean, men were in charge of getting meat, bringing the protein, but the majority of the gathering part of the hunter and gathering.
Mm-hmm. I follow you.
Okay, but
That's
also,
typical. Mhm.
Yeah. Go ahead.
No, I was just like repeating your point. Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, sorry. With no, there's like oral histories and stuff, and it's clear. There's other sources of evidence where it's clear that women were in like, especially places where people try and say, well, what if we look at this from the perspective of how much women contributed, and people go, well, why? And they'll go, well, this points to the fact that it was actually women who were in charge of making this pot, and this pot is interconnected with other cultures across vast distances. Whereas, like, instead of looking at that and seeing the significance of the female contribution to archaeological past, it's mostly just like, but there was a war here. Well, that doesn't make sense, because it seems like these two cultures have clearly demonstrated that they got along fine. But why did they spread out? What happened? And it could be explained through maybe a female contribution. Does that make more sense?
Well, yes, but
I didn't answer the question.
Yeah, that's not. Yeah, but it's all good. It
I'm
wasn't
gonna find an
particularly.
example.
It wasn't like one that I had actually thought of before because I had. Well, it's been a long time ago, but I did study. It did take a few years of anthropology. Never completed a. I did change like majors anyway, but I like back then, like when I remember when I was studying all that anthropology stuff, and like there was like this. I saw things through a filter of gender neutrality. Like there was no gender, so to speak. Like when I was like I was considering pottery or the pottery industry or something, it was just the pottery industry. There was no. It was not driven by one gender or another, for example.
Yeah, the other thing, I mean, the issue that came up with like, postmodernism and feminism and I guess the deconstruction of the whole entire social sciences was that to just kind of say, oh, I'm not saying you're saying this, by the way. I'm saying that this is what the science actually thought for a while. It's like just don't look at it as if it's genderless, not to
Yeah, no, I can't imagine that at some point, like people thought, like the men did the warring, and the men did the fabricating, and the men did the tools, and the men built the things, and the men did all the things, and the women had the children.
No, it was an issue because of the ethnographic research that was being performed. It was mostly males performing ethnographic research, and when you talk to like informants, they're what is it? The people who are going to open up the most to them, the people who they sometimes are the only people that they have access to in societies that are new, are other males. And so, like people like Malinowski, Bronislaw Malinowski, he's a famous anthropologist, and like he based a lot of the things that he said about the females, about like the purpose of marriage and the place of the female in the Troboban Island culture was based off of what males were saying, and later ethnographers went and talked to them, and they found out. I mean, the Trobomans are classic because they're known for their the exchange and trade system that they have. They have like an island chain, and they trade kula bead like necklaces and stuff. And these necklaces, it's a classic example. And the thing is, it's like, well, who made those? You know, these things are given a lot of significance, and who's the people who actually make them and stuff? And it's like the women actually were making these things, and they were contributing to something that was considered like a foundational, like a institution of this culture.
Yeah, but I would imagine as well that women would often contribute sometimes with material contributions that would not be as well preserved in the archaeological record, like for example rugs and those type of things that would degrade quickly and would not be preserved very well. Well, so it's you get a lot of examples of pottery shards, but if anyone had rugs or whatever, like the rugs are gone. There's no way to know or study, like depending on how far back we're going, but there's no way to know who made the rugs unless you find rug making tools.
Yeah, like pot shards, shards. Like archaeologists, when they find a full pot, they get kind of bummed out because they want a pot shard or a pot shard to perform a thermoluminescent staining on it to look at what it was made out of. They get a full pot. It's like, well, I can't break this to look at it more. I can't heat it up to look at it more. But yeah, that's the nature of the archaeological record.
Hmm.
I am getting super tired. I'll be back. I'm gonna switch headphones and lay down.
Good luck.
Yeah. There's an interesting piece. Somebody referred me on a site called Conservative Angle, which
Conservative angle. Okay.
yeah, I'll bring up the URL shortly. And you thought gay marriage was the end game?
Oh no, it's not the end game. The end game is converting your kids to the religion of homosexuality. Am I close?
Yeah, pretty close. They seem to have an idea that
And you thought gay marriage was the end game. Oh wait, there's 4 pages of this? Oh no, okay, no, that article, okay. All right. Why do they call it an article? That opinion blog.
yeah, and of course, let's see.
What the?
My reply is that the actual end game is something else. Rather, well, the article from here describes what the real end game is.
The one where he really goes off the deep end is after he puts the sentence, the admission that children have a sexual identity proscribes a priori that children have sexual needs. And that's actually a non sequitur. Having Anyway, so once he goes off the once he decides that children have sexual needs, he goes off this awful awful tangent where I don't know the scenario. There are so many missing gaps on how to get to that end. But down the road, now I'm quoting again. Down the road, 20 or 30 years maybe, some parents will be sent to prison for not allowing their child's sexual needs to be satisfied by a caring, loving, trained professional. And so now he's getting on this professional pedophilia for children, and that parents will be sent to prison for not allowing it. That might be that that I would normally suggest this has to be a Poe. But I'm not sure if like a comedian would actually be that creative. I can't tell.
Oh, see if I can get this. Oh dear, I got too many things happening here. See if I have too many. Nope. Okay. So I'm calling it Christianity, Sex, and Nickerson Endgame.
I'm not sure that that site can possibly be real.
There are enough conservative nutters out there that, unfortunately, Yeah, it's real. People actually say stuff like this. Yeah, people actually believe stuff like this. They really act as if it's true. They act as if
but that little yeah, to sum it up to the viewers. Yeah, that's exactly the question I was asking. That's an actual right-wing source. Well, it's one right-wing opinion writer at least. But there were so many leaps of logic into going from advocating for gay rights, and of course, gay rights is not the end game. The end game is child molestation. Somehow, there are so many leaps of logic.
it's a slippery slope argument.
Yeah, I mean, it's more than a slippery slope. That one.
Well, they're also connecting unconnected dots. But so.
Yeah, a lot of yeah. I mean, because it's jumping from hill to hill.
Oh, for sure, for sure. Well, I take care to describe the actual end game in the "Marriage Will Never Set Us Free" article.
But that said, I would imagine, like, well, at least even in mainstream Christianity, they don't actually go that far in the lunacy. Though the like the trope that is common, even the mainstream right-wing media, is that the idea that a transgendered person actually is just a pervert that wants to go like into the women's bathroom or something, right? That one is very popular.
Yeah, for sure.
But like and that one, if you just stop and think for a second, it doesn't work, because if the idea was just to see girls peeing or something, there's the internet. You no longer need to actually go to. You don't need to like do all sorts of life-altering shenanigans just to sneak a peek in the girls' bathroom. Like, it's a crazy, stupid plot. It doesn't make sense at no point does it make sense. But now that the internet is the thing, it definitely doesn't make any sense at all.
I mean, someone who's kind of like been devout, so to speak. I mean, the bathroom, the toilet was not the center of my life. I don't really care apart from like following the directions and not getting in trouble. The fact of the matter is I get in trouble for going into the men's bathroom now. Yeah, guys still give me weird looks. And they also got bugged when I did my makeup at the sink and such, and because they have fewer sinks in the men's restrooms, so if I tie up the sink, so to speak, people get miffed.
Yeah, now I'm forced to look at this site and see if there's any other especially nutty articles. I mean, they have they have a lot of misleading headlines, but
oh, that's funny. Yeah. Oh, welcome, Joe. We are headed for a changeover. Yeah.
Just in time.
I'll drop the link at the 5-minute mark. And...
Cool.
Oh. Yeah, you'll get a kick out of latest topics here.
Wow, the magic sandwich is back.
Yeah.
I didn't notice that.
PPR is a great guy. I love having him on.
All right. I'll see you in the next room.
Oh, that's not the next room. That's just a link to the event. Gives you a description.
Oh, you're gonna put the link. Okay, cool.
Mm-hmm. It has
It's kind of
not
like 3
begun.
links in one. If you I just
link
there's
section.
the sort of original event being discussed. Here's the quote-unquote conservative angle on it.
I don't know if I want to.
Then, of course, the real end game, so to speak, is I guess described right here.
Holy crap. Ah, well. Alright. Yeah, I'll look through. Yeah, I'm gonna get out and I'll look through these and then I'll join. See you in a bit.
Isn't Infowars the Alex Jones thing?
Infowars? Yeah.
Yeah,
There's
okay.
a link to the hangout.
Yeah. Oh, thank you.
Yeah, it is. The info work guy, yeah, it is.
See you on the other side.
Alright, see you on the other side.
Yeah. The conservative angle, it turns out, is a news aggregate for all sorts of conservative, including among others, Infowars, Fox News, Canada Press, all sorts of other things. So I'm not sure what journal your article was originally from, but like the Tea Party News Network, that sounds like a credible source.
I'm not sure I heard quite all of that.
Oh, no, I was just trying to describe. Oh, yeah, my volume's probably low. But yeah, I was just describing the conservative angle, like I was as an aggregate of both of their news sites, conservative news sites. They're all aggregated into this one site. It takes articles and opinion pieces from various conservative news sources.
Oh, I see.
Their own site. You could have some Tea Party articles with some more legitimate right-wing journals like Forbes. It's all mixed in.
Okay, I'll edit it to give it the attribution to the original author. Patriot update right now. That's in Detroit.
Yeah, you can tell the Tea Party News when they have a full section with a flaming truck. They have a flaming pickup, and then the headline is "Illegal Immigrant Accused of Crucifix and Burning Corpses in Texas." That's big.
I can barely hear you. I don't know why. It says it's all the way up. Well, who knows?
Oh, I was perhaps too far away from the microphone.
Yeah, I don't know. There's something weird about that. I don't know if it's the headset that was in it or what. No big deal. Anyway, down to the last 60 seconds or so. Fingers crossed. He started right on time.
Now I apologize for being silent. I'm browsing these fascinating news sites.
Alright, fingers crossed.